Ghouls are the absolute bottom of the barrel in the monster forest. Day in and day out, they barely survive on rotten scraps, and if they bump into any other monster, well, they just get thrashed like a punching bag. But then, out of nowhere, these weaklings suddenly became terrifyingly strong. They started hunting down other races, clawing their way up to become the top predators of the food chain. What's even crazier is the reason behind it all: a human. Meet Juhan. So a rising star in the Korean bodybuilding and powerlifting scene. During a competition, he tried to show off by deadlifting a massive 10-ton weight for the crowd. It was an epic fail that literally sent him to the ground, and then to another world. The moment he opened his eyes, Juhan found himself staring at a bunch of birds with the derpiest faces he'd ever seen. He honestly thought he'd eaten so much chicken breast in his past life that he'd ended up in some kind of poultry-themed afterlife. He figured if he died and went to hell, of course, the chickens would come for their revenge. But these birds were way out of their league. Juhan sent them flying with a few solid hits. That's when he realized he could actually see their info and stats, just like in a video game. These things looked stupid, but their protein content was off the charts. Being starving and desperate, Juhan went on a full-blown rampage and wiped out the entire flock for a feast. After he finished his meal, reality finally set in. He had reincarnated into a body as thin as a rail. All those years of grinding, sweating, and downing protein shakes for a six-pack, gone in an instant. Luckily, his raw strength was still there. He managed to rip a massive tree right out of the ground with his bare hands. He threw it over his shoulders and started training to get his physique back. 3 months later, he was definitely more buff, but he was still nowhere near his peak. Looking at those plump, juicy chickens nearby, he decided it was time for another protein boost. But suddenly, something loomed behind him. He turned around wondering who his new fan was, only to nearly jump out of his skin. It was a gargantuan, terrifying bird. Since Juhan had eaten its entire brood, the mama bird was back for blood, knowing he was no match for this beast yet. He hightailed it out of there. One hit from that thing and he'd be nothing but a red smudge on the ground. But even while running for his life, Juhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the bird's chest muscles. I mean, look at those pecs. They were rock solid, like a pro bodybuilder's. Those gym bros spending 3 hours on the bench press have nothing on this bird. Man and bird dashed through the woods. Suddenly, 2 more derpy chickens popped out from the tall grass, practically smirking at him. They seemed to be mocking him for his karma after eating their friends. It was like fate was finally catching up to him, and it wasn't missing a single beat. Juhan was fuming, but he couldn't stop. The giant crazed bird was right on his heels. In the heat of the chase, he suddenly unlocked a new skill, Eagle Eye. He saw its name, cockatrice. Its weight, a massive 1.2 tons. And the best part, if he ate its breast meat, he'd unlock a rare skill called muscle recovery. Seeing that, Juhan stopped running and decided to take it on solo. This guy really valued his gains more than his own life. It's absolutely wild. Most people think muscles just grow from lifting, but that's not quite it. Lifts actually tear the muscle fibers down. Your strength and ability drop momentarily, but once you get the right nutrients and rest, those damaged fibers grow back even stronger than before. That process is called muscle recovery. Juhan realized that if he could just take down this giant bird, his old glorious physique would finally be within reach. During the fight, he accidentally triggered a powerful skill, the Great Rotation Technique. With a single devastating punch, he blew the giant chicken's head clean off. He successfully took its life. Finally, the more high-quality protein to rebuild those muscles. A warning flashed: muscle endurance depleted. Muscle contraction was now active to begin the recovery process. That night, Juhan enjoyed a delicious roasted chicken dinner. If only he had some seasoned salt, it would have been perfect. But he didn't realize that in the nearby woods, greedy eyes were fixed on him, mouths watering with hunger. Those figures were actually 3 local inhabitants. It had been so long since they'd smelled meat that they were practically losing it. They realized that this man was the one who had defeated the cockatrice, the absolute nightmare of the forest. At first, the trio was too scared to go near him, thinking he was dangerous. But their hunger won out, and they eventually shuffled over to wait for scraps. Dignity. Who needs that when there's meat? Juhan asked who they were, and they explained they were ghouls from the Alami region. He quickly used his eagle eye to check their info. Sure enough, they weren't lying. Juhan was pretty curious since this was his first time meeting creatures like ghouls. One of them mentioned they were looking for the warrior who defeated the cockatrice, and asked Juhan if he had any leads. He honestly admitted it was him, and even apologized, saying he thought the bird belonged to someone. The three ghouls were overjoyed to hear the news. They explained that because the most powerful monster was dead, a massive territorial war had broken out in Alame. The cockatrice wasn't very smart, but man, it was aggressive when it came to protecting its turf. Their goal was to beg Juhan to help the ghoul tribe. However, he flat out refused. He was way too busy training to get his old body back. The three ghouls were crushed, but as they were leaving empty-handed, Juhan told them to take some chicken meat with them. After all, there was no way he could finish that mountain of meat all by himself. The ghouls were beyond grateful for his generosity. It had been ages since they'd tasted meat, so they were thrilled. One of them reached down to hoist up a huge slab of meat. But Juhan couldn't stand the sight of it. He stopped the guy immediately and started explaining that lifting heavy objects with bad form was a one-way ticket to a serious back injury. The ghoul just stared at him, completely lost. "Don't any of you know what a deadlift is?" Juhan asked. They just looked at each other and replied, "A what now?" "No wonder your limbs are as thin as twigs." Juhan sighed. He suddenly remembered something his elementary school PE teacher had once told him. "Juhan, only when you can teach someone else have you truly mastered it. If your gains ever plateau, try teaching someone the ropes. It might just be the spark you need. That will help him." Hanso felt the old master's words were reasonable, so he decided to help the three young goblins. The goblins transported the meat back to their village. Inside the goblin tribe's village, Hanso was being personally received by the Goblin King. The Goblin King thanked Hanso for providing food aid for the villagers, but while they were talking, he only paid attention to the man's bizarrely structured body. His arms and legs were stick-thin while his stomach was all fat. This was a clear sign of obesity, probably from a lazy, sedentary lifestyle. This guy must be a heavy drinker and a fan of greasy food, just like my old fat-bellied, big-mouthed boss. Skipping the greetings, Hanso told the Goblin King to get straight to the point. He asked him why he was summoned here. The Goblin King revealed that they were in trouble because of the death of the giant chicken, the cockatrice. The Goblin tribe is the weakest force in Alame. They have neither physical strength nor any skills, so they have to eat rotting corpses to survive. Hanso said he knew nothing about this. The Goblin King became furious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to apprehend the three goblins who had led Hanso to the village. Very quickly, the three were tied up and brought before the Goblin King. He asked them, "You still don't know what you've done wrong?" Then he ordered his subordinate, "Bring that thing out here." One must be loyal to the strong. That is the law of the jungle that has existed for a very long time. So I wanted to lure the one who defeated the cockatrice and make him loyal to me. But you all dared to deceive me, then pay with your lives. Skill gravity mace double the power. Just as the Goblin King was about to punish the three Han, so blocked his mace with just his bare hand. Wasting other people's time and bullying the weak. Is this the culture of this village? I already activated my skill. Maybe I didn't use my strength correctly. Otherwise, how could a weak human possibly block my attack? The Goblin King thought Hanso was just lucky, so he started boasting to him. "I'll show you my real skill. My skill is gravity mace, and it can increase a weapon's weight 210 times. With the Goblin King's current mana, he could increase the mace's weight by 4 times. The mace weighs 32 kilograms times 4 is nearly 130 kilograms. Add the Goblin King's swing force and the destructive power, becomes even more terrifying. But Hanso just used his hand to block it, doing nothing, and the mace shattered before the king's terrified eyes. After that, Hanso easily subdued the Goblin King with just 2 fingers. With his weak point seized, he was too scared to move. While trying to look cool, Hanso didn't forget to flex, saying he only got this strong thanks to bodybuilding exercises. But the entire crowd had never heard of those exercises, so Hanso challenged the Goblin King to a deadlift to explain to the Goblin village what bodybuilding is. If Hanso loses, he will have to become the Goblin King's subordinate. Hanso reminded him not to forget to maintain proper posture, or he would injure his back. At that moment, the Goblin King suddenly flashed a sinister smile. It turned out he had another skill called Heavy Plank. It can reduce the weight of an object. Once this skill is activated, the barbell's weight is reduced to only 1/4. Just like that, the Goblin King successfully lifted the 200-kilogram weight. But in reality, it only weighed 50 kilograms. When it was Hanso's turn, he told everyone below to carefully observe his movements and posture before lifting. Hanso had to warm up to get his body heated. When the muscles are stretched, you won't get cramps during training. The deadlift, or the lift of death, is a full-body exercise where the lower body is used the most. The first move is to stand straight with your feet shoulder-width apart. Second, puff your chest out all the way and maintain a straight posture by putting the weight on your back. Next, find your center of gravity from the middle of your feet. Slowly lift the barbell up past your lower body and through your whole body. Finally, lift the weight to knee level. At this moment, the Goblin King secretly cheated, causing Hanso's 200-kilogram barbell to be multiplied many times over. But no matter what tricks he used, Hanso wasn't scared. Hanso not only lifted the weight, but he also threw it into the air, leaving the villagers speechless. Seeing this sight, the entire village, including the Goblin King, immediately knelt down and begged him to be their boss. From that day on, Hanso officially became the leader of the Goblin village. From the Goblin King, Hanso learned a few more things. This place is a world completely different from Earth, but there are also legends about transmigrators. Those who come here can return to their original world. This world is called Lysa, and it has a strong belief in the concept of the big fish eating the small fish quite literally. The Goblin King's name is Gulo, so from now on I'll call him that. Gulo led Hanso to the training grounds for the Goblin tribe's warriors. To call it a training ground is a bit of a stretch. In reality, this place was just an empty plot of land with absolutely nothing on it. Hanso ordered everyone in the village to quickly gather at the training grounds. Although they didn't understand what their new leader wanted to do, they still obeyed, lining up neatly. Hanso said that goblins are weak creatures who only know how to live off the leftovers of other races, but that will no longer be the case if they can achieve a healthy body in the next 3 months. He will train everyone to become true warriors. If they can complete the training, they will no longer be looked down upon by other species. The first exercise in Hanso's 3-month training course is push-ups. This exercise is very simple, but doing it with the correct posture isn't easy. It will help make the chest and arm muscles firm. The goblin's task, is to learn how to do a push-up today. 3 hours later, they were all completely exhausted after doing about 700 push-ups under the hot noon sun. Meanwhile, Hanso had done over 20,000 push-ups with a boulder on his back. Feeling it still wasn't challenging enough, he even told Gulo to make the rock heavier. The goblins watching couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. They had no idea what their leader ate to be such a beast. By this point, everyone in the village was worn out. Some even said they'd rather have Gulo back as leader. Who could possibly endure this kind of torturous training? Hanso overheard their chatter and became furious. It's because all of you have this pathetic, lazy attitude. That's why you're called the weakest. Are you really content with being called the weakest? This is the wilderness where only the strong survive. Do you intend to live as cowards, just running away while your friends and family are slaughtered? If you're just that kind of trash, then get out. I refuse to train you. But for those who dare to stay and continue doing push-ups, I will grant you the power to protect what's important. After Hanso's speech knocked some sense into them, the ghoul village finally understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and continue their training, not a single one left. No matter how exhausted they were, they still pushed themselves to complete the first training session. Sweat on the training ground means less blood on the battlefield. Han-san had inspired everyone to become stronger. What makes a good trainer? It's not the one who knows the most about muscles, nor the one who has reached the limits of the body. The best trainer is the one who can reignite another's determination and will to fight in that very moment. Hanso's eagle-eye skill also leveled up to level 2. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On the trail leading to the ghoul village, a group of strangers appeared. They were the lizardman tribe. Today, the lizardmen had decided to conquer the ghoul village and turn it into a colony, but they didn't know that their movements had already been detected by Hanso. He immediately ordered the ghoul warriors into their battle positions. This was their first battle after 3 months of training. At that moment, the lizardmen entered the canyon. From above, countless boulders suddenly rained down, giving them no time to react. Very quickly, several of them were crushed by the rocks and seriously injured, unable to get up. Only now did they realize they had fallen into the ghouls' ambush. The young men of the village were no longer the weakest. Instead, each and every one of them was rippling with muscle. The lizardman leader had to quickly come up with a counter-strategy, or else defeat would only be a matter of time. The leader sensed Gulo's mana, so he assumed that he was the leader of the ghouls. Thus, he decided to challenge Gulo to a one-on-one duel to turn the situation around. "You ghoul over there, come on out. Stop cowering behind your underlings. Get down here and fight me one-on-one, Sir Han." So how will you respond to his provocation? Han So couldn't help but remember the time he kept a pet crocodile. It had an incredibly powerful bite force up to 2 tons, but even that crocodile couldn't bite through his trained muscles. After biting him, it lost all its teeth. "You've been my pet for a little too long." From that experience, he remembered how to deal with reptiles. Hanson immediately jumped down and pinned the leader to the ground. "First, you have to flip these lizards onto their backs. Make them expose their bellies. Next, stare them right in the eyes. When animals are young, you have to show them that you are stronger." And just as expected when faced with Hanso's terrifying gaze, the opponent quickly surrendered. "I wonder if this human dude is gonna bite me." In the end, in the battle against the lizardmen, the ghouls had won an overwhelming victory. In a place not far from Alibaba, the Duchy of Virus, it is an honor for such a small nation to have such outstanding talents as all of you. I am entrusting you with the mission to investigate the disappearance of Miss Catrice. We accept the mission, Count Gulo. General, are you really entrusting such an important mission to these young warriors? Is that really okay? Ha ha ha, don't worry too much, Count Gulo. Although they are still very young, they are all rare geniuses. Leaper uses flashy swordsmanship to toy with his opponents. He's a master swordsman. Honda, on the other hand, wields a heavy greatsword. It has the power to send any opponent's weapon flying. If the two of them fight together, then besides a dragon, nothing can defeat them. So I assume the rather plain-looking warrior behind them must also be an exceptional figure, right? That one's a bit hard to say. I'm not sure about his abilities either. Leaper and Honda suggested he come along because the 3 of them have been friends since childhood, and also because the 2 geniuses are fond of him. After that, the 3 of them entered the forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Miss Catrice. On a nearby tree trunk, a goblin was drawing its bow, preparing to shoot them. However, Leaper was faster. He ran it through with his sword. At that moment, the other 2 were surrounded by goblins. Honda was not afraid at all and immediately swung his greatsword, being a heavy weapon with great destructive power everywhere. It passed a horde of goblins was sent flying. The remaining young man had it easy. Before he could do anything, his 2 best buddies had already finished off the goblins. Block felt quite envious of his 2 friends because all 3 of them were taught by the same master. But he was the only one who was still weak. Perhaps this was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Meanwhile, back at the ghoul village, the group of lizardmen were learning Hanso's rapid muscle-building training course. "Thank you for everything you've done for us. It's nothing. If you want to train more, feel free to stop by." The ghouls also told the lizardmen they had to train harder to get as big as them quickly. Finally, the lizardman tribe left, wondering how the normally weak ghouls could have gotten so muscular. It's unreal, those toned bodies. When I first saw them, I was really surprised myself. When you train, your muscles ache and then grow through recovery. However, if fatigue accumulates in the central nervous system, training performance will decrease, or it could cause injury. To prevent this from happening, resting to minimize fatigue after training is called deloading. By the time the ghouls reached their 9th week of training, they were also feeling tired, so Han So gave the whole village a day off from training. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the goblins' bodies had shown significant development. It wasn't just their muscles. Their height had also increased. Han So used his eagle-eye skill to assess the goblins and discovered their body fat was very low. Only 8%. Even he didn't expect that, goblins. I could progress so quickly. Since there was nothing to play with and no slots to spin, the lizardmen had left. Han So told the village to get dinner ready. A young man asked him if they could go hunting by themselves today. It wasn't that they wanted to skip a training session or anything, but because they had never had the chance to face their prey head-on since Han So always did the hunting. Gulo wondered if a brawny goblin, strongman, could defeat Han So. He bluntly declared, "You guys don't stand a chance. When it comes to weightlifting, I'll take on the whole village." After that, everyone started carrying their gear and set off to hunt. Even while walking, the goblins had to train their leg muscles on Han So's orders. Just then, a goblin suddenly twisted around while doing an exercise and injured his ankle. Seeing this, Han So immediately told everyone to stop so he could check the injury. That evening, Block was practicing his swordsmanship alone in the forest. He wanted to become stronger so he wouldn't have to hide behind his 2 friends when something happened like this morning. So while everyone was sleeping, He was training diligently. Lipper suddenly approached and told Block he needed to put more force into his thumb for his sword strikes to be faster and stronger. It turns out the sound of his training had woken up his two friends. Honda reminded him it was late, and if he didn't go to sleep, his body would be tired tomorrow from lack of rest. Just then, a group of lizardmen suddenly burst out of the forest, heading towards them. But the lizardmen's target wasn't them. It was as if they were fleeing something incredibly terrifying from behind. Following them was a flock of crazy chickens who also seemed to be afraid of something. It turned out they were being chased by Han So and the goblin village for protein. From then on, a new ecosystem appeared in the forest with him at the top of the food chain. Back to that afternoon, the group was hiding behind the leaves to observe their prey, plump chickens whose meat was both delicious and nutritious, perfect for building muscle extremely quickly. However, the goblins were still a bit scared of confronting the flock of crazy chickens. Just then, a crazy chicken was hunting but got stuck between two tree trunks blocking its path. Unexpectedly, the crazy chicken suddenly let out a loud crow. Its whole body instantly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it had easily knocked down the two tree trunks. It's true that when hungry, even a chicken becomes dangerous. No wonder the goblins were hesitant to hunt them. Witnessing the crazy chicken's strength, a young goblin went to find two other tree trunks to test his own power. He couldn't believe that after months of training, he wasn't as strong as a chicken. But even though he tried his best, the two trees didn't budge an inch. I'll wait a minute and try again. I'll give you a full 3 minutes to rest. You don't need to strain yourself. Pay attention to your heel movement, Han So advised him. He had performed the move correctly, but it seemed the tree roots were too deep, so he still didn't have enough strength to push it over. At that moment, Han So suddenly noticed the flock of chickens. While observing them, he realized the difference between the crazy chickens and the goblins. Their muscle improvement has been so steady that I didn't notice this. Master Han So, is something wrong? I'm sorry. The fact that you guys can't do as well as them is my fault. Is our form wrong? It's not that. It's just that your muscles have gotten used to my routine. Starting now, the goblins must change their training schedule. Han So told everyone to gather around and began introducing new equipment and exercises. The thing behind me is a cable crossover machine. It was specially made to change your fixed routine from now on. You will use it to train your inner chest. If you do this exercise, you'll be able to easily defeat those chickens. That's our leader for you. The leader always knows the answer. Cable crossover flies. This exercise is used to stimulate chest muscle growth. It will take the user's muscles to a new level. This exercise is only effective if performed correctly. It's one of the difficult level exercises for beginners. First, slightly bend your upper body and slightly bend your knees. Second, stand with your arms spread out as wide as possible. Keep your body steady in the center throughout the exercise and limit movement. Third, position your body in the middle of the machine and pull the cables with appropriate force. Like a bird trying to flap its wings, then cross them over. Fourth, different hand positions will stimulate different muscle groups in the chest. Make sure you don't tremble. You have to keep your hands steady on the pull. Don't use the momentum of the cable pull. Taught a new exercise by their leader, the goblins were very excited and started right away. By the time they faced the flock of crazy chickens again, everyone's chest muscles had grown a lot. Unexpectedly, when the chickens saw this, they also started to level up. Their size became much larger than before. The goblins, however, were not afraid and continued to charge forward. Their faith in the new exercise gave them strength. The two sides decided to throw down right there in the forest. Meanwhile, Han So was on the sidelines using his eagle-eye skill to observe the situation. He discovered that the crazy chickens had evolved into cockatrices with 132 kilograms of protein and a body fat percentage of 12%. The goblins were no match for them. If they didn't want the chickens to evolve, they had to ensure their breast muscles couldn't develop any further. At that moment, one person was still back in the goblin village. That was Gulo, who had been tasked with staying behind to stand guard. Guarding an empty house might seem boring, but Gulo didn't see it that way. In fact, he felt very happy and free. Han So is a really good person, but our tastes are completely different. That's why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include cleaned chicken skin flour, chili powder along with oil and salt. The first step is to use a knife to cut the washed chicken skin into even pieces. If you fry it right away, it will have a gamey smell, so before cooking, you need to use spices to remove it. Next, adding chili powder to the flour and mixing it well creates a magical mixture. Finally, sprinkle that mixture onto the chicken skin. Then it's fried in a pan of hot, sizzling oil. And just like that, Gulo's golden, chewy, and crunchy fried chicken skin was complete. Back at the battle in the forest, the goblins were being completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They had trained their chest muscles just as Hanso had taught them, but they still couldn't defeat the flock. Hanso explained it simply: they had only been training for a few months, while the goofy chickens had been developing their chest muscles to hunt since they were chicks. That's how they got such amazing pecs. It's not an easy feat, but that doesn't mean there's no way for you to win. To win, you have to remember how you all got here. You have to train your foundation first before you can exert your full strength. The true source of a muscle's power comes from its foundation. You all finally realize that. You may have lost using only your chest muscles, but what if you combine them with the power of your legs? Show me the effort and spirit you all have. After Hanso's pep talk cleared their heads, the goblins became fierce and immediately charged the chicken flock. But the result was the same. They were sent flying by a goofy chicken with a single blow. It turned out that carrying heavy objects all this way had trained their leg muscles, but it had also left them exhausted. By the time Hanso realized this, it was too late. After achieving victory, the chickens started looking down on everyone with contempt. You guys are nothing. It was time for Hanso to show them who the top creature was on this forest's food chain. Seeing that someone still dared to provoke them, the chickens angrily charged toward him. Faced with this situation, Hanso remained perfectly calm. He simply held one hand out in front of him. As the goofy chickens charged forward, their lives suddenly flashed before their eyes in slow motion, from the moment they were just tiny newly hatched eggs to being a little older and taught by their parents how to hunt. As adults, they always had to compete with their own kind. That process helped their chest muscles develop to become incredibly powerful. But today, the opponent they faced was Hanso. The result was that he threw the entire flock into a pot with not a single one escaping. Get plenty of protein. Tomorrow you all will have to try and catch one for yourselves. Yes, leader. Anyone holding a chicken leg will do 300 push-ups. The next day, following Hanso's orders, the goblins went hunting again. He warned them to be careful. If you get injured, you can't train. Hanso wasn't going with them because he was busy with his own chest workout. Without their leader to command the fight, the goblins had to devise their own plan of action. By their calculations, Hanso alone had caught 27 goofy chickens yesterday. So today their goal was to catch at least 50. They decided to split into 3 teams, and if any team ran into danger, they would signal the other 2 teams to come help. And so the second hunt of the goblin village officially began. Meanwhile, 3 young humans had found the skeleton of the cockatrice that Hanso had taken care of. Its skull was missing. It looked like it had been destroyed by high-level magic. Someone who could kill a cockatrice in a single blow. Must be as powerful as an archmage. Can we really handle this mission? Don't worry, Block. Even though you're the weakest in the group, we won't let you get hurt. As the 3 of them were talking, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. It turned out to be a team of goblins rounding up chickens nearby. The goblins quickly spotted the 3 young humans, and the humans were equally surprised to see a group of strange monsters with 6-pack abs for the first time. Stop, humans are a vicious and bloodthirsty species. We don't know how they'll behave. Making a reckless move could endanger everyone. What are those goblins doing? Is it some kind of pose before they use a skill? Go get Team 1 and Team 2. We have to get the advantage in numbers. The goblins had figured out how to use their chest muscles to send signals to their allies. Unexpectedly, this action enraged the chickens. It inadvertently helped them level up. The goofy chickens evolved into cockatrice monsters, and their faces looked less goofy too. In a rage, the entire flock immediately charged the goblins. Team 3 thought to themselves that they were totally screwed. However, in the nick of time, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 arrived. The reinforcements were here. The goblins were no longer afraid of the cockatrices. Now they could use the secret technique they learned from Hanso. 3 bench press with proper form. You're doing great. When you can't maintain proper form, you need a spotter. But what should we do? If you want to truly and safely feel your own power, the answer is Hanso's secret bodybuilding technique. 4 goblins coordinate to form a single unit. This way, the attack of the person in front carries the power of all 3 people behind them. Using this 4-person battle formation, the goblins successfully dominated the chickens. There was one goblin left over in the group who was about to be caught by a cockatrice. The three young humans decided to help him as they were moved by the goblins' unified fighting style. The two sides had just teamed up to take down the chickens when a new threat appeared. A massive, colossal cockatrice, its eyes staring at everyone with pure, unadulterated rage. This cockatrice reminded them of a dragon named Long Yi, a beast infamous for its greed and cruelty, who lived in fear that other dragons might one day surpass him. Because of that fear, he took extreme measures by splitting his own power, and that's exactly how the cockatrice, a species closely related to dragons, was born. While this giant bird isn't a true dragon, it's still a lethally dangerous creature to everyone else. Meanwhile, Han So was so busy focusing on his pec workout that he had no idea what was happening in the forest. Although his muscle growth was quite slow compared to his previous life, he still had plenty of time to adapt to this new world. 3 months had passed. Back at the start, they were all as skinny as anchovies. I had to teach them every single step like showing a newborn baby how to walk. They almost gave up, but that was just a fleeting thought. In the end, they pushed through with everything they had and not a single one of them quit. That's why their bodies have developed so much. And now they finally look like they're in good shape. Chief, we've got a massive problem. The chickens are evolving way too fast. At this rate, everyone is going to be in serious danger. We're all going to be toast. Shut your mouth and just lead the way. Warning: energy levels exceed muscle capacity. High risk of danger. Do you want to cancel this skill? How dare you bastards lay a finger on my boys? Confirmation received. Continuing skill activation. Han So stomped his foot down to build momentum. The ground beneath him shattered and he launched himself into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Over here, Leaper and Honda were struggling against the giant bird. One was drawing its attention as a distraction, while the other aimed for its weak spots. Even though their tactics were solid and they managed to land a few critical hits on its vitals, the bird was way stronger than they ever imagined. In an instant, Leaper was sent flying into the sky by a single flap of its wings. Despite being badly hurt, he signaled to the others that he was still alive. To keep his teammates focused, the ghoul team had no choice but to use their secret combat form, the ultimate bodybuilder technique, the human tower. But the chickens' assault was just too fierce. It didn't take long for their combined formation to be torn apart. Just as the ghouls were about to meet their end, something plummeted from the sky and obliterated the giant bird. The thick cloud of dust quickly settled. The one who just appeared was Gulo. As for Han So, he jumped a bit too hard and landed in the wrong spot. Right then, a swarm of giant chickens surrounded Gulo, but he didn't flinch. He just mocked them. Is that the best you pests can do? That ghoul looks like the Demon King. That long-range attack was pretty impressive. What are you all staring at? You really think I'd come here without a plan? Has the Demon King actually prepared a strategy beforehand? I've drawn their attention. Take this chance to wipe them all out, Master Han So. Please show yourself. Chief, why aren't you coming out? Where are you, Chief? The Ghoul King might have bragged a bit too much this time. Unlike the typical ghouls, Gulo doesn't participate in the bodybuilding sessions, yet his status remains unchanged. So how can he maintain his position even though the other ghouls in the village have grown significantly stronger? It's because Han So gave Gulo a very important mission, controlling everyone's weight limits. Gulo had no choice but to keep using his skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill has reached its maximum level and has been growing stronger without him even noticing. Earlier, he managed to kill a giant chicken with just a single boulder. However, now they've called in reinforcements, and even he's starting to feel a bit nervous. Seeing this, the other ghouls began to cheer for Gulo. If he can take down that bird, with a single blow would he really be as strong as Han So? No way. No one can take down this monster in one hit. Maybe I'm just a genius. I've been different from common ghouls since the day I was born. Come at me, you overgrown chickens. The great Ghoul King will crush you all. But right after talking, Big Gulo got smacked so hard he vanished. We're really doomed now. Honda Leaper. I'm sorry I could never understand your jokes. At least I have friends by my side in my final moments. I won't be lonely, and we'll fight until our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, Chief, for teaching us. The training was brutal, but we truly felt the joy of becoming strong. If there is a next life, please guide us once more. Somewhere else, Han So found the spot where Gulo crashed. The ghouls are in grave danger. Chief, please save them. Activating Calm skill. Detected an overwhelming emotion. Calm skill has been cancelled. What's going on? Why are the chickens suddenly running away? It turns out the chickens felt a terrifying threat coming from Han. So they swarmed toward him instead. That's enough from you lot. I'm trying my absolute best to stay calm here. Detected an emotion even more powerful than the calm skill. User will be scanned. Calm skill will be disabled for 1 day. This vibration in my chest, it has to be Master Hanso. Who is this Master Hanso you keep talking about? He is our teacher and our leader. His muscles are far more sensitive than any of ours. Is that it? Words alone simply aren't enough to describe him. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Why didn't they just keep it simple, Lord Han? So is our new Demon King. I still have no freaking clue what these guys are talking about. Meanwhile, Hanso is facing a flock of giant chickens all by himself. He unleashes a move, single-hand dumbbell shock, sending one bird flying into the sky. Seeing this, 2 others immediately leap high into the air. They stomp down on the ground where Hanso is standing. Even though he's buried deep into the earth, he isn't afraid. He uses a weightlifting technique to hurl them away, but as he jumps out of the pit, Hanso takes down yet another chicken. My ancestors taught me that your kind can grow muscle through chest vibrations. That's why I dragged you all here. This is definitely the right place. I can build muscle with my own chest, but what about you? Can you lot even do it? Hanso slams his hands onto the ground and the silhouette of a dumbbell of infinite weight appears behind him. Hanso's muscles suddenly bulge as if he's turned into a giant. Then he unleashes his ultimate move, the divine squat strike. The dumb chickens get absolutely thrashed. Everyone arrives just in time to witness Hanso totally dominating the flock. So this is the Demon King those ghouls were talking about with power like this. Is he even human? I've used my legs way too much. I can't waste any more time. I don't know how much longer I can maintain this form, but if I give up now, Lord Han... So... If he keeps this up, I'll die of exhaustion. But it's better if I'm the only one who dies rather than the whole village. If I quit now, I won't be able to show my face again. I'm facing the former Demon King Gulo who volunteered to help me train. I have to finish this all in one shot. Dumbbell shock. Maximum weight. Activating super recovery skill. Muscles restored by 15%. Warning, limb muscles are in a pillar state. Every upper body muscle and limb muscle is extremely weak. Quickly relax your upper body muscles. Muscle damage risk detected. Requesting immediate upper body relaxation. Lord Han. So after everything, we'll all lend you a hand. With everyone working together, the chickens were finally defeated. That's enough training for today. Gulo, I'm really going to miss you. Before Lord Hanso arrived, he was always so grumpy. But as soon as he met Hanso, he turned into a nice guy. Now, who's going to help me up? Don't you dare turn away, you ungrateful punks! Get back here and I'll show you. You worked hard today, Lord Hanso. Gulo's sudden appearance left everyone frozen for 5 seconds. What's wrong? I wasn't feeling so great, and so I took a nap before coming here. Gulo, you're still alive. What the? Don't all rush me at once. Stop it, or I'm seriously going to give you a beating. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, let's protect and take care of everyone together. He wiped out the entire Coca gang by himself. He's also the one who killed Cockatrice, right? Yes, I'm quite sure of it, Lord Wirrut. That Demon King isn't much of a concern, but that kid is definitely dangerous. We still don't know when they'll reveal their true nature. I need to think carefully about how to deal with him. Speaking of which, where's Block? Didn't he come back with you guys? Hey, can I ask what you're doing? Hey, kid, are you trying to hurt him? Whoa, look at this. This guy's got a seriously impressive physique. Stop treating Block like an object. Hey, do you want to be stronger than you are right now? That doesn't matter. What matters is what's behind you. So do you want to? You've probably wanted to try it at some point, right? If you're interested, stay here and train with me. We had no choice but to let him take Block away like that. Boss, please, you have to save Block from those damn monsters. We don't know what kind of training they're doing. It could even be dark magic. I'm sorry someone was taken, but since we know nothing about them, we can't afford to take such a risk. Besides, your boss isn't the type of person who would agree to do something that risky. No, today we're going to teach them a lesson. You two get ready for battle. Why are you suddenly so fired up? This isn't like you at all. Move it. Move it out of the way, old man. How dare they lay a finger on my student? Let's go save Block from those ghouls. We have a newcomer in the Hungry Ghost Village today. To get started, let's do some squats. Excuse me, what's a squat? I'll teach you. Come here. Squats are the best exercise to tone your body and also to build muscle. What's wrong? Block. What are you doing just sitting on the ground like that? Okay, stop. Honestly, the way you're doing it just looks like you're standing up and sitting down. Instead, you have to focus the pressure on your thighs. That way you won't injure your body. Spread your feet shoulder-width apart block. Like this, point your knees forward and go up and down. It's as if you're about to sit down. You can do whatever you want with your hands. Do it decisively. Focus the force on your thighs and hips. That's what you call a squat. For your first time, you're doing pretty well. Have you ever trained anywhere before? Well, I have studied swordsmanship. Really? In that case, try squatting some more. Remember to be decisive with your movements. Can you raise your hands? I'm going to place a weight on them. Get in the correct posture. Now squat. All right, very good, everyone. Give Block a round of applause. This guy, even while squatting and lifting a weight, he can still hold a steady posture, just as I thought. I really do have a good eye for talent. Now, this is what you call physical training. Block, you followed me because you want to get stronger, right? Ah, well, yes. I want to be as strong as my friends. I'm just afraid you won't be able to do it. To be honest, I'm well aware that for someone like me, no matter how hard I try, I'll never be able to match up to someone with natural-born talent. But I'm still very grateful to you, Hanzo. With your guidance, I think I'll at least be able to handle things on my own. What are you talking about? You'll just become strong in a different way. Strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have a lot of potential. This is the first time anyone has ever acknowledged my talent. Okay, don't cry, you'll lose all your muscle gains. Requirements met. The level 2 Eagle Eye skill has increased to level 3, Lord Han. So why did you bring chicks with you? We can hunt those chickens, but we can't just hunt them indiscriminately. Because if we do, there won't be any left. We should prevent that before they go extinct. Lord Han. So these chickens grow very fast, so there won't be any problem raising them. There aren't many monsters in Alamai capable of wiping them out, and right now we're stronger than those chicks. But if they evolve, no one will be able to kill them. Except for you, Lord Hanzo. You mean you can't beat them? You really can't. Actually, that's not quite it. We can... I knew it, right? Why do you underestimate your own kind? I was almost disappointed in you. All of you use your thighs, the main muscle groups, to hold the weight. Heavy plank 1 out of 10. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. All right, then. I'll activate the skill now. Heavy plank times 2. The weight is increasing. Come on, you can do it. But while everyone was training, a stranger suddenly infiltrated the hungry ghost village. Are you the monster who kidnapped my student? I think there's a misunderstanding here. I don't know who you are, and I'm not the chief here anymore. Your answer is either yes or no. We haven't done anything but train. What do you mean by that, oh-ho? He can block a strike from my sword with just his bare hands. Did she just injure my muscle? This old woman? She's dangerous. Hey, you two? Is this the one who kidnapped Block? Yes, that's him. Block, our master is here to save you. Block. Where are you? Answer us. I apologize for interrupting your training, little kid, but kidnapping someone else's student is not a good thing to do. Isn't that right? What's this, Block? You already have a trainer? This wouldn't have happened if you had told me sooner. But bodybuilding is more fun than swordsmanship, right? Be honest now, why are you stuttering? I'm sorry, master. I like bodybuilding more than swordsmanship. The attacker has traveled all this way to get here. I'm sorry, master, I have a new master now. Is that so? In that case, I have no choice. I'll have to use force to take you back. Having said that, the strange woman unleashed her celestial blade slash. Han Sok quickly flexed his muscles to block his opponent's attack. This is a blow to my pride. Can I really only manage to scratch you? Block, is this the physique you want to train for? Yes, Master Han, so is so damn cool. Then let's do it this way. This kid and I will duel for the right to be your master. The winner's martial art will decide your path. You may not know this, but bodybuilding is not a martial art. It's a set of exercises to train and improve one's own body. I heard you killed a cockatrice with this so-called bodybuilding. That was for protein. Everything I do is for the sake of survival. So bodybuilding is useless in a fight. What did you just say? Why are you so angry? Did that hurt your pride? What's the point of training the body if you can't fight with it? In other words, it's just trash. I'll show you what training is for. Chicken leg muscle compression mechanism. Activate. I wonder who would win in a fight between Mr. Hanzo and that girl. Just look at the physique difference between the two of them. You should be able to figure it out yourself. Body size doesn't mean anything. My master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. 4. Activate skill, Eagle Eye, level 3. Species, human. Occupation, swordmaster. With a muscle ratio that low, how could she possibly injure me? A human shouldn't be able to damage muscle with a sword. You alien. What kind of martial art are you teaching? The swordsmanship I teach allows one to shred their enemies to pieces with sword aura. Let a senior like me teach you a thing or two. Do you know why I call you an alien, even though you look human? It's because your mana is red. The redder your mana, the purer your demonic bloodline. And the technique you're using is not, no human can change their form during a fight. You can change your form as long as you have the determination. Don't act like you know everything. That only happens with aliens like you. Humans can only use inner energy like this to compensate for their weaknesses in battle. One blade to part the worlds. 10,000 swords to pierce the heart. Even if you try to spread that martial art of yours in this place, it will be useless. Do you understand now? Your type of martial art is nothing but trash to humans. And you think you can defeat me with that shameful art? So this is how your opponents have been defeated. The opponents you've faced, were they stronger than I am? Why should I care about that? When someone is my rival, no one is left standing. We, the passionate bodybuilders, will always strive to surpass those stronger than us. And now I'll show you exactly what I mean. Block, can I say something? I'm sorry. We thought we might not see you again, so we went to our master's place. We knew doing that would make you hate us, but for some reason. What are you two talking about? Why would I hate you guys? Well, you left because we were pressuring you. I came over here because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was even planning to head back in a bit. Han. So already said it was okay. So Block, what kind of martial art are you planning to learn? We want to know too. I just got here, so I'm not sure myself. Lord Demon King, could you guide us? Very well. Follow me. Do you remember what your master said was the most important thing in swordsmanship when you first started training? It's the lower body's center of gravity, that's right. With the exercise we're about to do, we'll use our entire lower center of gravity. We're going to focus on our quads with squats. Hanso said we have to learn the proper form first. But if we want to make the exercise more interesting by using weights right away, isn't that really dangerous? It's fine, I'll be spotting them elsewhere. Hanso was still exchanging blows with the master of those three young men, but it was strange. The two sides just kept pushing back and forth like they were lifting weights. Why are you holding back your power? I'm concentrating my power. Technically, it's called the contraction and squeezing technique. Hey, is that Leaper and Honda groaning? So it seems those two were also lured by their friend onto the path of GYM. What the heck is going on? Are they training? Oh, that they're doing squats. This is part of the exercise. Sorry about that. May I incorporate your exercise into our training program? Really? Why the sudden change of heart? I can see an intense passion within it. I've discovered the happiness in watching sweat-drenched bodies form an alliance of solidarity through training. Later, while seeing the three young men's master off, Hanso noticed something. Your handshake is no joke. How do you train, haha? Are you curious? All right, I'll tell you. The truth is, it's nothing special. My job is to swing a sword all day. You think I need to train, but I'm curious about something else. Are you okay with teaching everyone your advanced training methods without asking for any payment? It's no problem at all. The more people who train, the better. Why do you think that? Because you can have a gym anywhere. Plus, you'll be more effective at your work by learning more training methods, right? This could be possible across the entire continent. I want a culture of health and wellness to become widespread. You're more amusing than I thought. I'm starting to like you. I'll grant you a special favor whenever you want. That evening, while everyone was eating dinner, Block had something to say. Excuse me, Sir Han Solo. Perhaps you don't know this, Sir Han Solo, but the city I'm from is an extremely discriminatory place. They don't just discriminate against abnormals, but also against dark mages and so on and so forth. Humans, even their leaders, have their own priorities. Younger people like me care less about these things, but I'm worried that you Hanso and your friends here will get hurt. Hanso was in the middle of gnawing on a chicken breast. Hearing that, it does sound like a big problem. In that case, maybe we should take our time and rethink the trip. Hanso didn't answer Block's question, his attention solely on the horse's feed trough. Its texture is perfectly crunchy and sticky. Without a doubt, this is the main ingredient for oatmeal. Do only horses get to eat something this clean and nutritious? This is a really serious problem. Look at that boy. He's even eating livestock feed. It doesn't even taste good. In the end, monsters really have poor taste in food. A monster would be sad if it heard you say that. I've tried the military rations you people usually eat. They're a bit bland. But would you all like to try my food? Is this monster inviting us to eat? I think it looks delicious. It's sweet and refreshing, and it even has a little bit of a spicy kick. Moreover, that spiciness was added so cleverly, it's truly magical. I had lost my sense of taste before, but now I'm finding things delicious. We'll tell you all the recipe when we get there, so don't look down on us monsters. Understood. This monster, milady. You said you were Rihanna. What is it? We'll continue tomorrow morning. Do you remember saying you'd grant me a special favor in the morning? Of course I remember. I've already decided what I want. I want you to help me with the 5 grains issue. Isn't this animal feed? You've heard what everyone's saying. I heard you're planning on raising chickens. Are you planning to feed them the 5 grains? Not them. We are the ones who will be eating the 5 grains. It's not a big deal to me, but I'd feel bad letting you eat animal feed. That's right, Sir Hanso. She seems to be a high-ranking person among the humans. Besides, we're not used to eating 5 grains. What did you just say? Say that again to my face. They're not wrong. If you want something more, just tell me. You could turn your tent into a wooden house. You could wear a warrior's outfit instead of commoner's clothes like that, and for food, all you need is chicken breast. Sir Hanso really likes chicken. That's not right. Eating only protein is terrible for the body, especially the liver. But if we eat a moderate amount of carbs, glycogen will produce the substances that help us build muscle. Actually, oats are a complex carbohydrate that can slow down digestion. They're low in calories and rich in nutrients, which is why they're known as the king of grains on earth. So what reward could possibly be better than oats? After hearing that, everyone was speechless, having no idea what this dude was talking about. But the goblins were getting very excited. What is it? Let us see. I think that must be the secret. The secret he uses to deal with Lady Rihanna, don't you think so? We can't lose to those monsters. We should eat it too. Brock is eating it. Let's all give it a try. But after eating, the whole group started to puke. Damn it, this stuff tastes awful. Brock spit it out. It's not good at all. Even the muscleheads are spitting it out. It tastes good and it's satisfying to chew. Don't you guys think so? He even has a talent for eating. He'll get stronger quickly. He's very enthusiastic. I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to know what you're talking about. I will initiate the production process to meet your request. Are you serious, Rihanna? You're the best. At least we don't lose anything. General Rihanna is back. Open the city gates. Han. So do you remember what I told you? This is the country of eccentrics, the strongest nation on the continent. A nation of discrimination. The judgmental stares of the people here are making the goblins feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? Stand up straight. They're staring because you guys have great physiques. Really? Chief, I'm pretty sure that's not it. And so under the judgmental gaze of the crowd, the group started walking while confidently flexing their muscles. Why do I find myself liking these monsters? Meanwhile, at Wirrot Castle. So you've taught my soldiers how to train, and you've been feeding them animal fodder too. It's not animal feed, it's oats. Like oatmeal. What an insolent brat. My general proposed bringing these special monsters to the castle. If not for that proposal, I would not have allowed you to set foot in here. Even for a single step. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Don't cause any trouble. Just teach our soldiers how to train, and then leave quietly. Once you've finished your work, if you would also like to learn, I can be your personal trainer. I have no need for that. Just do your job. What a shameless creature. The generals are truly too popular. This is worrisome. How can I change the attitude of the people? This is a good opportunity. Guards, bring the mercenary Tutula here. General, your guest is about to bare his fangs at you. Soldiers' training grounds. Everyone stop. Today we'll be having a special training session. The person standing next to me right now is the special trainer that General Rihanna brought to the castle. The Goblin Master, Juhan So Goblin Master. So isn't he a monster? Why is a monster our trainer? I know you don't like the new coach, but if you don't follow his orders, you can consider yourselves dismissed. Disobeying military law. Greetings, everyone. I am Duhan, so the special instructor who will be guiding your training today. I don't like the way you're all looking at me. So all of you get down on the ground. Why are you looking at me? Just do what Sir Hanso says. Get down and suck in your stomachs, you bastards. Aren't you going to do it? What are you guys doing? Hurry up. This is hilarious. Everyone. Are you really going to listen to that monster? Cadet, if you call Instructor Han. So a monster, that action will be considered an act of disrespect towards the general. Isn't that right, Instructor? You think an order from that monster is the same as an order from the general? Everyone stand up. Are you all really going to follow that monster's orders? Have some dignity as human beings. A military order is absolute. Is there a problem? There are plenty of problems. First, we humans do not take orders from monsters like you. Second, as for what you call training, we have no reason to train in anything other than swordsmanship. And the final problem is, we don't want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait a moment, Sir Hanso. I think I can resolve this. Regarding the first issue, he over there can instruct you on Sir Hanso's behalf. That way you won't have a problem anymore, right? As for the second issue, I don't know if swordsmanship training is more useful. Since we've never compared the two, how about we settle it with a duel? And as for the final issue, of being civilized or not, well then let's have a match and see, you humans. Are you guys ready? We're ready. You guys are unbelievable. Fine, I accept the challenge. Instructor, this is permitted, correct? I'm on the human side. Where's the other team? Heh heh heh, you foolish monsters. But I'm sorry I'm no cadet. Let me show you the meaning of fear. The kind brought by the Tutula mercenaries, personally requested by the Count himself. The battle begins. This dude had just rushed forward when he got knocked the hell out by the ghoul-like young man. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? I see him twitching, so he's probably still alive. Don't be so rough. Are you showing off? I'm sorry, leader. Forget it, you didn't mean to. No need to apologize. Now, since you people have lost, you will obey my orders. Yes, instructor. But unexpectedly, that guy had already woken up and was secretly activating his power while the ghoul's back was turned. He suddenly lunged forward, intending a sneak attack from behind, but before his sword could even come down, Han-So slapped him straight into a wall. The next day, Rihanna came to the training ground to visit everyone. Han-So, how are you? He clearly used magic. I agree. I believe he used magic during the match, too. That's why you can't trust monsters. Instructor, I don't quite understand the situation here. Please explain what's happening. Yes, General. A battle broke out because a few of them refused to follow your orders. And our soldiers lost, but some of them claim the monsters used magic. Han? So did you really use magic in the fight? I wouldn't stoop to something like that. Do you believe that monster, General? I was just passing by when some interesting things reached my ears. Tell me what's happening here. General, are you on our side? Or are you on the same side as these monsters? Of course I'm on the side of the humans. If that's the case, then who are you listening to now? Are you here to train? Get off your horse first. Sir Han-So, I don't think he came here just to train. General, I am very displeased. The guests you brought back are causing quite a few problems for our people. A soldier has been injured, and that is a very serious matter. How can a lord like myself simply turn a blind eye to this? As the lord of the Virus Duchy, I hereby exile General Rihanna for 2 years. However, after seeing the terrifying killing intent in Rihanna's eyes, the lord instantly chickened out and didn't dare say another word. My lord, that simply cannot happen. Please just let us go and kill those monsters. We beg you to withdraw that order. He nearly wet his pants right then and there. Mr. Han, so I'm so sorry for bringing you into this mess. I won't be able to look after you properly anymore. Don't worry about that. It's not like we're welcomed everywhere we go anyway. My lord, at the very least, can we let them stay here for 3 months as promised? Fine, I'll keep my word. The preparations are complete. Everyone shut up. How dare you talk back to your lord like that? Do you even deserve to call yourselves soldiers of this country after this? But General, I told you brats to be quiet. I thought you only discriminated against monsters. But it seems you've learned how to be mouthy with your superiors, too. Perhaps I should step back so these future seeds have a chance to grow. I wonder how this experience will change them. It's going to be so much fun when I return. What is wrong with her? That laugh is creeping me out. That evening, the man who had picked a fight with Han-So secretly left the city with his reward money. Just a little more of this and I'll have enough to never do this dirty work again. This bell looks just like a flower. Maybe I should open a flower shop. My dear wife and daughter, please wait just a little longer. Daddy will be home soon. However, this man had no idea that the village where his wife and child lived was already engulfed in flames. What a beautiful way for my hometown to welcome us back. Prince's care for a dance. The next day, 2 ghouls were in the forest hunting slimes. Wait, didn't you just break your arm? My arm feels perfectly fine now. Hey, kids, what are you doing with all those slimes? Oh, it's Master Brock and General Rihanna. Wait, didn't you say you wouldn't come back after leaving with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question. Master Han so said we need these slimes, for what slimes can't even be used for medicine. Why don't you come with us? You should probably see it for yourself. Master Han, so we're here. Oh, Brock is here, and Rihanna too. I just stopped by to see everyone before I head out. I was also quite curious to see what you guys were planning to do next. Use your chest muscles to squeeze them into a corner. What on earth do you plan to do with those slimes? Watching my students on the training ground made me realize that standard muscle building or weightlifting isn't very effective for these kids. Training them like professional athletes would be much more useful, but we don't have enough equipment. So I had to make my own, making equipment out of slimes. Is it like the scarecrows you use for speed slashing practice? No, it has nothing to do with swordsmanship. Bring a slime over here. First, once you have the slime, you do this. Take out this core. It will regenerate in a few days, so we can set it aside and do this. We create a hole in the middle of the slime once the regeneration stone is gone. These slime monsters are incredibly elastic. Next, we use our hands to stretch them out like this before they contract. And there you go, a training band. That's what the final shape looks like. Rihanna, I'm sure you didn't know this, but with this you can perform a wide variety of exercises. Their elasticity depends on their color, so we'll categorize them accordingly for different routines. Master Han, so... Thank you, and I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I suppose you didn't know, but I once doubted you. I thought you were only pretending to be obsessed with training as a way to get close to humans. But you were truly sincere with us. I have truly failed as a teacher, being unable to stop the virus territory from becoming such an irrational place. That is why I've had to endure the Lord's nonsense for so long. But you're different. I truly believe you can change this country. Change it, huh? Let's see about that. That's my area of expertise, but not that kind of change. So it's like this. No, that's not it either. That's the change I was talking about. The monster coach. Let's see what he's going to teach us first. We didn't come all this way, just because we lost a battle or whatever. And don't you dare start with those weird exercises like lying flat on our stomachs, Sir Han. So can I leave these kids in your hands? Of course you can. The number of new members is growing once again. Meanwhile, things aren't just changing around Hanzo. Our enemies are immortal monsters. The terrifying thing about these zombies is that we'll turn into monsters ourselves if we're bitten. Exactly. Be careful not to let your horses get bitten, and you must watch yourselves as well. Warriors charge, attack them for me, Bedaman. No. Wait, if we show up now, we'll only put others in danger. Just wait a little longer, Bedoman. Those zombies are nothing more than props. The Duchy of Gokdu training camp. As I've said, the amount of stamina a person can use in a day is limited. That is exactly why we focus on training the essential muscle groups. Do you lot understand a single word, Sir Han? So just said. Everyone start stretching with the bands to prepare for the bench press. No. Today we're doing CrossFit instead of bench presses. Sir, what on earth is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method created by Greg Glassman. It's a way of training non-stop using high-efficiency, high-intensity exercises. This means it targets multiple muscle groups across the entire body. It requires us to work in a hexagonal formation if we team up and set our targets. It builds teamwork and fosters a sense of competition. I've already assigned the groups, so ask Gulo if you have any questions. Everyone give it your absolute best. It's to finish the workout. But during the training, Hanzo occasionally heard some strange noises. I've heard that sound several times now. What's that signal even for? Our Lord has been personally leading the charge against the zombies lately. Ever since they started appearing frequently in the villages surrounding the castle, they've been sending signals for backup. It seems the enemy is stronger than they anticipated. Hey, you lot. Your form is falling apart. Drop the weight and do it properly. Just as I thought, he doesn't care about the war at all. Number 4. According to our scouts, we've confirmed the enemy base is at the end of this road. This time, we will wipe them out and bring peace to our motherland. All troops advance. My lord, I'm afraid we've pushed too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they shouldn't be able to use any tactics. All we need is raw power and numbers to crush them. Look, our men are advancing steadily. Don't slow down. Keep pushing forward. War is all about momentum. Don't you dare stop until the enemy is wiped out. Wait. Has the mastermind behind all this finally shown himself? The enemy commander revealed himself quickly. It was Ben Gudo's old friend from years ago. Gudo was shocked to realize that even though 15 years had passed, Ben hadn't aged a single day. It turns out during all that time, Ben had been conducting research and experimenting on his own body. After injecting himself with vials of blue liquid, he transformed into a hideous giant monster. His strength and speed were pushed to the absolute limit. With just a few basic moves, Ben thrashed Gudo like a helpless child. He was completely outmatched. Ben mocked him, claiming that because Gudo only focused on sword training, that's why he's so pathetic and weak. As for him, he was using his research to push civilization to a new height. Meanwhile, Ben's experimental monsters were caught in a frenzied slaughter, butchering the soldiers. He confidently declared this was proof that his research was right. He believed the world would always have someone great who sacrificed for a cause. But that person doesn't live by the standards of ordinary people. Just as Ben was about to deal the finishing blow to Gudo, his subordinate Ivan leaped in just in time to block the attack. He screamed at the Lord and the soldiers to retreat immediately while he stayed behind to hold off Ben and his cronies. Taking that chance, Gudo managed to flee the battlefield on horseback, but his loyal subordinate met a heroic end under the fists of that brutal monster. Gudo pushed his horse to the limit, his breath coming in ragged, anxious gasps. "Pant! Pant! This is bad. I'm not going to make it at this rate." Images of Ben and those terrifying monsters flashed incessantly through his mind, leaving him wondering, just how on earth could those things ever be defeated? Meanwhile, in another place, Han Son and his army of muscle-bound men were grinding through a grueling workout. He was tirelessly lifting massive stone weights while muttering to himself, counting the reps. 152,123, 152,124, 152,125. Han Son's face remained perfectly calm, even though he had already surpassed 150,000 repetitions. He kept counting. 152,138, 152,139, 152,140. Back with the retreating army, Gudo bellowed, demanding a report. "Is there no one left to report on the state of the army?" Lumi immediately stepped forward. "This is Lumi, captain of the 20th Squad." Gudo barked, "Give me the report." Lumi recited the haunting numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 are either dead or infected. 27 are wounded. There are only 26 able-bodied men left. Hearing this, Guido was stunned. He calculated that there were only about 100 reserve troops left in the city, most of them trainees or wounded. He shouted angrily, "Damn it! How are we supposed to wage a war with only 126 people?" Lumi suggested calling General Leon back, but Guido immediately dismissed the idea. Believing it was too late for reinforcements, Lumi then proposed a bold idea. "Then what if we borrow the power of the monsters stationed in the city?" Guido asked in surprise. "The monsters." Lumi explained that their leader Hansen was once as powerful as General Leon. Since the army was providing them with food and shelter, they could use that as leverage. To demand that they go into battle? Guido nodded, pleased with the plan to use monsters to subdue monsters. He made up his mind, good, let's do it that way. Let's do it. Then he spurred his horse and galloped forward. 3 days later at the military training ground, Guido charged in on his horse and roared, "Stop your training, all of you assemble," while Hansen and his muscle army were still looking bewildered, holding their weights. "What the hell are you doing with those purple things in your hands? Hurry up and listen to the Count's orders." Guido looked down at the crowd that had gathered hesitantly around him and asked, "Hey, demi-human, is your name Hansen?" Hansen smiled casually and replied, "Yeah. Are you here for a personal training session?" Guido's face immediately hardened. "No. I'm here to give you monsters an order." He suddenly roared with fury. "The time has come for you to repay your debt. For the food and shelter you've been given, you lowly creatures." Guido raised his fist and declared authoritatively, "From this moment on, by my authority as Count Guido, I order you to destroy the zombie army that is approaching the city." He said this to the silent and dumbfounded faces of the muscle army. Gudo thought angrily to himself, "Just a bunch of low-level monsters. Don't they understand human language? Look at those clueless faces," he continued to shout. "You lot have the honor of being my cannon fodder, especially you, the leader, Hansen. I will grant you citizenship of the kingdom." The great Gudo, seeing they still weren't reacting, roared with excitement. "Isn't this the best possible deal?" "Go ahead, feel free to show off that so-called freakish physique of yours." Suddenly, Hansen shouted, striking a front double bicep pose, less about war, more about flexing. Instantly, the army of muscle confidently flexed in unison, showing off their bulging muscles. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gudo could only cry out in exasperation, "What in the world are you doing?" Hansen, still looking smug, explained that this was bodybuilding, a concept within the vast realm of the gym. Pointing to his comrades, Hansen affirmed that showing off their physiques was exactly what he was talking about. However, Gudo had completely lost his patience. He roared, "There's no time for chit-chat. If you don't obey my orders immediately." Gudo threatened that if they got injured or died, it would all be over. That remark seemed to hit Hansen's sore spot. He immediately unleashed a burning killing intent, his eyes glowing red as he growled, "You won't be able to hit the gym anymore, you fool. If I lose my gains, are you going to take responsibility?" Faced with the suffocating pressure and the giant phantom appearing behind Hansen, Gudo's face went pale sweat pouring down. He stammered, I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems I have to apologize." The Count was completely overwhelmed. He quickly bowed his head. No, I'm sorry. The horrifying pressure made Gudo want to vomit. He meekly corrected himself. I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Stop flexing. You're scaring me. Seeing that the other party had learned his lesson, Hanson gave a slight nod, accepting the apology. Gudo didn't dare to linger. He quickly spurred his horse and left with Lumi. Hanson immediately got back to training, enthusiastically shouting, "All right, break's over. Let's start again from number 1, on the other side." Lumi asked Gudo worriedly if they should try to persuade them one more time, but he flatly refused, saying that he never expected anything from those monsters in the first place. Gudo ordered for General Ox to be summoned immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo asserted that while Ox's personality was a bit bad, his strength was undeniable. He's completely on par with General Leon. The two of them silently rode forward. Gudo ordered all forces to gather before the city gate, determined to show the zombies the power of humanity. Outside the walls, the horde of undead shrieked ceaselessly, pressing closer. On the ramparts stood General Ox with his imposing build and distinctive nose ring. He was ready for battle. Gudo watched nervously from the side as he saw a sea of zombies flooding towards them like a torrent. Suddenly, General Ox roared, "Halt!" He yelled towards the enemy, "I've received reports that you have an intelligent leader." Ox continued, proposing, "Don't you intend to talk?" From the distance, Ben and his giant minions shambled forward. Gudo was stunned to recognize Ben's presence. He was casually picking his ear as he walked, a look of complete contempt on his face. "I was in the middle of cleaning my ear. What's with all the yelling?" From his high perch, Ox declared authoritatively, "Although your monster army is numerous, breaking through these strong city walls is impossible." He issued a challenge. "Therefore let me, the representative of the Gudo kingdom, and you, the representative of you monsters, settle this. How about we decide the outcome of this war with a one-on-one duel?" Ben burst out laughing, full of excitement. "Now that sounds interesting. I accept your offer." Seeing the enemy had taken the bait, Ox smirked triumphantly and suddenly leaped straight from the city wall, creating a massive impact as he landed. Amidst the cloud of dust, Ox growled, "So who's stepping forward?" Immediately, a giant muscular monster with its face hidden by a black mask stepped forward. It let out a resounding roar and began to flex, showing off its intimidating, rippling muscles. Ox looked at the massive opponent before him and remarked, "Decent size." He immediately rushed forward, intending to see what it was really made of. After a huge collision, Ox smirked. "Tough, aren't you?" He continued to channel his strength, unleashing a flurry of consecutive punches. The monster's flesh rippled continuously under the force of the blows. Suddenly, the monster spat a volley of blackish liquid from its mouth. Ox quickly flipped away to dodge it, thinking to himself, "As expected, a skill I need to avoid." Looking at the pool of corrosive liquid on the ground, Ox said sarcastically, "What's with this rotting corpse? I've never seen an undead like you." The monster trembled, the only thoughts in its head being, "Dangerous, too strong." It immediately turned and fled for its life. Ox shouted in surprise, "Trying to run!" He pursued it relentlessly, roaring, "Not a chance! This only ends when one of us is dead!" Ox quickly closed the distance and grabbed the monster from behind. Gudo shouted a warning, "General, watch your side!" Ox just managed to lean away narrowly, avoiding the attack. Ox roared in fury, "How dare you interfere in a sacred duel!" He immediately poured power into his legs and charged straight at the interloper. Suddenly, a thunderous punch landed square in his face, sending Ox flying. He coughed up blood in pain. Cough Ben appeared with a maniacal laugh. "Sacred? Who cares about that? Winning is all that matters, right?" He laughed while flexing a giant muscular arm covered in thick, bulging veins. Ben looked at Ox with ice-cold eyes and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this duel?" He stated in a low voice, "Because you are the only variable left in this country." The sickening thuds of bone-crushing blows echoed one after another, signaling a horrific end as everyone watched the strongest general being brutally tortured. Gudo and Lumi stood frozen in terror, their faces pale at the sight of Ben's extreme cruelty. General Ock lay gasping on the ground, his body mangled beyond recognition. He whispered in utter desperation, "Please, please, have mercy. Spare me." Ben mocked him. "You want me to spare your life? Fine then. I'll let you live, of course." To the general's absolute bewilderment, the monster used his terrifying strength to hurl him high into the sky. General Ock plummeted from midair, his face twisted in shock at the sudden attack. He screamed in despair as he realized he was falling right into the center of thousands of enemies. A horde of zombies was howling below. A thunderous crash was followed by the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart amidst a sea of deformed monsters. From within the crowd, a creature with long white hair and a scraggly beard emerged listlessly. It was the once mighty General Ock, now completely transformed. Witnessing this nightmare, Gudo stammered in shock. "It's over. We're totally screwed. My top-tier recruit, he's a zombie now." Ben watched with a triumphant smirk and began to taunt him. "Hey, Gudo, why don't you just give up? Hand over the city quietly and I'll spare your life." Gudo roared back in a fit of rage. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you really think I'd hand the kingdom of Gudo over to a monster who's abandoned his humanity like you?" Ben let out a sinister laugh. "Fine then. I guess negotiations have failed. I never planned on letting you live anyway." His face instantly turned cold as Ben signaled his undead army to advance. The frenzied corpses and charged toward the city gates like an unstoppable flood. Gudo panicked and screamed orders to his soldiers. "Archers, fire! Fire your arrows now!" However, the soldiers on the wall could only tremble, replying helplessly, "But we've never used a bow before. How are we even supposed to aim?" This army's reliability was truly something else. Witnessing the pathetic state of his army, Gudo reached his breaking point. He slammed his fist against the wall and cursed, "Damn it!" Lumi rushed over, asking anxiously, "Count, what should we do?" Gudo stood still, sweat pouring down his face. He whispered in total agonizing despair, I don't know." Lumi looked at him with wide, questioning eyes. Gudo suddenly snapped and screamed in her face, "I told you I don't know either." The Count completely lost his will to fight. He turned and bolted toward the inner city, leaving Lumi shouting after him in shock. Gudo ran like a madman through the streets. Abandoning everything behind him, his mind was filled with the bitter, mocking voices from his past. "Gudo the coward!" The laughter of children still haunted him. Gudo is a coward. Even those close to him used to look at him with disdain, saying, "Gudo running away is just what a coward does. The young master is too spineless, that's why he failed." Another acquaintance mocked him. "Isn't running away your only specialty? Following you while you're running away is the safest place to be." The image of a woman being captured, crying out, "Gudo, save me," stabbed into his heart like a knife. Gudo ran and sobbed in bitter resentment. "I'm tired. I'm so tired," he wailed in despair, wondering if anyone truly understood the crushing weight of responsibility, or if they had ever walked in his shoes. Though he was a cowardly leader who couldn't carry the burden deep down, he still desperately wanted to protect those who mattered. Gudo used every ounce of strength to throw open the doors in front of him. He screamed through his tears, "Of course I want to! Please, someone save me." The demon count collapsed, sobbing, "Big brother, help me." Gudo apologized repeatedly. "I was wrong. Gym is the truth. Lifting is life." All while Hansen and his muscular squad watched indifferently. Gudo pleaded piteously, "You can kill me if you want, but please, save my people, save my soldiers, save this country." He buried his face in the ground, weeping loudly, surrounded by the muscle army. Gudo kept bowing his head. "Please save me. Hick, please, I'm begging you. Hick." Hansen looked down at the man groveling at his feet and calmly summarized, "So basically, you want to join the gym, right?" Gudo looked up completely confused. Hansen flexed his massive, rippling shoulders and declared, "Gudo, I don't need your life, but my personal training fees are going to be expensive." He flashed a confident grin as his massive muscle army stood behind him. A group of soldiers rushed toward Hansen, pleading, "Master Hansen, we want to join too." But Hansen immediately barked out a stern refusal. "You beginners stay out of this." He flatly rejected the help of anyone whose total weight lifted was under 400 kilograms, declaring them banned from participating in this war. Hansen and his muscular army marched forward like giants, leaving everyone in awe. Watching from behind, Gudo broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, "They really do look like idiots." But as he looked in their massive backs radiating a literal golden aura, he couldn't help but wonder, wait, why do they look so incredibly cool? Hansen led the army down the streets, their rhythmic shouting echoing through the air. 1034, 1056. He pointed forward, confirming, "The straight path to the gate is this way, right?" Sensing the extreme urgency, Hansen ordered, "We're switching to interval training." The entire army shouted back in unison, "Yes, sir." and then accelerated at a terrifying speed. The counting continued with every thundering step. 28, 29, 30. Hansen roared, demanding they maintain high intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The muscle army poured every ounce of strength into their dash, moving like arrows cutting through the wind. Even as they panted with their tongues out, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, they didn't slow down for a second. People on the sidelines could only gasp in amazement. They're insanely fast. The muscle army charged ahead, and leaving nothing but clouds of dust in their wake. Amidst the ruins, a mother clutched her small child as they were surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The child screamed in pure terror. "Mommy!" Suddenly, a crushing blow of 1,000 pounds struck, accompanied by a roar of "Press!" that pulverized the monsters in an instant. The child watched in awe as their saviors finally appeared. Reassuring his mother, he said, "It's okay, Mom. Those big brothers just saved us. These heroes are a little bit strange." The mother stood in shock watching Hansen and his army of muscles as they ran past, completely focused on counting their reps. 10, 67. The boy excitedly asked, "Mom, if I learn swordsmanship, can I become that strong too?" The mother watched those moving masses of muscle breaking out in a cold sweat as she replied, "Sweetie, that's not exactly swordsmanship once the war is over. Let's go ask them what kind of technique that is okay." In front of the city gates, chaos reigned as a sea of the undead launched a frenzied assault. At that moment, Hansen's level 3 Eagle Eye skill was officially activated, allowing him to see everything clearly. Looking at the screaming zombies, Hansen wondered, "Zombies, why do they keep screaming while they charge like that?" He clicked his tongue and commented like a pro. "These guys are just skin and bones. They've clearly never heard of whey protein." One of the team members struggled to explain. "Sir, they are called zombies." Seeing his subordinate hunched over in exhaustion, Hansen immediately barked, "Hey, even when you're resting, keep your back straight, or you'll ruin your spine." He really is the most dedicated personal trainer in the universe. The man quickly obeyed and continued explaining that these zombies have no intelligence, only a predatory instinct to eat, and that they are essentially walking and corpses. Hearing this, Hansen's face lit up with relief. "Oh, thank goodness. Then I don't have to feel guilty about taking them out." The man next to him asked cheerfully, "Master Hansen, what's the plan now?" Watching the zombies swarm toward the gate, Hansen nonchalantly made a shocking suggestion. "How about we use our pec muscles to just push them all away?" Faced with the group's stunned silence, Hansen snapped, "What's with those faces, huh?" The man frantically waved his hands in fear. No, forgive me, that's a brilliant plan." Hansen laughed heartily. "That's more like it." He immediately turned to ask for their opinion. "In that case, regarding the command of this operation, would you mind if I took charge?" Impressed by Hansen's determination, they replied, "Just go for it." Orders were barked out immediately. A member of the muscle army shouted, "Everyone scatter Team 1 and Team 2 spread out through the village. Protect the citizens." He continued coordinating the forces. "Team 3 and Team 4 get up on the walls." The members worked in perfect harmony, supporting the soldiers and fighting back the undead. Team 5 assist Master Hansen in pushing the zombies back from the walls, right at the gate. Hansen was using his terrifying physical strength to single-handedly push back a sea of encroaching zombies. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, everyone around could only gape in shock. "Whoa, is that even humanly possible?" However, the situation remained critical. Gudo roared an order, "Seal the gate quickly." He analyzed the situation anxiously. "Even if Master Hansen pushes them back, if any slip through the cracks, the village is doomed." Gudo continued to urge them in desperation. "So, please block the city gate." Hearing this, Lumi shouted back, "Lord Count, the gate has been completely destroyed." She pointed toward the wide-open entrance where Hansen was straining to hold the line. "There's no door left to block the way." Gudo gasped in horror. "How can this be?" Just then, a confident voice rang out, "I knew this would happen." Heavy footsteps that shook the earth approached. Together, they were carrying a massive dumbbell-shaped metal block with Hansen engraved on it. Gudo was stunned to recognize a familiar face. That weak little boy from back then grew into this monster. Lumi couldn't believe her eyes either. How are they even lifting that thing? Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Hansen was nonchalantly doing walking lunges. A member struggling to carry the weight shouted, "Brock, you go on ahead." The swordsman, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, asked in bewilderment, What is going on here?" He gritted his teeth in pain. "My quads are completely burned out. I can't move my legs anymore." Don't give up, Senior. I know you can do it. A member of the muscle army spoke up. I know you're always thinking about your seniors' bodies, but if you overtrain past your limits, and you're going to get injured. He replied tremulously, Don't save me. I'd rather die than be forced to take a rest day. With that, he collapsed to the ground in utter helplessness. Witnessing this, Gudo cried out in agony, Senior, it shouldn't be like this! Gudo gritted his teeth. How can the rest of them even lift this thing? His vision was blurring from exhaustion. But the sight of Hansen holding back the zombie horde at the Gru City gate all by himself made his eyes snap open. He could barely even lift his eyelids. Another member rushed over to help Gru, shouting orders to coordinate their forces. Team 5, cover Team Ketobeo. Team Ketobeo, move up and block the gate. A giant kettlebell glowing with a brilliant purple energy began to move toward the entrance. With heavy footsteps, Gudo let out a deafening roar. He put every ounce of his strength into pushing the metal block forward. From above, a voice urged them on, Forward Team Ketobeo. The entire army roared in unison, filled with determination. We. The giant weight was brought right to where Hansen stood guard, ready to plug the gap in the gate. With all their faith and unyielding will, they roared, We can do it. Gudo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. His breathing grew heavy under the immense weight. They moved carefully, inch by inch, reminding each other, Careful, careful. Until the massive multi-ton weight was finally set in place, forming a solid shield against the sea of zombies on the other side. Seeing his subordinate's effort, Hansen gave a slight, satisfied smile. He looked at the exhausted Gudo and said, It's good that you appreciate your workout equipment. I approve. The praise from their leader was like a shot of adrenaline, making the muscle-bound brothers erupt with joy. All right, the city wall is blocked. Team Ketobeo, take a rest. Instantly, another commander pointed forward and shouted, Except for Teams 1 and 2, everyone else take over for Hansen Nim and push back those zombies. The muscle army charged out as one. Their thunderous footsteps echoed across the wall as they rushed down to join the fight. They plunged straight into the zombie horde using pure physical strength to mow down the enemy. Their massive arms easily grabbed and shoved the monsters back, creating a solid wall of flesh. One warrior flexed as he held back the horde. He turned back and asked, Am I doing this right? Hansen calmly observed the battlefield, then offered a tip. Put a little more power into your glutes. Even your fighting form has to be aesthetically pleasing, got it? The muscle army roared in unison. Sir, yes, sir. The brawny men easily toppled and tossed the monsters around like toys. Watching from above, a horrified Gudo screamed, No, if a zombie bites you! He shouted a panicked warning that they would turn instantly just as he saw one of the men get bitten on the shoulder. Suddenly, one of the muscle warriors froze. His eyes began to glow a menacing red. He clenched his jaw, his entire body trembling violently as if he was undergoing a horrifying transformation. He threw his head back and let out a deafening roar as bright red veins bulged across his massive physique. But the teammate next to him just casually commented, Stop pretending you're infected just to get out of work. We've been the Andes tribe from the start. And just like that, the guy went back to normal. Heh, is that so? He said after that clumsy performance. Lumi could only stand there completely speechless. She looked down with a look of utter disgust and mumbled, You've got to be kidding me. Down below, the members of the muscle army were still laughing and joking around, even daring each other to try faking a transformation. Just then, the zombie horde charged forward again, screaming wildly. Hansen silently stepped forward to face the bloodthirsty monsters. Suddenly, a zombie lunged and sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Hansen's face darkened, and an oppressive, murderous aura began to radiate from him. You've gotten my muscles dirty, Hansen growled. Instantly, a brilliant golden energy burst from his body, sending all the surrounding zombies flying in the blink of an eye. From afar, a stunned Ben watched the incredible sight, and he wondered what it was. Sitting on a hill, he squinted, analyzing the scene. They look like demi-humans and monsters, but why would they be helping humans? Ben covered his face and let out a delighted laugh. Well, this is fun. Looks like some meathead freaks have shown up, huh? Ben pointed toward the city gate and gave a cold command to his minions. Tear them to pieces. Monsters with razor-sharp teeth and eyes glowing in the dark began a frenzied rampage. A soldier could only watch in awe as massive energy beams swept past him. He cried out in bitterness, That's General Ivan's attack! Hansen watched with a sharp, cold gaze as another purple beam shot through the air. That's an attack from General Ox. He's been completely transformed. Vicious monsters charged in, tearing things apart and creating a scene of utter chaos. Gudo ran in a panic, shouting, "Clear a path, quick!" The moment he saw Hansen, he clung to the city wall and screamed, pointing, "Hansen Nim, that bastard is over there!" Gudo pointed toward a tree in the distance and declared with certainty, "That's him! He's the mastermind behind all this." However, surrounded by the muscle army, Hansen's line of sight was completely blocked. He couldn't see a thing. Gudo kept shouting directions. "Just go straight, keep going straight, and you'll get there." "There's a guy with blue hair over there." Hansen cracked a confident smile and replied, "Got it." He turned to his subordinates. "I'm going to give our blue-haired client a little consultation. You guys keep up your training on your own, you hear?" A member of the muscle army answered loud and clear, "Yes, sir, we can do it." Hansen's expression immediately turned grim. He clenched his fists, a fierce, murderous aura flaring around him as he muttered, "Good. In that case..." Hansen then suddenly executed a reverse. Peck deck fly with earth-shattering power. His arm swings created a flurry of afterimages at incredible speed, leaving a stunned Gudo to choke out the words. "It's a miracle. A miracle is happening." An immense pressure wave from Hansen's movement obliterated the entire zombie legion and all the debris in an instant. It left behind a completely empty clearing to Gudo's absolute astonishment. In the distance, Ben sat casually under a tree with a mysterious figure. He clicked his tongue in disdain. This group or that group, they're all just a bunch of useless trash. Villains do love to preach, don't they? Ben looked anxious, sweat pouring down his face as he bit down on his glove and asked his companion, "Isn't that right, Elise?" Elise stood silently in the shadow of the tree. Giving only a slight nod, Ben looked clearly annoyed that an unexpected variable had forced him to show his face. He slowly stepped out from his hiding place, getting ready for battle. Hansen approached his two opponents, his rippling muscles bulging with every stride. The direct confrontation in the middle of the space-time battlefield became suffocatingly tense. Hansen flexed, showing off his massive back muscles as he walked with overwhelming power. Feeling the pressure, Ben immediately unleashed his dark power, transforming his body into a pitch-black monster. With glowing gold eyes and razor-sharp horns, Ben looked terrifying, but Hansen didn't flinch. He accelerated, pouring all his strength into his legs and lunging forward with a speed that tore through the wind. Then an earth-shaking collision erupted. At the center of the battlefield, the two grabbed each other using nothing but raw physical strength to try and overpower one another in a relentless struggle. Hansen's eyes burned with killing intent. Through the swirling red dust, his face showed his grim determination to crush his enemy. Facing him was Ben's distorted and hideous, monstrous face. Now a monster, Ben let out a maniacal grin. As they struggled in a suffocating contest of power, the ground beneath their feet began to crack open from the sheer pressure. Ben gritted his teeth as he tried to hold his ground, but he was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's extraordinary physical strength. Hansen roared in fury, "How dare you touch my VIP client? You're dead meat, you bastard!" With his massive hands, he crushed Ben's arm, rendering him completely helpless. Ben screamed in agony. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Hansen grabbed him and roared, "So it was you! The blue-haired brat who loves to interfere." Instantly, he hoisted the monster up and slammed him into the ground with the force of 1,000 tons. Ben's eyes bulged, and his mouth hung open in total shock and agonizing pain. Hansen followed up with a devastating strike, pinning Ben's head deep into the crater he'd just created. Stuck in the dirt, Ben wheezed in terror. "Ugh! What kind of power is this?" He tried to struggle and screamed, "Let go of me, you bastard!" Standing tall with glowing red eyes, Hansen asked coldly, "Are you done yet?" He looked down at his broken enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." Hansen pinned Ben to the ground and activated a move called Mountain Climber. His repeated heavy stomps created terrifying explosions that tore the earth into a deep, long trench stretching into the distance. From afar, Elise watched the battle silently, her face completely void of emotion. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the muscle army and the soldiers were frantically wiping out the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and punches rang out continuously. They cleared away every trace of the undead legion. Observing from a distance, Elise assessed the situation, thinking, Ben is actually quite dangerous. Immediately, a cold order was issued, eliminate the danger. It quickly darted off at an incredible speed. Tearing through the forest at a terrifying pace to provide backup, it was suddenly stopped. A girl with long brown hair appeared out of nowhere, her sword blocking the killing machine's attack. The stranger asked coldly, "Who are you?" The girl replied boldly, "Look closely. I am of the Leon lineage. We aren't easy to push around." The harsh sound of clashing metal rang out again and again. The two engaged in a high-speed sword duel as a black wolf snarled nearby. The robot machine ordered its allies, "Go to Bendy," before immediately accelerating and tearing through the wind. Lai smirked mockingly. "You think you can stop me with that level of swordsmanship?" The machine replied flatly, "Swordsmanship data loaded. Target has 0% chance of winning." It began spinning its blades at maximum speed, creating a fierce whirlwind of attacks that surrounded Lai. In another corner of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army with hands glowing a brilliant pink yelled, "Pull quickly!" The whole group poured their strength into stretching a massive energy rope. Attached to a purple weight, the rope was stretched to its limit. When the tension reached its peak, someone shouted, "Now let it go!" Release the weight. The massive amount of energy was launched at a terrifying speed. The skill-heavy plant 1 out of 10 was officially activated, turning the weight into a purple fireball. It soared across the sky. Below, both the kingdom's soldiers and the muscle army looked up in awe and terror as a purple glow suddenly covered everything. The sphere exploded into a barrage of deadly light rays that rained down. The horrific impacts created towering pillars of fire and smoke, wiping out the enemy legion in the blink of an eye. Amidst the smoke and dust of the battlefield, the muscle army members quickly coordinated their forces. One pointed and yelled, "Reload now!" The next order was shouted firmly, "Squad 1, go check if there are any zombies left in the village." While one group focused on protecting and supporting the citizens inside the sturdy walls, a spirited battle cry rang out, "Chess day is over. Switch to full contact sparring right now." The giant warriors lunged into the middle of the undead horde together, using their steel fists to crush any resistance. Witnessing this seamless coordination, Gudo stood there, stunned, silently assessing the situation. At first he thought they were just a bunch of idiots, but now he realized he was walking among legends. It felt as if he was observing the entire battlefield from a high vantage point. Gudo remembered his grandfather's stories about an ancient legend that among the monsters there was once a brilliant strategist who sided with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Great Demon World War. Looking at Guro's back, Gudo was shocked, wondering to himself, why did that name suddenly pop into my head right now? Of all times. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ruins, Han-sun used his oblique muscles to lock his opponent's attack, leaving Ben in total shock, unable to understand what was happening. Ben tried to struggle, but he realized Han-sun's hands were like steel pincers crushing him. It was absolutely impossible to escape. A thunderous bark echoed through the air, followed by the appearance of a skill called Banado. This was an advanced technique from Behemoth, a perfect combination of wind magic, darkness, and necromancy. The bones spinning in the whirlwind were terrifyingly hard, no different from refined steel. This brutal attack was enough to crush anyone's head in an instant if they weren't wearing protective gear. But against Han-sun's iron-like body, this whirlwind of bones was nothing more than a gentle meridian massage. Since his opponent's ultimate move only felt like a slight itch, the Betterman wolf, seeing his prized technique treated with such contempt, could only whimper in disappointment. But it immediately perked up when it heard a cheer, "Good job, Betterman!" Meanwhile, Ben was being strangled so hard by Han-sun that his eyes bulged, and he began foaming at the mouth in agonizing pain. He decided to use his final dirty trick. A series of syringes filled with a strange green liquid were slammed straight into his bulging biceps. Ben gnashed his teeth and threatened, "Everything that happens next is your own fault." It was a blatant drug boost right in the middle of the match. Hansen kept a calm face. He was confident that no matter how strong his opponent became, he would never be able to break free from the grip of his hands. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed Hansen's shoulder tightly, making him jump in shock. Ben's phantom, with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, whispered right into his ear, "Is that really what you're thinking?" A world-shaking collision exploded. Hansen was sent flying into the sky by his opponent. Ben's crazed laughter rang out once more. "Ha ha ha ha!" A series of energy beams began firing, continuously crisscrossing at a dizzying speed. Ben shouted in triumph, "You can't even keep up with your eyes, can you?" "Right. Ha ha!" Deadly beams of light swept across the area, tearing up the ground around Hansen's position. Standing at the center of the attack, Hansen calmly thought about the contraction of muscles. He analyzed the characteristics of skeletal muscle fibers as beams of light exploded around him. Ben roared in fury. I didn't want to use this move because of Leon. Why do you have to stick your nose into other people's business just to end up dead, huh? Despite the threats, Hansen continued his mental lecture on how muscles are divided into white fibers and red fibers. Red muscle plays the role of storing oxygen to sustain activity. Amidst the rain of energy bullets surrounding him, Hansen concentrated his strength, flexed his abs and thighs, and shouted out loud, Posing technique. Abdomino entias, using my six-pack to block the apocalypse. High myoglobin content gives muscles their characteristic red color, helping to slow down muscle fatigue. Hansen immediately demonstrated posing technique number 5, causing his entire back muscle mass to ripple. Although red muscle has the advantage of endurance, its contraction speed is not very fast. On the other hand, what are white muscle fibers like? Unlike the red muscle. Ben began to feel suspicious when his attacks seemed to have no effect on his opponent. He wondered, my hands are getting tired from punching, so why is he still just standing there flexing? Hansen stood tall with a darkened, high-pressure expression, his eyes glowing in the dark. White muscle has low myoglobin content, causing physical strength to decline quickly, but in return, its contraction speed is completely superior. Ben, now a monster hiding in a tree, gnashed his teeth and decided that if this wasn't working, he had to attack even harder. He lunged down frantically with the intent to just keep attacking. A horrific collision broke out right against Hansen's body. Yet amidst the rain of brutal blows, Hansen realized the only way to win this battle. That was to endure every single attack from the opponent. Hansen gnashed his teeth and performed the posing stance called side chest, flexing every single muscle fiber. Despite the energy beams constantly crashing and exploding on his massive body, Hansen patiently waited for his opponent to exhaust himself because he understood that this was actually a battle of endurance. However, at this moment, Hansen still didn't know the truth. Ben's body was not created naturally. The syringes lying scattered on the ground were proof of this twisted transformation. Seeing the pitch-black entity with glowing red eyes in front of him, Hansen gasped in shock. Ben? Ben had completely lost his humanity. He opened his mouth and laughed like a maniac. Ha ha! He bared his terrifyingly sharp teeth. Hansen unleashed a powerful press strike, creating a world-shaking explosion that shattered the ground under thousands of pounds of pressure. Witnessing this unimaginable strength, Ben in his monster form was so shocked that his pupils contracted. He cried out in terror, "What kind of punch is that?" You just collapsed the whole map. Sweat poured down his distorted face as he gnashed his teeth, trying to resist in desperation. Realizing the gap was too large, Ben told himself he must absolutely avoid Duel, comparing raw strength directly with Hansen. Hansen smirked with a confident smile. He nonchalantly explained that no matter how superior a muscle fiber is controlling the nervous system, under extreme pressure is still an incredibly difficult task. Suddenly, Hansen's entire body glowed with a fiery red light as he strained to show off his rippling muscles, and he admitted that even he wasn't completely familiar with the constant changes in his body right now. Meanwhile, the enemy's blue light beams continued to zip around. Hansen at a dizzying speed, but he stood firm like a rock, and casually wondered when this agile guy would finally get tired. Meanwhile, at another corner of the battlefield, the giant monster Fahrenheit was frantically sweeping through the soldiers with powerful swings of its arms. The sounds of clashing metal rang out repeatedly. When it suddenly spun its arms like a giant propeller, it created a whirlwind that crushed and threw aside anything blocking the human army's path. The monster stepped loftily through the rubble, its glowing red eyes looking down at the defeated ones as it spoke with contempt. Weak as snails, just a few spins and you're all gone. Faced with that horrific dominance, a young warrior still stood brave and firm. He faced death and calmly admitted, "I know we are weaker than you." But then his eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted with determination, "But the power of our friendship is different!" The young man shouted with confidence, "I am much stronger than someone like you." Immediately, a powerful aura of battle and blue sword intent radiated from the blade. He flashed a smug smile, but that smile was quickly extinguished as his face changed with shock. A massive impact sent him flying, accompanied by a painful scream. "You amateur swordsman, watch me perform this pink blade dance!" Immediately, a mad demon fast blade battle technique with a brilliant purple hue was unleashed. The monster casually commented, too slow to the opponent's shock. The giant blade sliced through the air and lunged down. Due to the extreme acceleration, the attack couldn't be stopped and struck directly at the person lying on the ground. The blade stopped just inches from Rapier's face. He whispered, asking, "Am I strong?" A cold voice replied, "Weak." A giant black shadow with glowing red eyes emitted an overwhelming aura that covered the scene. But before the monster could do anything, it was sent flying. Everyone on the battlefield was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Hansen trudged out from the dust. He casually spat and commented, "You've been training pretty hard too, huh? Are we going to a fight or just hitting the gym, bro?" The scene shifts to a tiny village on a remote frontier nestled peacefully between steep cliffs and a winding river. A man in a cloak frantically rushes up the stairs, repeatedly screaming the general's name with a look of pure panic. He uses every bit of strength he has left to slam open the door to the room ahead. Seeing the man barge in, the general, showing off her toned physique, sits calmly at the dining table and nonchalantly asks, "Barging into a lady's room without knocking? That's a bit rude, don't you think?" She doesn't miss the chance to tease him, leaving the village chief frozen in shock. Drenched in sweat, the village chief screams that there's no time for games and breaks the shocking news of what's happening in the White Kingdom. General Leon tells him to calm down and mocks the fact that he's only 40 years old, yet already out of breath like that. The village chief slams his hand on the table and howls, "A horde of zombies is attacking the White Kingdom." He pleads, "We truly need your power." Hearing this, General Leon bursts into a loud laugh. She casually remarks that the army should be able to handle something like that on their own. She goes back to eating, but the moment the chief reveals the one behind the zombies, Ben Leon's movements instantly freeze. Her eyes turn ice cold as she repeats the name Ben. Leon lets out a faint, dry smirk, showing off her powerful, muscular back. Ha 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 ha. The female general's hearty laughter echoes throughout the room. The mustachioed officer beside her, dripping with sweat, anxiously exclaims, "General, now is not the time to be laughing." Leon gives a cryptic smile. "If I don't laugh now, then when?" "Poor Ben, he's really kicked a hornet's nest this time." Facing her bewildered subordinates, Leon holds up two fingers and declares that the White Kingdom currently has two unbreakable shields. First, a reliable ally named Hansen, the man who uses his extraordinary physical strength to crush enemies with a single devastating punch. And the second shield is her beloved niece, the continent's #1 hope. Lai glides with terrifying speed, instantly shifting into a predator's crunch stance. Her glowing golden eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous intensity. The Li technique was born during the continent's dark ages. Constant wars broke out, and because they were too lazy to exercise, the elven race was almost wiped off the map. To help them, a human doctor named Joseph P.E.L. Lee researched and spread a training method combining meditation specifically for the elves. But Lee today has evolved far beyond a simple exercise routine. It has been adapted into a high-level combat technique. During her stay in the elven forest, Lai tirelessly practiced this martial art. Every move she makes exudes grace, using the point and flow technique, leaving her opponent stunned as she lightly lands right on top of his weapon. In just 7 years, Lai has completely mastered this technique. Making it her own, she leaps into the air and executes the bridge-down exercise with terrifying power. Facing her enemy, Lai coldly declares, "I will erase your very existence." A massive surge of energy erupts, aiming straight for the target. Lai continuously shifts through her techniques from John Back, Shon, to John Cup, completely overwhelming her enemy and leaving them frozen in shock. She coldly tells her opponent, "You're no match for me." To her surprise, the robot stubbornly talks back, "It's not over yet." The machine is broken, but its mouth still works. Immediately, Lai begins the second action technique. She spins her blades, creating a continuous whirlwind of attacks. The sound of clashing metal rings out repeatedly as they engage in a breathless duel. Lai fights while casually tossing out insults. "Keep spinning. Let's see if you can look more like a washing machine." The robot frantically unleashes a barrage of sharp blades. Surrounding Lai from all sides, an earth-shattering collision erupts a moment later. As the two forces collide head-on, Lai activates her battle aura, Powerhouse. She raises her sword high, ablaze with golden flames. Looking at her robotic opponent fumbling with its pile of weapons, clunky as they are, she mocks him. "But now it seems having too many arms is ruining your balance." The robot trembles helplessly under the terrifying pressure. Lai coldly declares, "This is where it ends." Then she unleashes a powerful hyper-extension strike, blasting her opponent away in a blinding flash of light. Amidst the dust and smoke, Hansen, though his breath is heavy with exhaustion, still stands as firm as a mountain, making the enemy wonder in shock. He should be completely spent by now, shouldn't he? Ben can't believe his eyes. According to his calculations, there should have been an overwhelming gap in power. He moves frantically at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that surround Hansen on all sides. Seeing his opponent's unbelievable endurance, Hansen also begins to wonder, why isn't he tired yet? Ben grits his teeth in resentment as he sees all his efforts come to nothing. Why isn't there any difference at all? Ben screams in a fit of rage, just what on earth is that body of yours made of? Forming an inescapable net around Hansen, Ben charges in, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, and roars, I keep hitting you and you won't go down. Are you a man or are you made of iron? Hansen immediately fires back, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Ben attacks madly, revealing that the drug he just took was specially formulated to target Leon, granting him a massive source of dark energy. Ben claims his current power has reached a level that can rival an ancient dragon. He dives straight down like an arrow, aiming for Hansen, but Hansen only gives a defiant roar. Maybe it's just because I've trained harder than you. Ben writhes in agony as the drug's side effects kick in. He wheezes, side effects already. Quick, give me the neutralizer. The consequences of using bootleg steroids? Hansen stood from a distance, watching his opponent's body deform into a mass of bruised purple flesh and swollen bones with veins bulging out everywhere. He calmly approached and wondered, what kind of stimulation are you trying to create by changing your form this time? Before him now was a giant, grotesque creature with yellow fluid leaking from its mouth and sickly glowing eyes. Suddenly, the monster began to retch and vomit. It spewed out a massive amount of disgusting yellowish-green liquid covering the entire area. Hansen watched the scene and wondered, is your nutrition unbalanced? Or did you get gout? A system notifications immediately popped up confirming that wasn't it. From within the pile of slime, Ben's gaunt, exhausted figure emerged looking completely drained. He trembled, his mind filled with a desperate plea. Hurry! Inject me! Wait, why am I even fighting that monster? He looked up at Hansen with eyes filled with yellow tears and feebly suggested, Hey, let's just stop this. Ben continued to wail in despair. Fighting is so exhausting. Why don't we go grab some coffee instead? Especially in a beautiful world like this. Hansen crossed his arms, his face darkening with intense pressure, as he snapped back, I don't want to fight either, but you're the one who started all of this. His aura began to erupt. Hansen gritted his teeth and roared, Do you have any idea how many beginners couldn't go to the gym because of you? The greatest crime. Banning the gym. Facing Hansen's terrifying expression, Ben was scared to death. He wailed and begged, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Why did I even do these things? Please stop looking at me with that scary face. Ben collapsed in the middle of the puddle of slime, sobbing and mumbling, I just wanted to save Elise. Hansen silently approached, repeating the name with suspicion. Elise? Ben feebly confirmed, not Elise. In his memory, the haunting image of a black crow perched on a wooden post returned. It was a nightmare. Elise was dead. She had been tied tightly to a high pole while the crowd watched with indifference. The endless pain of loss had turned into a burning fire of hatred. Ben roared, Revenge! I came here for revenge! His face contorted with a crazed smile, his hands trembling as he held up a syringe filled with a glowing blue liquid and muttered, This drug is very painful. It drives my mind into madness. That's the problem. He screamed with rage at his opponent. Just a little more! And I would have softened up and forgiven you. Without a moment of hesitation, Ben plunged the needle into his chest, forcing the entire dangerous serum into his body. He gritted his teeth with determination. I'll take this last dose and then send you on your way. Ben's body exploded with a heaven-shaking dark energy, transforming him into a giant monster with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes full of killing intent. I will end this once and for all. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted in the deep forest, creating a massive, shocking explosion that left everyone stunned. Covering their eyes amidst that light, the silhouette of Elise suddenly appeared floating, making Ben freeze as he choked out, Elise. The story travels back in time. 32 years ago, in the county of Gudo. Under the sunlight, a young man was diligently practicing swordsmanship with a wooden dummy. The rhythmic sounds of impact echoed. That was Gudo, 57 years old, while his best friend Ben sat relaxing on a bench with a book in his hand. Gudo, why are our people so weak at magic? Gudo swung his sword with decisive strokes. He replied grumpily. Am I supposed to know about stuff like that too? Ben smiled gently. He reminded him that since Gudo was the successor to the county, he needed to understand these things. Even though Gudo said he didn't want to hear it, he understood his friend's personality well, so he grumbled while practicing. Even if I say I'm not listening, you'll say it anyway. After a session of intense practice, Gudo stopped leaning against his wooden sword and panting. Phew. Okay, fine. Tell me. Ben excitedly agreed. He began to explain that unlike battle spirit magic is something extremely delicate. The stronger the emotional shift, the smoother the flow of mana becomes. He held up the book, Principles of Magic, and pointed out the core issue: the people of Gudo County were always restricted by rigid rules and cared too much about how others saw them. This led to the suppression of personal emotions. This suppression acted like ropes binding them, preventing mana from circulating and the magic core from expanding. However, the 57-year-old Gudo firmly stated that magic is a witch's curse. Exploring one's own physical strength was the true spirit and identity of the people here. Ben teased, "Oh, that sounded just like a dusty old politician." Gudo immediately got angry and threatened, "Do you want to die?" Ben sat down hugging his book and muttering. Instead of studying useless things like magic, he looked at the wooden sword on the ground and suggested, "It's been a while since we sparred. What do you say?" Gudo smiled and agreed. "Sure, let's see me warm up a bit." Trash talkers usually get served. The match began with continuous clashes of wooden swords as both charged at each other dramatically. The final score was announced with a huge gap, 123 to 43. Just then, a girl appeared and called out loudly, "Master Leon!" She approached and began to scold Ben. "You're always so impatient. With talent like yours, why are you like this?" Ben silently walked away, scratching his head and muttering, "This sword-swinging game is so dull, I'm going to go study." The female master smiled and explained, "That's only because you haven't reached that level yet. You have no idea how interesting it is." She turned her gaze toward Gudo and advised, "Look at Gudo and learn from him. See how much joy he's having." As she spoke, she lightly punched Gudo's chest to encourage him. However, Gudo thought to himself, "I don't find swordsmanship interesting at all." Ben looked back at his master and insisted, "I'm just practicing for fun. I know I'm only mediocre." While Gudo was still in shock, the master pressed him. "What did you just say?" Ben's demeanor suddenly shifted as he glared at his opponent with cold, piercing eyes. "And who might this be?" he asked. The purple-haired girl smiled and explained, "I've come for this child, but I'm a bit late with the introductions," she added. She then boldly announced, "Your sparring partner for today, and my prized pupil is Elise." Elise stepped forward, radiating confidence. With her white hair neatly braided and a long staff in hand, she tilted her head and gave a bright smile. "If it's those guys, I think I could win even if both of them came at me at once." That comment set the two boys off. One of them barked, "What did you just say?" "You're just a girl, how dare you!" Gudo and his friend immediately took their stances to attack, but Elise's expression darkened. She growled, "Oh, so we're doing the sexist thing, are we? Eat this brat!" Elise lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, her staff striking in a relentless flurry. The two were left shell-shocked by the sheer power of her consecutive blows. They could only stare in wide-eyed terror, unable to fight back. After the absolute beatdown, Gudo and his friend slumped on the ground, groaning. "Ha! Ha! She's terrifyingly strong!" "From today on, no more just a girl talk," Elise commanded. Gudo could only nod in bitter agreement. Watching her walk away, the other boy thought to himself, "Elise, she's nothing like those fake nobles." He watched her silently, drawn to the simple yet powerful aura she radiated. Elise's radiant smile flashed through his mind, and she's actually really pretty too. Under the glow of the sunset, he turned to his friend and said, "Gudo, I've found my dream." Gudo asked, confused. "What dream?" The boy declared firmly, "I'm going to marry Elise." Gudo jumped, shouting in disbelief, "What?" The other boy just looked back calmly and asked, "Why are you so surprised?" Gudo, still reeling from his friend's declaration, stammered, It's just so sudden. Besides, look at yourself. You're weak as a kitten. Why would Elise even look at you? Your swordsmanship is honestly pathetic. So just give up Ben." However, the young man was more determined than ever. From now on, I'm taking my sword training seriously. The two then threw themselves into endless practice sessions. Time passed, and their duels became a regular occurrence. Ben improved day by day, and his hard work finally paid off with his first victory. Seeing Elise nearby, he asked, "Are you really not going to enter the competition?" Gudo lowered his head in silence. I looked at the sword lying lonely on the ground and the backs of my two friends as they walked away. Gudo thought to himself, "I want to go with you guys, too." But when he faced them, he could only offer a forced smile. "Yeah, I'm just too swamped with work, so I can't make it." Immediately after he faced his father's rage, the man roared, "I paid for your training, and yet you can't even beat a low-born brat." A loud slam echoed through the main hall. Gudo stood there, cowering. He whispered in despair, "Father, perhaps I simply have no talent for the sword. I don't want to hear it." A glass flew straight at Gudo's head, injuring him. Count Leonard looked at his only son with pure contempt. "Tisk, tisk. My only heir, and you're this useless." Gudo bowed his head, trembling. "I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, my lord." In the middle of a torrential downpour, Gudo sat alone atop the high castle wall, staring silently at the crashing waterfall below. Amidst his utter despair, a soldier approached and warned him, "If you keep sitting here like this, you'll catch a cold." "Lord Gudo?" Gudo replied tiredly, "I'm fine, leave me." Suddenly, Elise rushed up from behind, grabbed him tightly by the neck and yelled, "What do you mean you're fine? Nothing about this is fine." Gudo gasped. "Elise," she snapped back. "You look like you're about to drop dead, and you're telling me you're fine. What is wrong with you?" Without another word, Elise began dragging Gudo along. "You really don't know how to enjoy life, do you? Now come with me." The young master could only stumble after her helpless. He watched Elizabeth as she beamed with joy in the middle of the city. Gudo wondered to himself, how can she always be smiling like that, watching her excitedly try on new dresses? Gudo blushed. Is meeting me really that exciting for her? She's definitely into me, right? That Ben guy doesn't stand a chance, he told himself with newfound resolve. If that's the case, I'll love her more than anyone else in the world. At the military training grounds, Gudo happened to overhear some soldiers gossiping. "Did you hear the news? Ben confessed his feelings to Elise and she turned him down flat," another soldier asked in surprise. "Wait, weren't those two dating?" Hearing that Ben had been dumped left Gudo stunned, but a spark of hope ignited in his chest. "So, that means I still have a chance." He was convinced Elise felt the same way about him. He began sprinting wildly through the streets, screaming in his heart, "Elise, I like you. No, I love you." Gudo didn't care about anything else. He told himself that despite his father's oppression, and even if he had to give up his family name, love had completely taken over his mind. With his thoughts only on the girl he loved, he vowed, "I'll only look at you. I'm going to make you happy." Gudo finally stopped in front of a room. He was panting heavily from the run and the nerves. He reached out to pull back the curtain, his heart thumping against his ribs as he prepared to face the girl of his dreams. Gudo swallowed hard, filled with tension. He peeked inside, but the sight before him left him completely frozen. Gudo's face was contorted with horror as tears began to stream. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he rasped Ben's name, remembering that night under the starlit sky. Ben had been desperately clutching Elise's hand, pleading with her, "Elise, why are you rejecting me? You said you had feelings for me, too." He desperately recounted his efforts. "I hit the gym until I was out of breath just for those six-pack abs you liked. How could you dump me?" Ben looked at Elise with pleading eyes. "Please don't do this. Please think it over one more time." Suddenly, Ben's eyes widened in utter shock as a brilliant blue glow began to envelop Elise's body. She hovered in midair, radiating a massive surge of magical energy. She began to pour her heart out. "I've possessed a body overflowing with mana since the day I was born." Elise looked at her glowing hands and explained that if too much mana accumulates, it will destroy her very physical form. Therefore, she was forced to find secluded places just to release it. Elise's face clouded over as she thought of the future. "Right now, I'm secretly releasing my mana to avoid the public eye, but one day this will be exposed." She looked at Ben with a distant gaze and gave a bitter smile. "I still don't have the courage to turn the person I cherish into an accomplice." Ignoring the danger, Ben suddenly rushed forward and pulled Elise into a tight embrace right in the middle of the exploding energy. Elise screamed in panic, "Careful, you'll get shocked. Why are you hugging me?" But As the kingdom's sole magic scholar, Ben held his beloved firmly. His eyes blazed with resolve. From this moment on, your problem is something only I can solve. Ben held Elise close and solemnly vowed, I swear I'll spend my whole life loving you. Amidst the shimmering light of love and magic, Ben whispered her name, Elise. Behind the ajar door, Gudo witnessed the entire scene with a broken heart. Tears of agony streamed down his face, which was twisted in despair. He gritted his teeth, enduring the surge of resentment as he watched the girl he loved in the arms of another. Gudo rasped Elise's name in vain. While Ben secretly vowed to do whatever it took to protect the only girl in his life, his memories were filled with beautiful days spent with Elise, and the little dog always full of laughter. But for Gudo, those were long nights drowned in alcohol, hiding behind trees just to watch Elise release her mana in loneliness. Witnessing the one he secretly loved being happy with someone else, Gudo could only bury his face and sob over an old photograph. However, that happiness was short-lived when Elise unexpectedly coughed up blood, staining her hands red. The female lead was enduring such intense pain. Ben rushed to her side in a panic. Elise, are you all right? Amidst the heavy coughing and the sound of dogs barking, Elise tried to reassure him, I'm okay. My mana has spiked a bit lately, so this only happens once in a while. She even forced a playful smile, teasing Ben about losing at swordsmanship to lighten the mood. But Ben's face was filled with nothing but utter shock and terror. The fear of losing his beloved drove Ben to lock himself in the laboratory. He told himself, seeing you collapse feels like my whole world is crumbling. Ben was determined to keep his promise to protect her. I won't leave this place until I find a way. I think it's time to fulfill my promise to you. He implored Elise to endure just a little longer until the day he returned with a life-saving cure. Ben began researching a physical enhancement compound that he had just discovered. He hoped it would give him the chance to treat her so they could be together forever. But the price was brutal as terrifying mutant creatures began to emerge from those mad experiments. Back in the present, Gudo stumbled toward Elise with a bottle of wine, prompting her to ask, Gudo, why is the smell of alcohol so strong even over here? In his drunken stupor, Gudo howled with resentment. Didn't you used to like me too? We were so good together, we were happy. Facing that madness. Elise remained calm and bluntly replied, I never had romantic feelings for you. I'm sorry if I misled you, but let's set that aside. A brilliant blue mana began to envelop her body as she posed a harsh question. Gudo, even assuming we were together, could you truly love someone who is forced to use magic and become a sinner like me? Elise looked at Gudo with eyes full of disappointment. She bitterly blamed him for knowing her situation full well, but deliberately pretending not to. Gudo, still holding the bottle, his face drenched in sweat, screamed in frustration. It's because I was a coward back then. I only have the courage to say this now because I'm drunk. He tried to continue, but a sob and overwhelming fear took over his mind. The Count could only gape and wail in despair. Seeing that his cowardice hadn't changed one bit, Elizabeth whispered a brief apology and turned to walk away, leaving Gudo behind, painfully covering his face in shame. It seemed he was still very much afraid. Elise's words pierced Gudo's heart, and old memories came flooding back. Those were the days of a scorching drought. The earth was cracked and the people had fallen into utter misery. An angry crowd carrying torches and farm tools gathered at the city gates. They screamed, Lord, come out and perform a ritual to call for rain for the people. Looking down at the furious crowd from the high walls, Gudo's father coldly told his son, look closely at what we call the commoners. He nonchalantly admitted that while it would be good if it rained, he wasn't a god and couldn't just perform a spell to make it happen. Gudo could only bow his head helplessly and ask his father what they should do in this situation. Instead of being worried, the old lord asked his son in return if he thought those people truly hated them. They don't. What they need right now is someone to vent their anger on, someone they can dump all the responsibility onto, the lord said, gritting his teeth. Clenching his fist with a sinister intent, he flashed a ghastly smile and revealed that he had found someone to take the heat for him. When Gudo tremblingly asked who it was, his father suddenly widened his eyes, cackled maniacally, and spat out the name, It's Elise, the very girl you confessed to. Gudo was utterly stunned. He stood there frozen as his father placed a hand on his shoulder, mockingly thanking him, saying that his useless son had finally been of some use to him. Once Count Leonard coldly told his son, Thank you, my boy, for snitching. You've given me the perfect scapegoat. Gudo was in shock, trying to protest. "No, that can't be." "Father, how could you do this to the person I love?" Instantly, a thunderous slap sent Gudo crashing to the ground. The Count roared, "You fool, you are the one who will rule this country one day. How can you let personal feelings cloud your judgment?" The Count pointed his finger threateningly. "If I left things to you, you'd ruin everything," he bellowed, commanding the soldiers. "Hey, lock Gudo in his room immediately!" As the sun began to set, Gudo secretly climbed over the wall to escape, whispering to himself, "Father, I'm sorry. Even if it's your will, I cannot obey you this time." Gudo ran desperately through the crowd. "Even if she's a woman I can never have. I don't have the heart to just stand by and watch the woman I love die." Gudo finally reached the scene and screamed, "I found her." Elise looked up and saw Gudo. Elise, held captive by the soldiers, cried out in despair. "Gudo, save me!" Murmurs began to rise from the aggressive crowd. "Is that Lord Gudo? Is he an accomplice of the witch?" Rage erupted as they shouted, "Even if he's the Count's son, if he's an accomplice, he must be punished. That's right. We have to wipe out the whole lot of them." Under the terrifying pressure and the burning glares of the mob, Gudo felt a surge of fear. He pulled his hood down low to hide his face. The most cowardly supporting male lead in history ignored the cries of his name behind him. He turned and ran for his life, leaving Elise behind. She watched him go with eyes full of sorrow and utter despair. Amidst the circle of executioners, Ben held Elise's lifeless body. He screamed in agonizing pain at the loss of his beloved. Broken keepsakes fell like the pieces of his shattered heart. Back to reality. Ben, in his monstrous form, continued to howl in madness. "No, Elise!" Hansen, with his massive godlike physique, lunged forward like an arrow. Ben roared with murderous intent. "Get lost, you bastard!" Hansen didn't flinch. He channeled all his strength into his arm and unleashed a strike. Ben howled in a frenzied panic. "Let go!" he begged in pain. "Let go of me! Let me go!" But Hansen coldly pressed on. He left his enemy completely unable to resist, pinned to the ground. Hansen clenched his giant fist, preparing for the next cable workout. A glow ignited in his eyes within the darkness as he activated the pullover technique, delivering a powerful overhead smash that shattered the ground, giving his opponent zero chance to breathe. Hansen performed the cable pushdown exercise with terrifying intensity, 15 reps per set for 10 consecutive sets without a single second of rest. Hammer-like blows rained down one after another. The scene turned into a gruesome sight. After finishing the punishment, Hansen stood there looking at his battle-stained hands. He casually brushed off his shoulder. His face returned to a calm expression as he muttered to himself, "Now then, time to go wipe out the rest of the zombies." In the distance, a massive vortex of energy called the Boninato suddenly erupted. It swept up everything in its path as a mysterious creature watched from the shadows. Hansen looked toward the horizon with an annoyed look and grumbled, "That dog is at it again." He looked up at the sky. He asked nonchalantly, "Are you planning to take your family with you?" Hansen gave a slight smile and remarked, "Well, that's almost cute." Instantly, tornadoes of bone and debris began to soar into the air. Lai stood tall with her fiery red hair facing the roaring storms. Hearing a bark, she coldly turned her head and declared, "Just take them away. I don't care about losers." Witnessing the scene, Gudo screamed in a panic, "No, stop, you can't let Ben leave like this." He yelled frantically in despair, "He'll come back for revenge. Lai, go after him. Finish him off. No! It's about him and me." Lai whispered Count Gudo's name, then suddenly drew her sword and lunged forward. She roared with bloodlust, "I'm going to kill you!" Gudo watched the approaching figure in a daze, worrying, "Wait, why does it look like she's charging straight at me?" Ignoring the shocked onlookers, she closed in with a face full of pure rage and screamed at Gudo, "Talk! How dare you lay a finger on my man!" Gudo turned and ran for his life, screaming. He ordered his soldiers, "Stop her! Stop Lai at once!" A blonde girl standing nearby could only sigh in disappointment as she watched the Count's back. "That guy is running away again." Suddenly, 2 members of the muscle army appeared, swinging their swords to block the path. They tried to reason with her junior sister. Lai, "Stop this. You really should stop." Lai didn't hesitate. She leaped over their heads and asserted, "You seniors can't stop me." Even though she knew the risks, she didn't slow down at all. There are times when one is forced to act. She moved into a tabletop position to maintain perfect balance in midair. Then she lowered her center of gravity with a stacking test spin technique, focusing all her energy into her legs before performing an explosive extension. Lai glided forward as smoothly as a river. The block was left stunned, frozen by her unbelievable speed. She pointed her sword straight ahead, declaring firmly that no one was allowed to touch Count Lai. The enemy could only let out a cry. Full of pain, Lai performed a graceful mid-air flip to escape the encirclement. Block quietly approached his voice deep as he asked his junior sister to stop. Seeing a familiar face, Lai stopped in surprise. "Senior Block." She sheathed her sword and stood tall, scanning the man before her. "You've actually gotten handsome. Those muscles are looking pretty thick, too." However, Lai immediately dampened the mood, questioning if any enemy would ever just stand still and take such a slow attack like his. Block stared blankly at his hands, breaking into a cold sweat as he admitted, "So, all this time I've just been training for show." Before her senior could explain himself, Lai lunged again with a barrage of sword strikes. She roared, demanding he take responsibility for the family's downfall. Block could only dodge while frantically apologizing. Lai charged with fierce determination. "Don't apologize, just die, Gudo." Her sharp blade stopped just an inch from the Count's face. Hansen suddenly appeared, grabbing Lai's ankle in his firm grip, rendering her unable to move. Gudo cried out in joy, "Lord Hansen!" Lai was hoisted up into the air. She screamed frantically, "You, let me go! Get off of me!" Hansen coldly announced his move, the pullover. He used terrifying strength to slam Lai into the ground, causing a massive impact. Hansen continued his routine, 10 reps of mercilessly slamming his opponent into the earth. Seeing the girl lying motionless, Hansen suddenly realized and cursed, "Oh crap, I got too carried away with training. I wonder if this punching bag is even still breathing." He worriedly wondered if she had actually lost her life. Hansen quietly grabbed her leg and dragged her away, explaining to Gudo, "Our warriors are naturally very resilient, so..." Gudo rushed to reassure him. "She probably won't die, Master Hansen." Lai, lying face down on the ground, cheered in her head, "I'm alive." The scene shifted to Gudo's majestic castle. Lai suddenly bolted upright in bed, screaming Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room, wondering where she was. A young maid walked in and asked kindly, "You're finally awake, miss," the girl explained. "This is the guest room in Count Gudo's castle, Miss Lai. Master Hansen asked me to take care of you." The girl then politely asked, "Do you need anything else, Miss Lai?" Lai looked at the girl and asked, "Hey, kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is?" The girl thought to herself that Lai definitely wouldn't let this go. But she still answered honestly. "The Count is receiving something called personal training from Master Hansen. Would you like to go there?" Seeing the girl's enthusiasm to lead the way, Lai gave a slight nod. The two of them headed deep into the forest. Lai asked suspiciously, "Is the Count really out here?" The girl confirmed, "I'm certain of it." The deeper they went into the wilderness, the more Lai lost her patience. "Is this exercise or a mission to dispose of a body?" The girl just smiled and told her to be patient and trust a little more. Lai secretly blamed herself for being so naive to believe that someone who just tried to murder the Lord would be allowed to meet him. Suddenly the girl cheered, "Found them! There's Master Hansen!" Lai was stunned to find they really had arrived. She saw Hansen's silhouette and rushed over. Before her eyes, Gudo was crawling on the ground, gasping for air in agony. Hansen stood behind him, loudly announcing a new exercise. "Santa Claus bear walking!" Gudo screamed through tears. "Just kill me!" Hansen broke into a bright, triumphant grin. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Inspiration received from Gudo's scream. Another line of text followed to confirm. "A new skill has been formed." Having received inspiration from Gudo's scream, the system announced the formation of a new skill. Below, Gudo was forced to crawl on the ground. Along with a muscular army, they pulled heavy wagons like slaves. He wailed in despair, "Lai, save me! Kill me! I'd rather die than finish this set." Instantly, Hansen received the trainer's mindset skill and merged it with his calmness skill. Hansen gave a radiant smile, looking at Gudo with excitement. "Kill you! Do you really love this exercise that much?" An epic passive skill called Sadistic Trainer officially appeared. Hansen's expression shifted instantly, his eyes wide with thrill as he shouted, "It feels amazing, doesn't it? Turn up the heat, get pumped." Gudo screamed back in horror. "What kind of madness is this?" Gudo continued to howl in pain. "Lai, you said you'd kill me." However, in contrast to Gudo's suffering, Lai had her hands clasped near her face, eyes closed, soaking it all in with a look of pure bliss. Aha! Pilates and the gym have finally found common ground. Sparkling trails of light surrounded her as if she were witnessing a beautiful spectacle. Meanwhile, the group continued to pull the wagons under harsh supervision. In the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was taking place with all officials present. Gudo sat in the presiding chair, his face stern as he announced, "Since all key figures are here, we shall begin the meeting." An official in a distinctive robe unrolled a scroll and announced the first agenda item. Due to Ben's invasion, many of the nation's key figures have fallen in battle. The council began discussing how to fill the personnel shortage after General Leon. Leon refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued to ask how to handle the vacant positions. Gudo proposed, "Anyone with muscles and merit, make them all officials." The ministers all agreed, thinking it was a brilliant idea. Then came the second item. The official announced that many citizens, after witnessing Han Son's activities, had flocked to the training center to learn bodybuilding. Thus, a new force called the Bodybuilding Swordsman Army was officially established, a massive legion of warriors. With bulging muscles and sturdy helmets, they swung their swords in unison, shouting a powerful slogan. The official announced the temporary appointment of Woody Builder Gong as chief trainer, and asked if everyone agreed. Gudo grinned with excitement. "Of course I agree. That's wonderful news." He turned to express deep gratitude to Han Son for supporting the national defense, but Han Son suddenly raised a hand to stop him. "Money can wait. It's time to train." He silently turned his back and walked away. He ignored the bewildered count who was anxiously chasing after him, repeatedly asking, "Wait, Hansen, is there something making you uncomfortable?" In front of the count was Hansen's enormous, intimidating back with its rippling muscles. After a powerful impact, Hansen suddenly smashed through the castle wall. Gudo stumbled backward in terror. He cried out helplessly, "What is it this time?" Gudo trembled. "Was there something about the proposal that you didn't like?" Hansen's face was now burning with killing intent. Behind him, the army of muscles had already lined up, ready to begin their training. Seeing how tense the situation was, an official hastily whispered to the soldier next to him, "Clear everything out, Hansen is getting even angrier." Hansen looked directly at everyone present in the meeting room and asked, "Do you all want to join the personal training session too?" Gudo collapsed into his chair. He whimpered, moaning in despair, "Sob, I'm always the only one left to endure this torturous training." Gudo immediately clasped his hands together with a grave expression and ordered his ministers, "We will conduct this meeting as quickly as possible, summarize all proposals, and report at top speed." Witnessing their lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscle army was moved to tears and cheered, "The count is amazing." Immediately, a flustered official ran in with a scroll reporting the next development on the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Lai was facing judgment for the crime of attempting to assassinate the count. But thanks to Gudo's mercy, her punishment had been reduced. However, she was still stripped of her citizenship in the kingdom. Looking straight at Lai, Gudo said in a low voice, "Lai, I know you still hold a grudge against me." He suddenly made a shocking proposal. "So if this doesn't sit well with you, I will grant you the right to kill me." The statement left all the soldiers around them completely stunned. Gudo began to tremble violently. He screamed in desperation, "No, you should kill me!" But Lai simply flashed a radiant, satisfied smile and replied, "I refuse." Gudo collapsed, clutching his chest and sobbing. "Lai, please kill me so I don't have to do PT with Hansen." He screamed madly, begging for anyone to step forward and judge him. Just then, Hansen suddenly appeared from behind and announced the good news. "Hey, you don't have to be the count anymore. From now on, it's 24/7 of nothing but weights." The others were startled with terror. Hansen's excitement was obvious. "Sounds good to me." The mustached ministers began to whisper amongst themselves, "Is he planning to hand the country over to us? Or maybe we should take this opportunity to make our move. The count's power is weak now. I think we can do it. I never thought becoming a lord could be this easy." Witnessing this, Hansen was once again moved to tears. "I can't believe you all think so deeply about the gym-goers of this country. I'm so touched." Hansen immediately tore off his shirt, flexing and showing off his rippling muscles as he declared, "I'm so happy right now, whoever becomes the count, I'll personally help them improve their physical fitness." When the reward was more terrifying than the punishment, they hurriedly changed their tune, laughing cheerfully and praising Gudo to the skies. Oh, thank goodness Count Gudo was born for this job. I'm very satisfied with my current position. The person most suited for the title of Count can of course only be Lord Gudo. After the meeting, Count Gudo promised to create any training equipment that Hansen requested. Everyone gathered back in the main hall to continue discussing the kingdom's next affairs. Although the kingdom had agreed to help, the training equipment that Hansen desired was beyond the technical capabilities of the White Kingdom. It was said that only the Earth Spirit King Behemoth could craft them. But the tricky problem was that no one knew where this king was. Just then, Lai suddenly spoke up. Even spirits respect my Pilates. She explained that thanks to her time living with the elves and learning Pilates, she could communicate with spirits. Overjoyed, Hansen immediately grabbed her hand and pleaded, "Thank goodness, please take me to Behemoth." Lai looked at him with a serious gaze and stated her condition. "It won't be difficult. In return, will you help me get my revenge?" Hearing this, Gudo turned pale, fearing she was targeting him. But Lai immediately clarified, "No, not the Count." Her real targets were the ones who had slaughtered Vai, her clan, a dark sorcerers organization called the Illuminati. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a henchman was screaming in fear, "There are too many variables." He trembled, promising, "I won't make a mistake next time." A little girl with orange hair and a twisted smile immediately mocked him. He is very disappointed in you, Ben." A round monster next to her also made a sarcastic remark about his origins. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, "It really would be better without Elise, wouldn't it?" Suddenly, a giant arm with glowing green veins swung a massive death scythe, bringing a thunderous blow down upon them. Witnessing the surprise attack, and the faces of those in the cave contorted in terror. A massive explosion erupted at the cave entrance, marked by a red triangle symbol sending rocks and debris flying. The loud noise startled a flock of black crows which scattered in panic throughout the dark forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull on it lay on the ground. A pair of heavy boots stepped on the weeds. A determined voice rang out. "You hide yourselves too well. It took me forever to find a place to do my squats. My target is right in front of me, the Illuminati." A female warrior with an extremely muscular physique and short red hair flashed a confident smile. Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword, ready for a purge. Witnessing that scene, Ben screamed maniacally in a fit of absolute rage. "I'll kill you!" Watching the destruction from a distance, a girl in a blue dress covered her mouth and giggled with amusement. "You're so cute when you're mad. Let me add a little more fuel to the fire, shall I?" The monster Fahrenheit beside her also let out excited screeches. Suddenly, the girl's gaze turned sharp. She muttered, "All right, I've made my decision." The girl lifted the hem of her dress, her crimson eyes revealing a cruel ruthlessness as she declared, "Eliminate Elise." At the same time, Ben frantically jammed green vials into his intensely flexing biceps, causing glowing green veins to spread across his body. Dark power erupted. He transformed into a terrifying entity with blazing golden eyes in the darkness as a pitch-black figure emerged from a crack in the ground with that sinister smile. At this point, this can be considered a betrayal, right? The shadow monster immediately chimed in, "A betrayal." Betrayal. The orange-haired girl laughed triumphantly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "I will report this choice of yours to that person." Ben was completely exhausted, sweat pouring down his fierce face as a giant arm reached out from the void. He only had time to let out a desperate scream before completely vanishing into the rubble. Chapter 32 of Dungeon Gym begins with the girl in the blue dress and the monster. Fahrenheit was rushing through the dense forest, laughing with great pleasure. Ben really did betray them. That person must have known beforehand, which is why they sent him, right? Fahrenheit firmly asserted that there was nothing that person didn't know. The girl began to wonder about the fate of Ben's research journal. But Fahrenheit immediately declared, "That thing will be mine," even though the girl warned that many other members were also coveting the journal. But the monster remained confident, insisting he would definitely get it. "Ben's stuff is mine now," Fahrenheit declared arrogantly under the full moon. "No one else touches it." Lai immediately activated her aura and sword sense skills. An earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a chain of explosions that tore up the ground and blew away everything nearby. Amidst the smoke and dust, the girl only had time to scream while Fahrenheit roared. Lai moved with extreme speed, gliding smoothly like a phantom through the deep forest, landing softly right behind her opponent. He didn't have time to react. Fahrenheit turned around stunned and exclaimed in astonishment, "Grass!" Lai stood imposingly behind him, looking coldly at the monster and mocking, "The weeds are getting a bit overgrown, aren't they? A truly savage burn, everyone." Fahrenheit instantly flew into a rage, his entire body glowing with a dark green hue as he roared furiously, "Grass!" He activated his skill song of the rotting forest. He unleashed a brilliant green energy that enveloped the entire battlefield. Fahrenheit swung his scythe, creating swirling waves of magic that relentlessly pursued Lai among the trees. Ancient tree trunks were chopped down one after another by the monster's brutal power. He continued to unleash his move's symphony of rotting wood, transforming into a terrifying, colossal entity. Lai was forced to pour all her strength into her legs to constantly evade the devastating attack descending from above as the giant monster swung its glowing green scythe in pursuit. But Lai had already activated her aura, which radiated a golden light to protect herself. While fighting, she casually explained, "Let Big Sis teach you how to pull weeds. The proper traditional way." Lai asserted in a low voice that to finish this ritual, she wouldn't hold back at all. Fahrenheit's face contorted in terror as he saw Lai closing in with a fiery fighting spirit right before his eyes. Lai declared she was still an old-fashioned person. Then she immediately activated her aura and her ultimate swordsmanship technique. She charged forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a continuous flurry of brilliant golden slashes that crushed the green monster. The powerful swings of her sword made her opponent do nothing but scream in agony before being completely swallowed by the light. Meanwhile, Gudo was diligently using his sword to clear the bushes along the road. "I told you not to cut the grass. The spirits hate that." Gudo quickly explained that he was only doing it so Hansen could walk more easily. Hansen suddenly appeared from behind, placed a hand on the Count's shoulder, and said gently, "It's all right. Just go to the back and practice your walking lunges." Even in the forest, he couldn't escape the workout routine. Gudo immediately obeyed. Hansen turned to ask Lai for directions, feeling that the team had been walking in circles for a while. Lai calmly explained that the paths of the spirits are completely different from normal paths. After walking a bit further, Lai stopped and pointed, confirming, "Here." Hansen tested the ground with a bounce and remarked, "Ground this soft. It'd be a crime not to do squats." He immediately shouted an order for the whole team to perform 20 squats on the spot. Lai began to perform the breath of less technique. She closed her eyes, calmly regulating her breathing amidst the peaceful space. Hansen's rhythmic counting rang out loud and clear, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. In her state of stillness, Lai could clearly sense the birds chirping on the branches and the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Even the subtle movement of buds beginning to bloom did not escape her senses at that very moment. The path of the spirits officially appeared, emitting a brilliant multicolored light that tore through the forest mist. Lai pointed, confirming, "Here." Immediately, a brilliant, magical light flared up, opening a gateway for the group. Meanwhile, Hansen, never forgetting his training duties, looked over at the flustered Count. Hansen reminded him, "Now, we did agree not to shout slogans in the end, but everyone heard Gudo yell, didn't they? Weak, and still loves to draw attention." Gudo could only stand frozen sweat dripping from embarrassment. Hansen continued to press on. "This time, everyone focus. We're doing 40 reps. How many reps?" The muscle squad responded in unison with great vigor. 40 reps. Still not satisfied with the volume, Hansen roared. "That's too quiet. Increase it to 60 reps. How many reps?" The entire squad opened their mouths and roared like thunder. 60 reps! Hansen smiled with satisfaction. "Good. 60 it is." Immediately, a terrifying force pulled the entire group into a vortex. Lai reminded them, "Relax and let the wind carry your bodies." They fell freely through a mystical space filled with brilliant rose petals. "This is the spirit realm, the place where the earth spirits live." She announced loudly, "This is the land of Mother Gaia." Gaia appeared with a majestic and harsh beauty, a place with erupting volcanoes, glowing red lava and islands floating among the clouds. A member of the muscle squad had just exclaimed in amazement, "Sir Hansen, this place is truly..." when suddenly he was crushed to the ground by an incredibly strong invisible pressure. A series of sickening crunches echoed as members of the muscle squad were slammed face first into the sand one by one. Unable to move, one of them groaned helplessly. "Sir, this weight is too heavy. I can't take it." Hansen nodded slightly, confirming, "You're right, it is. But instead of worrying, he looked incredibly excited. While performing heavy squats, he cheered, "Isn't this the best place to do squats?" Watching the giant stone pillars tremble with every breath, Han-sun excitedly thought to himself, "I can't believe there's such a top-notch in-house gym here. In the eyes of a PT, everywhere is a gym." A line of text appeared warning of an entity named Behemoth. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, followed by red eyes. They glowed menacingly from the giant stone guardians. Han-sun looked towards the brightly lit palace, his own eyes shining with determination. "I can't wait to meet him." Before them stood a stone monster. The giant loomed, guarding the dungeon entrance. A massive stone fist slowly rose, preparing to smash down like a thunderbolt. The giant fist slammed down, crushing the ground. It sent the muscle squad fleeing in panic. But Han-sun didn't dodge at all. He braced himself, using his bare hands to support the immense weight pressing down on his shoulders. Witnessing that breathtaking scene, the team members shouted worriedly, "Han-sun, are you okay?" Immediately, a series of other stone guardians also raised their fists in unison, ready to attack. A barrage of stone fists rained down, burying Han-sun under the rubble. He let out a resounding roar, but instead of pain, Han-sun seemed extremely excited. "When the pressure increases like this, it's amazing, with explosive power." Han-sun roared loudly and threw all the stone guardians around him like debris. A terrifying collision occurred, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The members of the muscle squad could only stare, calling his name in extreme worry. The ground began to tremble violently from a series of rhythmic thuds, making everyone wonder if it was an earthquake or not. One member noticed something unusual and screamed, "Run for it! The muscle master is about to explode!" Han-sun stood tall, his eyes blazing as his muscles began to contract, creating suffocating pressure. He declared authoritatively, "Increase weight." The power radiating from him made even Gudo and the others flee for their lives in terror. At that moment, the skill, Heavy Blend ×10, was officially activated. Han-sun was straining to perform heavy squats, with a giant mass of purple energy pressing down on his shoulders. He slowly counted the rhythm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Witnessing this strange sight, the red-haired girl with them asked in bewilderment, "What is he doing?" A member of the muscle squad calmly replied, "Today is Han-sun's leg day, the most terrifying day for any gym-goer." Seeing the girl's confusion about the concept of leg day, another guy quickly explained, "It means it's the day to train the lower body. The seniors here aren't very good at explaining things, so please bear with them." Suddenly, a voice like booming thunder echoed from above. "Have some interesting little ants crawled all the way here?" The whole group looked up in astonishment at the violently churning sky. The authoritative voice continued to declare, "I am Behemoth, Master of Thorns in this spirit realm." From between the clouds, a majestic volcanic island appeared with great solemnity. Behemoth roared, "What is your purpose for coming here, despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King?" Han-sun remained focused on his exercise and shouted, 15! He was completely absorbed in counting his reps. As soon as he finished his set, Han-sun quietly stood up and sauntered off. To Behemoth's bewilderment, the Spirit King could only mutter in disbelief as he watched Han-sun walk straight towards the seashore, to everyone's astonishment. Han-sun bent down and began to drink the seawater with relish. Behemoth, infuriated, roared, "Hey, I asked you what your purpose for coming here is, damn it!" Han-sun ignored him and continued to drink refreshingly. At that moment, he had only one thought in his head. Seawater is nature's way. Drink up, brothers. Han-sun stood up. His body drenched, his rippling muscles glistening in the sun. He noted to himself that although seawater usually contains a lot of sodium and isn't good for hydration, the water here tasted very sweet and pure. He told himself he'd worry about the sodium later. Seeing this, the muscle squad excitedly asked, "So in short, drinking this water will help our muscles grow?" Immediately, the entire squad cheered in unison, "Whoa, muscle growth! Everyone get in the water!" Behemoth was completely speechless at the chaotic scene. What the hell are these guys doing? The entire muscle squad frantically rushed into the sea, drinking the water and shouting with excitement. After quenching his thirst, Han-sun wiped his mouth and said casually, "That was great. Now let's talk." This action was like adding fuel to the fire. Behemoth roared in absolute fury. "How dare you drink water while in conversation with me, Behemoth? What a shameless and ridiculous bunch!" The Spirit King declared there was nothing more to say to these disrespectful intruders. A series of giant stone guardians with sharp glowing red eyes appeared in unison. Behemoth roared, "I will teach you rabble a lesson in manners from the ground up," Behemoth bellowed arrogantly, declaring, "This place is a living maze without the guidance of the spirit's intruders, can't even find the entrance, let alone escape." He challenged Han Sun's group to get past the moving stone walls and the army of stone guardians waiting inside to reach the volcano in the distance. Behemoth sneered, "Let's see if you can even find your way in." Faced with the challenge, Lai immediately got into position. She channeled power into her legs and launched herself into the air with the bridge choke exercise technique, intending to cross the maze from above. However, Behemoth immediately moved to stop her. "It's useless." Gravity intensification. A sudden immense pressure weighed down on Lai, startling her. Unable to fight the pull of the earth, she was dragged into a free fall, crashing hard into a pile of rubble, creating a deep crater amidst the thick dust and smoke. Pushing herself up after the fall, Lai gritted her teeth in frustration. "The gravity is too strong. I can't travel by air anymore." Right. Suddenly, a series of dry, cracking sounds echoed, making her look back doubtfully. Behind her, the muscle squad was starting to take action. They counted in unison 1, 2, 3, 4, huge arms with rippling muscles stretched out. The count echoed throughout the maze. 6, 7, 8. With each count, the ground trembled violently under their extraordinary physical power, working out their arms while clearing the way. Witnessing that scene, Behemoth laughed with great contempt. "You fools! This is the domain of the earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals." He asserted these walls, it wasn't something that could be broken by mere mortal hands, but the countdown didn't stop at 90. Han Sun suddenly stepped forward on the 12th count. He channeled all his strength into his hands and pressed against the rock wall. Right on the 13th count, Han Sun let out a resounding roar and pushed forward with terrifying force. A loud explosion erupted. The solid stone wall began to crack violently and crumbled to pieces under his hands. The event was so sudden that the enemy could only cry out in astonishment. A member of the muscle squad smiled confidently and explained, "It might be hard, but against us it's brittle." He immediately gave orders to the others. "Everyone else focus on destroying the wall using the cracks Han Sun made." The muscle squad cheered with delight as they saw the stone walls crumble. "It's breaking so easily, huh?" But their joy was short-lived as a colossal entity emerged from behind the thick dust. The muscle squad wondered in shock. What to do about these golems? They possessed menacing, glowing red eyes. Immediately, the skills Aura Blade and 9 ambush swords activated. A brilliant golden streak of light tore through the air, rushing straight toward the enemy. Lai swung his sword, launching a lightning-fast thrust precisely into the glowing red eye, the stone monster's fatal weak point. Lai flipped gracefully in midair and explained to his teammates, "Just aim for the eyes and stab, it'll be over in a second." Immediately after, the giant golem collapsed to the ground. The muscle squad felt their strength renewed. They furiously charged, attacking the remaining golems with powerful punches. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a furious roar echoed, "You bastards!" An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the distant volcano, sending towering columns of fire and smoke into the sky. Standing before that majestic sight, Han Sun remained calm and wondered, "Is this where Behemoth is?" Lai pointed forward and confirmed, "Yeah, the spirit said we have to lift that thing. Only then can we meet him." Before them was a giant stone platform blocking the path with 10 long iron bars running straight up to the ceiling, staring at its immense mass. Everyone wondered how they could possibly lift it. Han Sun casually made a violent suggestion, "How about we just destroy it? 17 years old and already so hot-headed." Immediately, a member of the muscle squad frantically stopped him. "Han Sun-nim, wait. There's a rope connected over there." At that moment, a flashback began. It had been exactly 11 months since Han Sun left Earth for this world. Despite his guardian-like physique, Han Sun was actually only 17 years old, an age still filled with many inner thoughts. A team member pointed to the cave ceiling, wondering, "There's something strange hanging from the ceiling." Lai squinted to get a better look and realized it was a pulley. "But why is it down here?" All this time, Han Sun had tried to hide his intense homesickness deep within his heart. But when he saw a familiar object from his home right before his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Han Sun stood frozen to the spot, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the object. The emotions he had suppressed for so long suddenly burst forth and tears streamed down the muscular leader's face. It was a nostalgic piece of equipment he never expected to see again in this place. In the middle of the dark cave, a piece of workout equipment appeared gleaming like a priceless treasure. Han-sun whispered its name, choked with emotion. "Oh, my long-lost brother, my long-lost bucket." The lat pull-down machine is a piece of training equipment developed in the 1960s. In 1967, American trainer Andrew Memo realized the movement of grabbing an iron bar and leaning back was very similar to the lying lat pull-down exercise. From that, he created a machine to perform this movement safely and more effectively. To this day, this equipment has been improved with many different styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Han-sun was moved to tears. Wiping his eyes, he mumbled, "A lat pull-down machine," then told himself, "Stop it, you'll cry away your gains." The muscle squad looked at each other, bewildered, asking, "What's a lat pull-down machine?" On the other side, Gudo was trembling with fear. He stammered, A trap dungeon, Han-sun-nim, is the range wide. A normal person sees a trap. A personal trainer sees weights." Han-sun confidently stepped forward and affirmed, "No, this isn't a trap." He asked the whole squad, "What back exercises have we been doing all this time? List them for me." A member of the muscle squad quickly listed them. "One-arm dumbbell row, pull-ups, barbell row, and Romanian deadlift, sir. Isn't that right?" Han-sun explained that they could do pull-ups because they had each other for support, but usually most people don't have a training partner. He demonstrated the movement and asserted, "The exercise with an equivalent effect to the pull-up is the lat pull-down because you can freely choose the weight and perform similar movements to a pull-up. That's why it's a favorite back exercise for everyone from beginners to professional athletes. This is an exercise that focuses on the scapula and the lats. However, if you lose focus, it's very easy to make the mistake of using your forearms, biceps, or shoulders to pull the weight." Han-sun enthusiastically suggested, "Since the equipment is right here, how about we demonstrate how to use it?" The muscle squad raised their hands in unison, cheering excitedly, "Build muscle! Build muscle! Build muscle!" They began the first exercise with the lat pull-down machine. The first thing to do is adjust the position of the pad and the brace so your body doesn't lift up. Second step, grab the bar with a grip slightly wider than your shoulders, and secure your lower body with the pad. For the third step, Han-sun emphasized, you have to tighten your core and focus on contracting your lats instead of using your arm strength to pull. He noted that the movement between the bar and the ground must always be vertical. In the fourth step, you need to pay special attention not to arch your back too much, and absolutely do not use your body's momentum to cheat. Han-sun turned back and smiled brightly at his teammates. "For you guys, this weight might be a bit heavy, so maybe next time. For now, I'll go first." The muscle squad responded in unison. "Yes, sir. May your muscles grow." Han-sun channeled all his strength into his massive arms. He roared, and immediately a secret mechanism was activated. A notification sound rang out, then it opened. The giant stone door in the cave slowly slid upward, revealing a path deep inside. Witnessing this, the whole team cheered excitedly. "Let's go!" Gudo asked a member, puzzled. The training schedule is one thing, but the actual practice is completely different." The muscular guy calmly explained that Hansen's physical strength was on a whole other level. Gudo, still stunned, worriedly asked, "Well then, how are we supposed to get in after we finish training?" The four questions made the muscular soldier break out in a cold sweat, stuttering, unable to form words. That's... Inside, Hansen was still working hard with his heavy weights. He confidently counted the reps, 8. As he finished his fourth set, he excitedly called out to Gudo, affirming that if you apply pressure to the right spot, the muscle stimulation feels absolutely incredible. At that moment, the skill, heavy blunt 1 out of 10, was activated. He strained and yelled, "All right, Sir Hansen, please come in." The whole muscle squad had to pool all their strength together to lift the stone door that weighed tons. "Hurry up," they grunted. Hansen casually walked in, not forgetting to praise his junior's progress. "This door would be just right for you guys if it were a few tons heavier." As soon as he stepped through, the giant stone door crashed down, sealing the entrance. Strangely inside were hamsters wearing safety gear. They were scurrying across construction scaffolding. Deeper inside, a vast space with blazing forges and giant, constantly moving gears came into view. It revealed a mysterious workshop hidden deep within the mountain. Inside the workshop, countless small, kangaroo-like creatures were constantly hopping on buttons to operate the machinery. The blazing furnaces spewed out streams of hot air which mixed with the resounding clang of active machinery that echoed throughout the space. Witnessing the sight of the diligent mice at work, the girl with Hansen became incredibly excited. Her eyes sparkled like stars and she squealed with delight. "They're so adorable." The girl couldn't help but step forward. She intended to touch Hansen's muscle. "I want to touch it so badly, it looks so soft," she said excitedly. The sight of muscles made her forget all about the danger. Hansen immediately stopped her, saying sternly, "Wait. Before signing up for a gym, you have to get a consultation from a staff member or the owner. You can't just touch people without permission like that." Seeing the girl was still confused, Hansen affirmed that not touching people without permission was a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and declared majestically, "I am Behemoth." Witnessing this tiny form, Gudo and a member of the muscle squad showed clear disappointment. The muscular guy even snidely remarked, "What kind of spirit king has a one-pack just like me?" Feeling insulted, the little white dog became enraged and shouted, "How rude! How dare you compare yourselves to noble spirits like me!" However, the dog was immediately suppressed by another presence. A cat in a white lab coat appeared unexpectedly, smiling mischievously. Things were getting so interesting I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. The cat explained that the white dog's actual name is Lena, a high-level earth spirit. The cat himself was the real Behemoth. Behemoth warned everyone not to look down on the creatures working here, because they were all high-level spirits. Hansen and the group could only nod silently in agreement before the Spirit King's authority. Behemoth looked at Hansen and said he already understood his strength through Lena's test. He then asked about the purpose of their visit. Hansen got straight to the point. "Can you craft gym equipment?" Behemoth confidently affirmed, "You mean training tools. As long as I have enough time and materials, there is nothing I cannot create." Seeing Hansen about to speak, Gudo quickly intervened. "No, Sir Hansen, that's not how you negotiate." He stepped forward and bowed respectfully in the manner of a nobleman. "Greetings. I am the lord of the Gudo barony, Count Gudo. With an extremely humble attitude, Gudo pleaded, Mr. Kitty Cat, sir. Would you like some fish, or is there anything we can do for you?" Behemoth observed him silently, thinking to himself, "He's a rather polite human, isn't he?" As for payment, the Spirit King in the form of a black cat began declaring, "Money is fleeting, but working for me is eternal." Gudo immediately bowed and pledged, "I will obey any command the Spirit King gives." Behemoth smirked a hidden meaning in his smile. "Is that so?" He began to tell a story about a vile sorcerer who had recently appeared and polluted this land. The atmosphere suddenly turned grim with the mournful caws of crows echoing through the dark forest. Behemoth said this person was so strong that all the champions he had sent had completely lost contact. The death warning signs standing alone in the deep forest were a testament to his danger. Behemoth clasped his paws and stated his condition. "If you can defeat that vile sorcerer and purify the land, I will help you." Hearing this, Hansen gave an enthusiastic smile. "Sounds good. Do we have a guide?" The Spirit King explained that he had only sent mid-level spirits before, but this time, "I want to get the most accurate assessment of the situation." Behemoth pointed and commanded, "High-level spirit Lena, you will go with them." Hearing her name, Lena jumped in shock. She quickly tried to find an excuse. "Sir Behemoth, I still have to manage and supervise this place." However, Behemoth immediately became furious, baring his teeth and letting out a thunderous roar. "You think I don't know that all you do all day is sleep and sneak snacks? Now get going!" he bellowed. The earth-shattering roar made everyone, including Hansen and Gudo, scream in terror. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, General Leon was fleeing in a hurry. She muttered, "I knew I shouldn't have stirred up this hornet's nest." Seeing the dense horde of shadow monsters ahead, she wondered in shock, "There are already this many of them waiting here." Leon gritted her teeth and took a stance as the insane laughter of the monsters began to surround her. From the darkness, bloodthirsty screams rang out, "Swordmaster Leon, get her!" The horde of monsters, shaped like clowns and figures in black robes, frantically chased after them, chanting with zealous fervor for Oculus so dedicated to their jobs. Leon abruptly changed direction, muttering about the laws of nature as she glided away. The ecosystem is inherently intertwined. Even bees have those who only want to take the honey. You know. Instantly, she swung her sword in a beautiful arc, knocking away the approaching monsters. A commander wearing an eye-shaped headband roared angrily, "Leon!" Surrounded, Leon suddenly unleashed a brilliant golden aura. She poured all her strength into her Tucson sword technique as a small insect flew across the night sky, as if signaling a terrifying change. The dark mage, drenched in sweat, looked up in shock and uttered, "What is that?" He trembled as he realized the horrifying truth. She wasn't supposed to be this strong, was she? High in the sky, hundreds of brilliant golden swords suddenly appeared, filling the entire space, preparing to rain down like a destructive shower of light. A giant pillar of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the night and sending a panicked flock of birds scattering from the forest. The story continues with the mascot Lena busy gnawing on some rocks. She boasted smugly to Hansen, "If you want to know the past, just watch your big sis gnaw on these rocks." Hansen, while doing squats, marveled at this miraculous ability. Suddenly, Lena's eyes went wide with shock, causing Hansen to quickly ask if she saw something unusual. But it was all a trick as she exclaimed that the rock was just too delicious. Hansen and his companion could only stand there speechless. Lena cleared her throat and explained that it was just a joke, as these minerals were too new, so the memories she could get were very brief. She snapped at them to stop looking at her like some kind of glutton, then immediately ordered the group to find and dig up the oldest-looking minerals in the area. The muscle-bound squad quickly approached the giant boulders. One member carefully double-checked, "So we just need to bring them back." "All right." The group began to huff and puff, digging around a large rock. Hansen stood behind with his arms crossed, wondering what on earth his underlings were trying to do. The sincere, muscular guys explained that they were trying to create a handle so Hansen could lift the boulder more easily. Hansen mumbled to himself, thinking about the handle. Then he slowly reached out his massive hand. Hansen pressed his fingertips firmly into the hard rock's surface. He took a deep breath and squeezed with terrifying strength, causing the rock to start cracking violently under his grip. 2. Hansen sunk his fingers deep into the hard rock. He calmly instructed, "Just grip it like you're doing a lat pull-down with a foam handle, boys." The muscular disciples standing nearby could only gasp in amazement, "Whoa!" Immediately, Hansen performed a one-arm dumbbell row with the giant boulder using only one hand. He continuously changed his posture and rapidly counted the reps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 switch hands. Seeing this, Block stepped up to a large boulder and asked, "You mean you're talking about this?" He began to expertly perform a snatch deadlift followed by a sequence of coordinated movements from a snatch pull and snatch balance to an overhead squat. Block channeled his strength, hoisting the boulder over his head, then slammed it hard onto the ground, creating a massive tremor. Standing amidst the cloud of dust, Block confidently declared, "Complete." Hansen gave a satisfied smile and an encouraging thumbs up. "That's our Block. Your form has gotten a lot better." 4. The students wiped their sweat, smiling brightly as they replied, "At this level, it's just a piece of cake. Easy." The intense training atmosphere spread everywhere. The muscle-bound army diligently carried and lifted heavy rocks. The sound of counting echoed throughout the area, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. The other members were not to be outdone. They used ropes to tie up giant boulders to train their endurance, shouting, 5, 6, 7, 8, amidst the commotion. The spirit Lena stood silently holding a small stone. She looked at the wreckage around her and thought to herself, "I told them to find ancient stones, and they turned it into a gym." Lena quietly put the stone in her mouth and crushed it. Then she suddenly froze, her face filled with astonishment. "This is an egg!" Below, a simple wooden bridge led the way into a deep cave in the heart of the Rocky Mountain. Inside the dark chamber, a man wearing a bird beak mask and red glasses was sitting opposite a formidable partner. He began with a persuasive tone, "We at Oculus hold your abilities in very high regard, Toad." He continued to explain that turning this place into a dungeon consumed a lot of resources. As he spoke, the bird-masked man lifted his teacup and took a sip. But he immediately spat out the entire liquid and screamed in horror, "Damn you! How dare you bring poison to the negotiation table!" From the shadows, a long tongue darted out and licked its lips, followed by a guttural voice. "Poison. It has a proper name. It's called whiskey. Toad." The one who had just appeared was none other than Toad. A powerful Toadman leader. He was smoking a cigar, holding a bottle of liquor, and nonchalantly asserted, "Don't call it poison. This is the finest stuff, so deal with it." The bird-masked man furiously roared, "You heard his lordship's order to join Oculus and not take over this place." Unable to contain his anger, he lunged straight at Toad and yelled, "A lowly reptile like you dares to trifle with his lordship's kindness." However, just as he was about to strike, the bird-masked man suddenly felt his head spin, his vision blurring from dizziness. Toad remained unbothered, correcting him, "Look closely. I'm an amphibian, not a gecko. As for joining Oculus, sure, that's fine. But I don't like that condition one bit." As Toad spoke, he tilted the bottle back and drank it all. Immediately after, Toad and his henchmen grabbed the weakly resisting bird-masked man and began to pour the liquor into his mouth. Toad jeered, "Here, drink it all up." The bird-masked man screamed in despair as the burning liquid flooded his throat. "It burns! It feels like I'm being set on fire." A moment later, the bird-masked man had completely collapsed, his bright red eyes glazed over from drunkenness as he hiccuped repeatedly. Toad looked at his opponent, who had lost all his fighting spirit, and sneered. "Now that's a face ready to negotiate." He smirks, sinisterly blows out cigar smoke, and declares, "There's no shortage of wine here, my friend." Behind him stands an army of frogmen in elegant suits. They appear all at once with threatening glares. He boldly asserts, "Now let the real negotiations begin." This is Frog, the leader of the Red Legion. He shouts mysteriously, looking at the drunken messenger, and mocks him, "Drink until you're wasted, then you can sign whatever you want. Isn't that right, old pal?" Meanwhile, Lena the Spirit suddenly cries out in excitement, "Found it!" However, when she looks down at the valley, she freezes at the sight of a muscular army training relentlessly. Their synchronized shouts echo through the entire region. Lena narrows her eyes with pure contempt. Ugh, these lowlifes. These disgusting middlemen. She couldn't believe these creatures could be so pathologically obsessed with physical training to such an extreme degree. Two members of the muscle army are chatting while working out. One praises the other. "Man, your lats are getting as wide as an eagle's wings." The other replies humbly, "It's just the pump." "You're the one who increased the weight, didn't you?" He smiles and asserts, "Weight is the ultimate truth for muscle growth." This statement immediately hits another squad's pride, making him stop in his tracks. His face turns serious. "Wait, I can't just let that comment slide." He radiates a fierce aura and retorts that stimulation is more important than weight. He begins to flex his bulging muscles to prove his point. On the other side, the first guy isn't backing down. He radiates a bright red energy and roars, "Weight is the absolute truth." The two immediately dive into a heated argument. They keep shouting their views, making the space around them explode with opposing forces. The two muscle warriors stand face to face. A murderous aura covers the entire area. One challenger yells, "Keep talking and you'll lose your gains. Get over here." "Show me those abs, babe." The opponent doesn't flinch. He stretches his muscles and boldly accepts, "Fine by me. I was thinking the same thing." The other members sit and watch, gossiping. Whoa, they're actually fighting. Another ponders weight versus stimulation. "Man, my pecs are feeling pretty heroic right now." Right after, a warrior flexes and screams, "Wah," with glowing eyes. The two meatheads immediately get into opposing stance. Someone comments, "The front lats on the weight guy look bigger, but the stimulation guy has much better balance and symmetry." The atmosphere heats up as the shout for pose number 1 echoes. Both warriors strike a front double biceps pose, full of confidence, followed by the order for pose number 2. In the heat of the battle, Hansen suddenly appears from behind and asks coldly, "What the hell are you guys doing?" The sudden appearance of the boss makes them jump in terror. They stammer his name, Hansen. Hansen, with a terrifying aura, growls, "Did you idiots just call out your abs?" He points his finger and yells, "Weight or stimulation instead of wasting time thinking about that. I'd rather use all my strength to train than all my strength to rest." One member mumbles sadly, "But I'm really curious which one is more important." Two others rush over and grab Hansen to ask for an answer. "Stimulation is more important, right, boss?" "No way, right. Weight is the truth, isn't it?" Hansen looks them straight in the eye and asks back, "Between dumbbells and barbells, which is more important?" The question leaves them dazed. The question makes the whole army's brains melt. Hansen continues to press them with tough anatomy questions. "Between the hamstrings and the quads, which is more important? Stop asking stupid questions." He flexes his pecs and traps, roaring, "I'm asking you between the traps and the pectorals, which one is more important, huh?" Watching from afar, Gudo breaks into a cold sweat and asks another member, "I kinda get what he's saying. But usually people compare things like mom versus dad, right?" The muscle soldier quickly puts a hand over his mouth. Shh, Hansen has very sharp ears, and has very... Gudo can only nod repeatedly in fear. Seeing his subordinates scratching their heads from overthinking, Hansen walks over, puts a hand on a shoulder, and speaks calmly. You don't need to overthink it. He flashes a radiant smile, showing off his massive muscles, and gives some sincere advice. Just increase the weight. And feel the stimulation at the same time, that's all. Right! Hansen's words hit the young warrior's heart. He's moved to tears and silently whispers the leader's name in pure admiration. That day, the entire muscle army felt that truth through their own bodies once again. Hansen excitedly announced, "That was just the warm-up. Now the real training begins, you runts." Everyone believed with absolute certainty that Hansen was the one who would help them break their limits and become stronger. The whole army shouted in unison, "Yes, boss! Let's go, Uracha!" Their roars echoed throughout the land. From afar, a small creature was busy gnawing on minerals, secretly watching the muscle army. It wondered if they were ever going to actually do their mission. Meanwhile, Lai looked quite skeptical. She watched their movements and wondered if any enemy would ever stand still just to take such slow attacks. In another corner of the forest, Brock was silently looking at his hands with a pensive expression. He used to be confident in his strength, but Hansen's reminder about strengthening supporting muscle groups to truly break through was still haunting his mind. Brock diligently pushed through the dense forest, telling himself, it must be around here somewhere. He pushed aside bush after bush in his search until his eyes suddenly lit up, having spotted his target. Block cheered with excitement. Found it. Block saw the gleaming green creature hiding in the tall grass. He immediately had the idea to use it to craft a resistance band for a little training. Without a moment's hesitation, Block leaped into the air and shouted out his move. He dove down, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the liquid monster and finishing it off with a powerful cross. However, a strange presence made Block freeze. Someone from the tree branches. A strange creature was silently watching him. It was a beastman in the form of a toad holding a bag full of slimes. He casually apologized for harvesting this delicacy used for brewing wine. He didn't know that someone had already claimed it. Block stared at the other person stunned, then exclaimed, "A beastman?" The toadman asked curiously, "But what do humans even use slimes for, huh?" "You're not a mage." Block scratched his head and replied, You wouldn't get it. It can be used to make me stronger." Hearing that, the toad exclaimed excitedly, "You want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so sooner? My boss is an expert in that field." An amphibian-style scam artist, Block asked skeptically, "Really?" The toad immediately invited him, "Follow me. I'll introduce you to my boss." Even though he thought to himself, "I already have a Master Han Sun," Block was still curious and followed right after him. He was pulled into a wild drinking party with the toadmen. The sound of wine being chugged down echoed as Block downed large jars of it. The toadmen cheered excitedly, "You can really hold your liquor. You must drink a lot, don't you?" Block, red-faced, hiccuped repeatedly. "I'm just a lightweight. You guys are pushing me too hard." In his drunken stupor, he drowsily asked, "So when, do I get stronger, A toadman with a monocle leaned his face close to Block's and smirked deviously. "Aren't you getting stronger right this very moment?" The toadman roared, "The wine's kicking in." "You're getting visibly stronger." His head was spinning. Block stumbled amidst the empty bottles scattered on the table. Block whispered in his drunken state, "This isn't good. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table completely unconscious. The toadman with the monocle looked at the prey that had fallen into his trap. A cunning smile spread across his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and he declared, "Oh, dear customer, I'm going to charge you a very, very high price for this round of drinks." In the darkness, Block woke up with a parched throat. He whispered, "So thirsty, so thirsty." He looked around confused and wondered, "Where am I?" A splitting headache hit him, making Block groan, "Ugh, my head hurts so much." When he came to his senses, he was horrified to realize he was in a massive, dark cave. He tried to struggle but realized he was stuck, trapped in a sticky green liquid on the cliff wall. Its stickiness and elasticity were so strong that he couldn't break free at all. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed from the darkness. "A new guy, huh? Just lie still and wait to be boiled, kid." Block looked over, bewildered, and saw a strange creature imprisoned right next to him. He introduced himself. "This is the Toad's Pantry, the amphibian's food storage." This guy was the lizardman chief from the alley mine. He insisted that Block had absolutely no chance of escaping on his own. Seeing no reaction from him, the chief roared, "Don't you ignore me!" But then he clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at a dead man walking. Block calmly asked, "Hey, I have a question. Why don't they just kill us right away?" The lizardman chief explained that it was all for the purpose of creating a dungeon. To Block's confusion, he explained that it's a dark land where monsters endlessly multiply. A gloomy tower with eerie blue flames appeared in the heart of the deep cavern, signaling an evil existence. In reality, you can't create monsters indefinitely. To run the dungeon, they're forced to steal energy from living creatures. This is the basic principle for creating a core that can store and maintain that energy source. That's why the amphibians stockpile living creatures in their food pantry. And so this has become the power bank for this whole cave. Thousands of people are imprisoned along the towering cliff walls in utter despair. Block was stuck fast in the thick green slime. He asked wearily, "Is there no way to escape?" The lizardman chief imprisoned right beside him replied coldly, "As you can see, the probability is 0. He advised Block not to waste his energy struggling. "The more you move, the faster your energy gets absorbed." Then he asked mockingly, "Do you want to die sooner?" Block closed his eyes, helpless. He silently blamed himself. "In the end, this only happened because I was too weak." He whispered his final apologies. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't get to lift heavier." As soon as he heard that name, the lizardman's expression changed instantly. Beads of cold sweat dripped down in terror. "Hansen, don't tell me you're talking about you, Hansen, the wolf lord of the alley mine." Block, confused, confirmed, Yeah, that's him. How do you know?" Immediately, the chief started screaming like a madman. "Ha ha, I have to get out. I have to get out of this place right now." He thrashed around wildly, trying to escape the very slime he had just claimed was inescapable. Witnessing this sudden change, "Why bother asking? Didn't you say that the more one struggles, the faster they die?" But the lizard man had completely lost his mind. Out of sheer terror, a horrific memory flashed through his head the time Hansen used him as a weight for push-ups. Back then, Hansen was just casually laughing and chatting. "All right, push-ups in the field. Let's start over from number 1. Just thinking of that scene." The lizardman leader wailed through his tears. "What kind of freakish nightmare is this?" He gasped, screaming in utter despair that he would rather die right now. Meanwhile, back in the city, Hansen looked around and wondered, where did Block go? A member of the muscle army reported that Block had left his resistance bands behind and went out early to hunt slimes. Hansen felt a bit worried because Block hadn't told him. "Let me bring him some spare bands." Lai, standing nearby, also looked suspicious. "He's still not back at this hour. Isn't that a bit too strange?" Hansen gave a confident smile and insisted he is a big boy now. At most, he will just lose a few grams of muscle. Gudo looked around anxiously and reminded him, "Hansen, this is the enemy camp. It might not be a good idea to just lounge around like this." But as soon as he finished his sentence, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of Hansen. Hansen was casually hoisting a massive boulder on his shoulder. He flashed a radiant yet high-pressure smile and said, "If you don't want to lounge around, then start doing 100 squats right now." Gudo could only weep silently, his face drenched in sweat and tears from the sheer brutality of the exercise. Just then, the spirit Lena explained the upcoming mission. Their target was a toad man named Toad. He was planning to turn this place into a dungeon, so you absolutely must not use force in certain areas or else you will end up helping the enemy. Hearing that, Hansen fell into deep thought. "A toad man frog legs. I heard frog legs are packed with protein. That must be great for muscle growth, right?" Those words seemed to trigger a nerve. The muscle army went wild, screaming, "Is that true, sir? Is it really that good for muscle growth?" "Ooh, grow those muscles." The hulking men surrounded the tiny spirit and roared, "So where is that protein source hiding?" Lena cried out in terror, "Save me! A bunch of monsters are asking about the menu." One member of the muscle army immediately suggested, "How about we split into teams to search? If you find him, flex your pecs to signal the rest of us." However, Hansen didn't seem very interested. "I don't like doing cardio for too long." Seeing a chance to escape the torturous workout, Gudo immediately beamed and volunteered, "Hansen, leave the searching to a professional like me. Please let me handle this." Even though his legs were shaking violently from exhaustion, he still tried to beg for the mission. Hansen looked at Gudo with a knowing gaze and asked, "So have you finished those 100 reps yet?" Gudo kept a forced smile on his face and confessed, "Not yet, sir." Hansen's expression immediately turned terrifyingly bright as he gently ordered, "Finish them all before you can leave. Old and stuck with a strict teacher." The poor Count could only remain silent, tears streaming down his miserable face as he softly whispered his obedience. In utter despair, the Toadman Toad hummed a song while dragging a massive sack. He wove through narrow rock crevices in the cave, heading deep into a vast chamber. There stood a giant red jar. He met another of his kind and announced, "I have returned." A toad-like hand touched a magical sphere that contained an entire galaxy. The mechanical door slowly creaked open with an invitation, "Come in." The Toadman lifted the glowing matter and muttered, "I will soon create many more friends for you." He poured all that light into a deep pit and commanded, "Grow up and become the ultimate nourishment for this dungeon." Down below, the imprisoned lizardman leader was horrified to realize the presence of predators. "It's over! The big boss worms are here!" Giant worms began crawling all over the ground. Heading toward those who were trapped, the bloodthirsty worms closed in on the rock wall where the lizardman leader was stuck, baring their sharp teeth ready to strike. Meanwhile, at Hansen's camp, a member of the muscle army asked worriedly while eating, "Hansen Nimblock didn't bring any chicken breast with him. Will his protein intake be okay?" Hansen casually chewed a piece of bread and affirmed, "Block, he will be just fine, because he was born with a special blessing." Seeing the confused faces of his subordinates regarding Block's special power, Hansen explained that in reality, Block's sense of taste was the worst in the entire world. When the others suggested that might be a flaw, Hansen laughed and replied, "If you can't taste anything, then every single dish is basically chicken breast." Right then, in the pitch-black dungeon, Block's power suddenly erupted, his eyes glowing bright. Instead of being afraid, he opened his mouth wide and began devouring the very monsters that were trying to attack him. A horrific truth was revealed except for his own parents. In this world, there was absolutely nothing that Block could not eat. Block greedily devoured the monster meat, slimy fluid dripping from the corners of his mouth. With eyes burning with desire, he roared in excitement, "Next! Who's next?" Squelching, chewing sounds echoed through the silence. Block was pinned to the cliff face by a layer of sticky green slime, and right below his feet were dozens of giant worms squirming with their maws agape as they watched the horrific scene. The lizard man imprisoned next to him cried out in horror, "Ugh, you can actually eat that thing!" "So gross." Contrary to the others' disgust, Block seemed incredibly refreshed. He could feel energy spreading through every cell. "This worm juice is actually sweet. My muscles feel totally pumped." His face lit up with satisfaction as if he'd just savored a gourmet meal. Block began to flex, pouring all his strength into his muscles to break free from the restraints. Despite the lizard man's insistence. "I told you it's impossible to escape." Block didn't give up. His eyes suddenly began to glow with an intimidating purple light. A loud blast echoed, ripping the slime apart. The monster next to him exclaimed in shock, You actually broke it!" Block powerfully ripped himself free from the cliff face. He slowly raised his head, a sinister look on his face, and casually asked, "Now then, which one should I eat?" The monsters below screamed in terror at being chosen as the next meal. He pointed down at the squirming mass of worms and challenged, "Why don't you take a guess?" Block's twisted smile and dripping drool made the scene even more terrifying. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched forest, the muscle army was hustling through their training run. A curious member asked, "Goronum, is there any benefit to us if we conquer a dungeon?" He stated firmly, "Conquering a dungeon always comes with a reward. Just trust me." Hansen explained that a dungeon is essentially an automated system capable of accumulating power. Once it's established, its energy absorption range expands and its absorption rate increases, granting its master a recognized personal territory. A member of the muscle army asked while running, "But why don't humans build dungeons?" Gudo, panting, explained, "That's because humans don't know how much energy is needed to create them." He emphasized, "Human society already runs on taxes. If their bioenergy were drained on top of that, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos." Gudo clutched his head, stressed. "Maintaining a dungeon is a daunting task for an average population." The small spirit explained, "If an environment appears to have no energy, then there are two possibilities. One, they are deliberately keeping the territory small to prevent outside intrusion." Lena continued the analysis. "The second possibility is when that person has a goal, other than creating a dungeon." Gudo and the warriors looked visibly worried because in either case, turning this place into a dungeon would be extremely difficult. Lena wondered to herself, "What are you planning to do?" Meanwhile, in the enemy's lair, the toad man Cock was feasting heartily. He was drinking and singing with excitement, Ribbit, when he adjusted his monocle and asked with a suggestive tone, "You know why people drink together? It makes it easier to deceive one another." He smugly declared, "Alcohol makes it easier to become friends." Ribbit. He laughed loudly among his cheering lackeys. He figured that thanks to booze, they could get friendly with all kinds of people. The scene shifts to a chaotic tavern filled with all kinds of drunk monsters. Ribbit. He suddenly thrusts a contract in front of Block, coaxing, "My dear friend, would you care to stamp your seal on this contract?" By now, Block was completely out of it. He just stood there, stupefied, stammering incoherently with a dazed look on his face as a toad henchman poured more booze into his mouth. While urging, "Drink up, Ribbit," Cock stood before the crowd of sluggish, drunken monsters and shouted commandingly, "All right, it's time to make some liquor, everyone. To the workshop we go, Ribbit." The exhausted monsters trudged through a dark cave, their faces showing clear signs of being worn out. Suddenly, a horned monster began to lose his mind from alcohol withdrawal. He screamed in desperation, "Gimme booze, booze! I'll destroy everything!" Immediately, Cock smashed a bottle over the deranged monster's head. The blow injured him severely. Looking at the collapsed figure, he said, "This one's broken. Ribbit, take him to the poison pit quickly." Cock then led the excitedly croaking toadmen and announced, "All right, to make your work easier, we're going to go dig up some peat, the main ingredient for smoky whiskey. Ribbit." One of the toads holding a shovel started demonstrating for the others. "You have to do it like this. Ribbit, put your whole body into it, Ribbit. This is the old toad's mandatory cardio session, fellas." Amidst the dusty construction site, Hansen suddenly appeared and turned the hard labor into a high-intensity training session. He carried carts overflowing with stone and hauled giant boulders, all to the echoing "Ribbit" chants of the miners. Hansen himself dug with his shovel at a terrifying speed. He commented enthusiastically, "My lats are starting to feel a good burn. The biggest gym rat miner in history." He even flashed a confident smile and wondered to himself, "Maybe I should engage my pectoralis major for the push." Witnessing this extraordinary strength, and two of the toadmen looked at each other in bewilderment and whispered, "Could he be a friend?" "Ribbit," the other one nodded. "A friend, you say?" "Looks like it. Ribbit." Hansen clapped his hands, signaling to the surrounding toadmen, "Break time is over. Let's get to the next set." The entire group of toadmen threw themselves frantically into their work under his direction. Hansen, while flexing and posing, urged them on. "If you dig the peat without tensing on the eccentric movement, you're using bad form." Swept up in Hansen's enthusiasm, the toadmen all began to dig furiously with thunderous shouts. Hansen continued to demonstrate how to use the shovel like a piece of bodybuilding equipment. He yelled instructions, "Relax your triceps just like you're doing a dumbbell press. Now imagine the shovel is attached directly to your elbow." The toadmen worked tirelessly, dripping with sweat. They croaked incessantly, "Ribbit, Ribbit, huh, Ribbit." One of them started getting defiant and yelled, "Why the hell should we listen to you, huh, Ribbit?" Seeing the defiance, Hansen picked up his shovel with a stern expression and reminded him, "You should never disrespect your workout equipment." He flashed a hauntingly bright smile and asked the group, "Shall we start over from the beginning?" The toadmen began buzzing with chatter, claiming, "Hanson isn't your friend. You're not our friend, Croak. We only got confused because you look like a total psycho, Croak." Hearing this, Hanson asked blankly, "What are you talking about? Didn't we just agree to be workout buddies?" Those words were the last straw. The toadmen flew into a rage, screaming, "What kind of crazy training is this? You're definitely not one of us, Croak." They lunged forward all at once, slamming their shovels hard onto Hanson's shoulders and back. Even under those brutal strikes, Hanson stood as steady as a rock, leaving the toadmen in utter shock. He quietly turned around and gave them a reminder. Hey, you aren't supposed to use the training equipment to hit people." Hanson added a stern warning, "Hitting people with weights will get your gym membership revoked, you know." The iron shovels had shattered upon impact with his steel-like muscles. The toadmen trembled, making excuses. "The shovel just broke on its own, Croak. Maybe it's because we've been digging too much. Is that why it snapped, Croak?" One of them stubbornly insisted that normally a skinny guy like that shouldn't have been able to withstand their attack. Suddenly, an earth-shaking red energy exploded, enveloping Hanson in the form of a terrifyingly muscular entity. He stood tall amidst the crimson smoke. His eyes glowed white in the darkness as he rasped with a burning, killing intent, Me. A suffocating pressure filled the air as Han-sun growled. Did I hear you wrong? His massive frame radiated an overwhelming power that completely suppressed them, leaving the tiny toadmen trembling in absolute terror. To grow your muscles, heavy training is vital, but stretching with things like resistance bands is just as important. Han-sun, with his glowing eyes and bulging muscles, he roared while performing the movements, yet he also warned that overstretching would significantly reduce muscle strength. Right under his foot, a toad was being stepped on, gasping for air. It wheezed in desperation. "Spare me, my tongue is about to snap." Han-sun kept pushing, insisting on lengthening the muscles through proper stretching, and shouted, "The most important thing is to train with even better posture." Han-sun flexed as he pulled the red cord tight, asserting, "If you don't want to stay a scrawny weakling forever, then start stretching." In agonizing pain from being used as a stretching weight, the toad screamed, "Help me!" Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a group of toadmen was gathering to plot their next move. A toad wearing a monocle held a wineglass, admiring himself in the mirror. "So handsome and so clever." He gloated, realizing that as long as they had it, they could run the dungeon, without needing any help from Oculus. The leader raised his bottle high and declared solemnly, "Today is the day for a toast." He ordered a gathering of all the heavy drinkers. Immediately, the toadmen below cheered loudly, while many others already lay slumped on the ground, wasted. In a dark cave, a toad sat casually drinking at his desk. Seeing someone approaching, he slightly pushed up his monocle and asked, "So you've arrived?" Standing before him were the core executives of the Redhead Legion known as the Drunks. Kavat the Wolf roared with excitement. "Calling us together means you're ready to burn things down, right?" Zekulit immediately spoke up to remind him, "Mr. Kavat, that's not very polite at all." Behind them, Gulamak the White Bear gave a low, rumbling grunt, while Randip, a girl with blue hair, took in the scent of battle. Teocat, however, looked on with pure disdain. "What a waste of time. I was having a good nap when I got called." The monocled toad laughed heartily. "Excellent comrades should be close like this." Suddenly his glasses flashed. He declared, "It's been a long time since we were all together like this. Let's all enjoy ourselves." Instantly, a massive magic circle enveloped the toad. The drinking game skill was officially activated, sending a powerful surge of energy all the way to the alcohol warehouse. Where giant wooden barrels were stacked high, urgent notifications rang out confirming sacrifice, bring the sacrifice. The entire warehouse was swallowed by magical light. From the center of the glow, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long, bright red tongue appeared. It introduced itself grandly, "I am the four-sided die. Nagaro, the one in charge of leading this." Nagaro excitedly announced, "The drinking game has begun. Choose a player for each side." It began scanning the entire area and announced, "Detected 380 intelligent lifeforms present." Nagaro continued to explain that everyone would be divided into two teams, based on each person's tendencies. Han-sun was casually eating a sweet potato when he jumped in surprise as Nagaro appeared right in front of him. He asked blankly, "What's this?" The game master announced that each side would have 5 direct participants, while the rest would be bystanders. Nagaro screamed with excitement, "Who's going to play with me?" "No. If you don't play, I'll make the whole lot of you drunk right where you stand." Hearing this, Han-sun was extremely panicked. He hurriedly asked his masters, "Masters, what exactly is blood alcohol content?" A system screen immediately popped up in response. "It's been a while. In reality, alcohol itself does not directly cause muscle loss." Han-sun listened intently to the master's explanation, since the liver, the organ that produces protein, prioritizes breaking down alcohol first. The process of muscle synthesis will be significantly hindered. An illustration showed the liver struggling to process the alcohol, making Han-sun realize this could severely damage his muscle growth. Breaking down alcohol consumes a lot of water, leading to muscle dehydration and a drop in performance, and drastically improve training efficiency. The moment he heard the threat of losing muscle, Hansen's expression changed and he roared, "Losing muscle, absolutely not." He quickly touched the magic screen. Instantly, the system announced, "Ayu Hansen has joined." Seeing this, Gudo curiously came closer and asked, "So you just press it like this?" Just then, Gudo rushed over, frantically shouting, "Wait!" As the only sane one trying to prevent a disaster, Gudo was extremely worried. He believed this was the enemy's magic, and that it might be a trap, so he demanded that no one press it carelessly. In his head, the Count silently calculated that instead of taking a risk, it was best to stand aside and observe the situation. To save his own life and those of his soldiers, Gudo gave a cunning smile but immediately had to shout, "I told you not to press it," during the struggle to stop them. During the Tehi, Gudo accidentally touched the screen. He screamed in horror as the words, "Gudo has joined," appeared. If I don't join Hansen Nim, we'll probably think I'm just slacking off. He decided to press it, and the system confirmed. A small white cat appeared and explained, "This is the enemy's conditional force field magic. Although this type of magic doesn't take effect immediately, it will inflict extremely severe penalties depending on the specific conditions." Hearing this, Lena quickly analyzed, "We should just get the strongest people in to carry the team just to be safe." The cat agreed. "That's right." They both touched the screen. The system announced, "Lai and Lena have joined." Nagaro excitedly shouted, "The players have been decided." Team A's official lineup is revealed: Hansen, Guro, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. On the opposing side, Team B has also been determined with members Kop, Randip, Kavat, Kulit, and Telkat. Nagaro enthusiastically announced, "Since the players have been decided, we will now select the game." A golden pyramid began to spin and shot into the middle of the forest. Negro announced loudly, "This time the game is Roll and Roll." The pyramid stopped, clearly displaying the game's name, Bunny Bunny. The little rabbit Negro explained, "The rules are very simple. The players will turn into rabbits. However, on each team, one person won't be a rabbit but a carrot. Each team must protect their own carrot while fighting the opposition. If the carrot is caught, the losing team's blood alcohol content will increase by 0.1% and the game ends. The most brutal punishment for sober people. Naturally, catching one carrot is more beneficial than catching 3 rabbits. Right, even the reserve members can join in." And so the exciting and interesting drinking game begins. A Toadman smugly gave a thumbs up. "This is really lucky, Ribbit," he laughed sinisterly. "Feta's carrot is the hidden name, right, Ribbit?" However, a big question remained, just who was the hidden name? Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion tore through space. The Toadman panicked and fled for his life, screaming for help as he ran. "There's a player here, Ribbit, requesting backup, Ribbit." He became extremely anxious when he realized the situation was not good. More than 10 people had already headed in that direction. "Will this even make the carrot show up, Ribbit?" The Toadman gritted his teeth with determination. "I don't know, Ribbit, but—" He looked up in shock and screamed in terror, "He's too strong, Ribbit!" Instantly, Hansen appeared, his body gigantic, his blazing red eyes radiating a fierce aura. Hansen roared in absolute fury. "Touch anything you want, but leave my muscles alone." His killing intent enveloped the entire forest. The muscular army wearing bunny ears fled frantically through the deep woods. Pursued by mysterious dark figures, a team member yelled in panic, "Damn it!" He cried out in desperation, "Everyone protect me!" As he ran, he revealed his own crucial role. "I'm my team's carrot." The ground began to tremble violently with heavy thuds. Gudo fled in a panic. Noticing the enemy was no longer chasing him, he stopped, filled with suspicion. "Huh! Did those guys get tired of chasing me?" A muscular warrior standing nearby pointed up and asked, "Can't you hear the monster code?" He explained that Guro had confirmed that the other member was the carrot. Guro stroked his chin, deducing, "So they're going after the carrot." However, he still had a question. Why did the enemy know the target so well that they stopped chasing us? When he heard that Guro was running around shouting the carrot's identity everywhere, he roared in helplessness, "You idiot! Why would you run around yelling that?" A muscular warrior pointed ahead, warning, "Quick, stop him! He looks dangerous." Randolph, with blue hair and blazing red eyes, was rushing toward them at wind-tearing speed. Seeing their opponent approach, the muscle army still remarked nonchalantly, "This guy probably hasn't done a squat in his life. I bet one kick would snap him in 2. Despite the taunts, Randip executed a powerful silent maneuver. He glided past the muscle warriors, effortlessly, and uttered contemptuously, "I smell the stench of the slow." Witnessing Randip's terrifying speed, the members of the muscle army could only stand there, stunned. They exclaimed, "So fast!" They immediately coordinated to use a combo skill bell swing combined with heavy blunt. One of the 10 launched a giant purple energy orb. Towards his opponent, Randip casually glided away. He dodged the attack and sneered, "If you can't even hit me with that, this is over." But after days of relentless searching from inside the machinery pipes to the dense forests in the dead of night, they found absolutely nothing. Not a single trace of the old man. It was as if he had evaporated from the prison without leaving a single clue behind. Amidst the crimson sunset reflecting on the sea, an officer stood frozen in shock when he saw a figure standing defiantly by the shore. Because they had so much faith in the prison's security, they never suspected the possibility that he could leave the island. A terrified scream rang out in horror. It's the gay demon. The trembling soldiers couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the only prisoner who had ever escaped was now casually returning from the open sea, having crossed 32 kilometers of ocean. With ferocious waves reaching 10 meters high, that old man had miraculously crossed that hellish sea a free man. He stepped ashore, his muscular body covered in vibrant rose tattoos. Where he went and what he did on the outside no one knew, but judging by that piece of skin in his hand, he had done something truly terrible. The face of the bespectacled officer turned pale as he realized the old man had turned himself in just to prove to them that their so-called impregnable prison was in fact nothing to him. The young officer trembled, wondering if the old man was simply obsessed with men. But his senior sitting on the sofa immediately denied it. Revealing a shocking file, the old man had actually been married 8 times and had over 32 children. A stern warning was issued to anyone who intended to confront him: absolutely never pick a pointless fight with the gay demon. Standing before the dark prison cell, the young officer quietly observed. The terrifying entity was shackled and bound by seals inside. His gaze never left the old man Osiris Oni, who was meditating mysteriously amidst the cold space. Drenched in sweat, the officer mustered all his courage to face the gay demon. If we can't even restrain the curiosity of a child, how can we possibly restrain the curiosity of an adult? He believed that humanity existed because of love and did not hesitate to insult the old man. What you're doing is nothing more than animalistic behavior, chasing after pleasure. I will never become prey for someone like you. Another person had come before the old man, challenging his limits. What would happen to him, I wonder? That was the moment the guard's baseless confidence surged stronger than ever. He smugly asserted that he would never believe the rumors until he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. But the price for that arrogance was days spent bedridden in utter anxiety and regret. When his condition showed no signs of improving, he finally decided to quit his job as a guard. Standing on the deck of a ship leaving the island amidst a sea storm, he quietly uttered a final goodbye. Watching the ship cut through the violent waves, he sighed with regret. At least there they provided food, clothing, and shelter. Where will I live and eat now? While lost in worry about his bleak future, he was completely unaware of a terrifying threat rising from the ocean's depths. Amidst the fierce waves, the young officer struggled desperately as he realized his fatal mistake. I forgot the most important thing. This sea is extremely dangerous. Surviving here is completely impossible. He regretted quitting his job and cursed. That senior officer is a liar. Just as his hand was slowly sinking beneath the cold water's surface, suddenly a slender yet powerful hand reached down from above, grabbing his wrist tightly and yanking him out of the current. Looking up at his savior in astonishment, the officer blurted out, "Huh, the gay demon! The face of the old man!" Osiris Oni appeared fierce and powerful under the dim moonlight. The officer never expected that just after escaping death's door he would fall into this man's hands. The old man began to philosophize in a bewitching tone. Who can say what is right or wrong when it comes to loving someone? Love is such a pure word. But right after that, his eyes glowed with a deadly red light, a twisted smile on his face. But young man, I'm not looking for love. What I want is domination. The old man lifted the officer with one hand, like a toy, and declared, if you were born a man, you must have the desire to dominate both men and women. After that, the officer was never seen again. The storm passed, giving way to a clear, sunny blue sky. And Osiris Oni stood on a Korean beach right next to a giant shipwreck. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as the sound of the waves drowned out his voice. Tis, the sound of the waves is drowning me out again. That's why I prefer the mountains. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, announcing that Gyum-soo was summoning him. The old man smirked with excitement. A Korean? So it turns out I've accidentally come all the way to Korea. If Gyum-soo is calling, then of course I must go. The old man's face showed a crazed expression, his eyes glowing red. He roared with arrogance. I'm so excited I could pierce through the sky. The gay demon officially began his journey toward Gyum-soo. In a dark room filled with monitoring equipment, a mysterious woman quietly observed Doha through a screen. Seeing that he had survived the incident, she softly uttered,
"He's still alive. It seems new humans really are different. That must be why Gyum-soo is keeping him."
She noted that new humans were not like Friday's. They couldn't fly or shoot lasers from their palms. Their power was simply the potential of the human body pushed to its absolute limit, like the self-healing mechanism of a lizard's tail. Although Fridays were still overwhelmingly powerful entities, she understood that the organization needed Doha's special abilities. At this point, even if Doha managed to escape that dark sewer, would he not just fall under their control anyway? Looking at the screen displaying the hunter's cold face, the woman thought to herself, if they are both pursuing the same goal, things could get very promising. Meanwhile, in a dark underground tunnel, a surprise party was being held around a bonfire. Excited cheers echoed amidst boxes of cup noodles and other supplies that were laid out. Doha looked at the pile of food and wondered, I thought you guys only ate trash. Their lives are also pathetic, suffering to the extreme, so hungry they even fight over trash. The old man explains this is a welcome party for the new member, so the group brought out their best dishes to treat him. The old man gives the cup of noodles to Doha and tells him it'll be ready to eat in 3 minutes. Doha quietly lowers his head, looking at the cup of noodles, lost in his own thoughts, amidst the party's lively atmosphere and flickering fire. That cockroach doctor guy suddenly makes a bizarre suggestion. Do you want to become our king? Someone like you who can't die would be the most perfect cockroach king. Doha calmly replies that they already have a god. Having a king on top of that sounds weird, but the doctor immediately argues back that the positions of a king and a god are completely different. A throne can be seized, but a god never can be. Look at these marks on your body. The divine blood flowing through you is like a bolt of lightning. Hearing those praises made them salivate with envy. Seeing this, the doctor guy yells out regretfully that pale weaklings like them could never possess such power. Hey, cockroach doctor, shut your stinking mouth! Doha looks around at the group of refugees, then asks in a low voice, but why? Did all of you end up falling down to this place? The atmosphere suddenly grows somber. The pale faces look down, dejected. Doha's eyes glow with a red light as he listens to the heartbreaking story from the man. With a bandage wrapped around his head, the old man chokes up as he recounts how his son volunteered for the arena because he had diabetes. The boy hoped he could earn medicine to cure his father, and he was incredibly confident in his own strength. He believed his efforts would be justly rewarded. But what kind of father could bear to stand by and watch his own son venture into that hellhole? So he went to find and beg Gyum-soo to stop sending his son into battle. But instead of taking pity, Gyum-soo made the boy fight even more, against opponents who grew more and more brutal. And then the most painful outcome occurred. His neck was broken and he died right there on the arena floor. Once you join the fight, you're not allowed to withdraw. You might win this match, but you're not guaranteed to win the next. The father stood up to Gyum-soo and was eventually thrown into this underground cellar. Behind Doha, a burly man with an eye patch silently appears. He admits he was once a real fighter and actually loved to fight. The one-eyed man reflects on his past, saying he always saw fighting as just a sport and never wanted to take anyone's life. However, Gyum-soo cruelly demanded that he finish off his opponents. He chose to quit because for him, a match like that was enough. But in that hellhole, the fight only ends when both sides are no longer able to resist. Back by the campfire, the one-eyed man sighs. Friday may have brought disaster to the world, but to me, it's humans who are the real danger. The fat guy bursts into hearty laughter, declaring that Doha is the real winner and the best among them. He excitedly raises his water bottle and shouts, "Let's make a toast with water." Seeing these people still striving to find a way to survive after everything they've been through, Doha gives a small, thoughtful smile. The fat guy suddenly turns to him and asks, "Hey, Beck Doha, now tell us your story. You look like a professional fighter. Where did you learn to fight?" Doha calmly replies that he just mimicked his father from his competition videos. "A real genius, huh? Just learned from videos and already became a fighter." The fat guy asks in surprise, "Your father was also a fighter, a martial artist like me. What was his name?" As soon as Doha utters the name Beck PH, the fat guy's expression suddenly turns dead serious. He stammers, reconfirming the information about the birth date, October 28th, 1978, and the hometown of Taebaek in Gangwon Province. He even knows that his father was a Korean wrestling champion. Doha stares at the fat guy, stunned, and asks, "You know my grandfather too?" "He comes from a fighting lineage. Yet he had to teach himself martial arts. The fat guy's eyes widen in terror as he shouts, "You're Beck PH's son." Immediately, the cockroach doctor also panics and screams, "Red alert! Red alert!" To everyone's astonishment, Doha, with his glowing red eyes, just calmly asks, "Is there a problem?" The fat guy sweating bullets mumbles about an unbelievably strange coincidence. The memory takes them back to the golden age of J777, the world's largest mixed martial arts organization at the time. That place was once marked by a legend named Beck PH, a giant 198 centimeters tall and weighing 115 kilograms who dominated the open-weight division with terrifying power. After just 5 fights in J777, he quickly earned a title shot. The power of Beck PH's punch was immeasurable. It completely overwhelmed every opponent who crossed his path. Even 2 formidable opponents were forced to retire immediately due to the serious injuries they sustained after facing him. The news constantly reported on this man's terrible rampage in the ring. Reading your grandfather's record. It's a list of achievements that should be written in the history books. And not just physical damage, some guys even had to give up their careers because of the immense psychological trauma they suffered after facing that monster. And then the most anticipated open-weight championship match in history was officially set between Alexander and Beck PH standing before the media cameras. The champion Alexander confidently declared, "My family is coming to cheer for me. I will absolutely defend my championship belt in front of them." In contrast to that flashy display, when asked if he had anything to say, Beck PH just maintained a frightening silence hidden in his own shadow. The match, which had been expected to be a fiery showdown, ended up finishing with a victory. The one-sided beatdown by Beck PH threw the arena into chaos with frantic screams calling for an ambulance. A panicked doctor announced that his condition was extremely critical. From the stands, Alexander's wife, stunned, called out, "Honey." Through her tears, Beck PH stood silently in the iron cage, staring with a cold gaze at the woman who had actually come to cheer for the loser. This man they call Grandpa was also a cold-blooded, ruthless bastard. Beck PH looked toward his opponent's wife with a twisted, challenging smile. "Then you'd better watch your husband very closely." What followed was a horrifying scene in the ring as the giant completely lost control despite the referee's desperate screams, "Stop fighter Beck PH," and frantically ordered more security. PH still brutally tortured his opponent. The champion's final moments were so horrific. They could only be found on dark websites. His loss of control was inexplicable. No one understood why he was so cruel. This shocking event created a terrible wave of outrage, forcing the J777 organization to merge with VFC. Back in the present, in the underground tunnel, the fat man was still stunned. He admitted that he'd lost sleep for days after watching that live broadcast. He stared at Doha and thought in horror, "But he's the son of that man." The fat man's expression suddenly changed. He broke into a calculating smile and told himself he had worried for nothing. Looking at Doha, he thought, "He's probably not like his predecessor." He approached Doha with a cheerful expression, confidently asserting, "Everything will be resolved very easily." Young Master Doha. Meanwhile, at a high-tech base, a hand rests on a model of the globe, which glows with points of energy. Assistant Ju Sangan stood before a system of surveillance monitors. Displaying images of Doha and Gunsu, he reported, "Doctor, the negotiations at the Jiamsiu branch of the Hero Church have begun." The mysterious doctor looked at the world map and coldly confirmed the Neo-Humanity Project has officially begun. He declared that it was also time for their organization to start taking action. A strategic diagram lit up brightly. It was called Project Neptune's Spear, a plan to create the ultimate spear with the sole objective of destroying the entity known as Friday. For how long had humanity been tormented by this entity, living as if in hell on earth? Beneath a gushing waterfall pouring from a sewer opening, Doha stood silently looking up at the dizzying height. The fat man standing beside him offered a simple piece of advice: "Just keep trying." Doha wondered if there was any special training, but the man casually replied, "No, there's nothing like that." The fat man explained that falling wouldn't kill him. It's just the next step after the pain. He originally thought climbing up would be the big problem, but now he wasn't worried anymore because he believed in your father. That statement made Doha stop short in astonishment. "My father?" he asked. The fat man continued, "Even though I know a son doesn't automatically inherit his father's talent as a sports fan, I always have a sort of romantic expectation." He believed that Doha would inherit his father's strength and that he would get to witness a son surpass his own father, even as Doha was telling himself that he never wanted to be like that horrible man. But the fat man insisted he had seen it very clearly. In you. Haunting memories of Big PH's brutal fights came flooding back, making the fat man exclaim, "He's exactly like Big PH." Doha's eyes flared with a determined red light. Through the pouring rain, the fat man roared his final command, "Now climb to that summit." Watched by the crowd of pale-faced people, Doha strode majestically toward the waterfall, beginning his great conquest to escape the underground tunnel. He would not give up. No matter how many times he failed, he was determined to find a way out. In the surveillance room, Hana quietly observed Doha on a computer screen. She murmured in admiration, "Impressive. He chose the more difficult path." Geum-su, standing behind her, asked curiously what she thought of Doha. He admitted that even she had to see what an amazing man he was, and Geum-su hoped that Friday would like him too. Hana believed that Doha would be the first person to escape this underground tunnel. Geum-su expressed his admiration for her ability to judge character, but then he revealed the real reason he was there. "Because I thought he would come today." Geum-su gave a sinister smile, revealing that the underground tunnel was actually an altar he himself had created, and Doha was the sacrificial offering that Friday would especially favor. He wanted to offer Doha's immense power to Friday. Geum-su thought to himself that he could keep his promise to Doha while a radiant image of Friday appeared in all its majesty. In the tunnel, Doha once again fell into the water, creating a giant splash. The fat man scolded, "You idiot! You have to learn to use your senses." He said that just using brute strength would never work. The pale-faced minions sitting on a log had stopped counting the number of times Doha had fallen after the 104th time. The fat man remarked that Doha seemed tireless, truly the bearing of a god. He pointed out that the cliff wall crumbled so easily because Doha was climbing without thinking at all. He looked at Doha and asked, "Do you know what the biggest difference is between an athlete and a normal person?" Doha's eyes glowed with a red light through the rain as he listened to the lesson. The answer is a sharp intuition gained from extensive combat experience. Every time you climb up and fall, you have to learn from the experience. Why did you fall? What was the mistake? Try to think about a sporting event. The ability to hit a small ball flying at 160 kilometers per hour or to throw a ball accurately from a distance of 100 meters. Or like high diving from a height equivalent to a 30-story building. For a normal person, that speed and height could be fatal or leave them crippled for life. The fat man looked at Doha and asked, "Do you think physical training alone allows athletes to do that?" Of course, that's part of it, but the biggest reason is the intuition forged from countless experiences. The body is merely a tool to apply that intuition more flexibly. Science can't fully explain intuition, so use all of your senses to feel every single moment. Doha stood silently in the rain. He now understood the lesson the fat man was trying to teach him. He looked up at the cliff, and his instincts told him that if he focused all his strength on one point, the rock would easily crumble. Doha gently placed his hand on the slippery rock surface to feel it. He began to distribute his body weight onto each fingertip and toe to minimize the risk of the cliff face collapsing. Small opportunities began to add up, increasing the chance of success. In the dark night and pouring rain, Doha silently climbed the steep cliff towards the sewer opening. Down in the underground tunnel, his pale-faced henchmen shouted with excitement when they saw Doha. He was so close to the top. "He's almost there. Just a little more." The Cockroach King witnessed this extraordinary effort. The fat guy couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "I can't believe it! He did it so fast! Is this natural talent? It's enough to make you jealous. A guy who became a fighter just by watching videos is now getting hands-on guidance? With his innate talent for learning, he's bound to succeed." Doha's fingers gripped the final ledge. He used every last bit of his strength to pull his muscular body up and out of the sewer opening. Doha let out a sigh of relief after his life-or-death climb. Down in the tunnel, the henchmen roared wildly because their king had done the impossible. "Amazing, he did it! He really is our king, avenge us." Amid the resounding cheers, a strange voice suddenly echoed from above, full of admiration. "How wonderful!" Doha was stunned to see an old man. With spiky white hair and a body covered in rose tattoos, he was sitting there waiting. The old man smirked at the hunter. "No wonder. Geum-su chose you. I bet you can live up to my expectations." Before Doha could compose himself and ask the old man's identity, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbed him in a hug, and exclaimed bizarrely, "Give me a hug. Before he could even process what was happening in an instant, the old man threw him backwards, sending him into a free fall towards the deep water below. In the monitoring room, Gyumsu jumped to his feet excitedly as he saw the show officially begin. Ah, it's finally starting. Hana, smoking thoughtfully, asked,
Why choose that old man, and what's the real meaning of this test?
With a calculating look in his eyes, Gyumsu explained that they needed to prove the evolution of humanity, if they wanted to survive. He looked at the screen showing Doha struggling in the water and stated firmly that the old man is a very special variable. Gyumsu calmly revealed that the old man was also a neo-human, just like Doha, and that this very confrontation is what makes things so dramatic and interesting. The old man bared his sharp teeth, his eyes blazing with a crazed bloodlust as he stared down his prey. A haunting declaration rang out, Bon appetit. Just as he lunged to attack Doha in the rushing current, the old man declared smugly, A full stomach really speeds up my recovery rate. Down in the water, the fat guy screamed in panic, Hey back, Doha! Are you okay? Wake up, little brother! Wake up! Seeing Doha lying motionless with a serious wound on his neck, the fat guy trembled in despair. Don't tell me. He's actually dead. This incident ignited the fury of all the sewer dwellers. The pale-faced crowd stood up as one in the rain surrounding the old man and, roaring with rage, Are you looking to die, old man? What did you do to our king? Even though they were weaker, they were no longer indifferent now that Doha was hurt. Facing the seething crowd, Osiris Oni just smirked contemptuously. They say cockroaches live in swarms. Turns out it's true. Cockroaches that can speak human. How creepy. You're all just a bunch of vermin that need to be wiped out. The towering one-eyed fighter stepped out of the rain and coldly replied, I think you're mistaken. We may be losers, but most of us were once real fighters. Behind him, the others also got into a fighting stance, ready for a bloody battle in the face of this resistance. The old man remained unfazed. A swarm of cockroaches is still just vermin. So what? He challenged everyone there. This made them lose their composure, and the inevitable happened. The battle erupted in the pouring rain of the sewer. A muscular man with long hair charged forward, furiously unleashing a flurry of thunderous punches on the old man Osiris Oni. A series of brutal blows rained down as the man screamed madly, trying to take the strange old man's life. He ground his opponent's head into the filthy water, smugly thinking he had won. But the reality was far more brutal. In the blink of an eye, the tables had completely turned. The old man. And Osiris Oni was casually perched on a high wooden beam, coldly pressing his foot down on the head of the fighter, who was now barely breathing in the cold water. Witnessing his opponent's overwhelming power, the one-eyed fighter realized with horror that he was facing a being far beyond his imagination. Deep down, he trembled, telling himself, My instincts are telling me he's the strongest one in Gang Seal. This battle is no longer about winning or losing. He's the predator who holds the power of life and death. With no way out, the one-eyed man collapsed to his knees, begging in humiliation, We've always been losers anyway. So please spare our lives. There's no shame in retreating when you know you can't win. The old man, Osiris Oni, smirked contemptuously. Always the losers, aren't you? How pathetic. He looked at the one-eyed man with a mocking gaze, then suddenly made a bizarre proposal. All right, then. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The one-eyed man was stunned, wondering if the old man really wanted to play that childish game. But in the end, he had no choice but to accept. Fine. Both prepared to make their move. The one-eyed man shouted, All right, rock, paper, scissors. The result of the match left the one-eyed man stunned. He threw rock, while the old man, Osiris Oni, threw scissors, admitting defeat. The old man said calmly, I lose, so I have to accept the punishment. But instead of a normal punishment, the old man stabbed his own finger into his eye. He casually suggested, All right, let's go again. His opponent trembled in terror, realizing this insane old man had no intention of stopping this death game. He was just like that monster, that pervert Umsu. He never gives his opponents a way out, understanding that the old man would play until he lost his life. The one-eyed man swam away frantically to escape. I can't die here, he told himself in desperation. But in the blink of an eye, the old man had swum past him and appeared right in front of him. Amidst the swift current, the old man smiled and asked, Young man, what are you doing? The one-eyed man was aghast, unable to believe the old man could swim fast enough to catch him in an instant. The old man coldly reminded him, Running away in the middle of a game is very rude. Is this why you're running away? I gave you the power to decide the outcome, and yet you still gave up and fled. Are you really that much of a loser? He looked at the man with contempt, comparing him to animals that could at least be used for food or clothing, while cowards were no different than cockroaches. The old man coldly concluded, "But you should be grateful anyway. Thanks to me," he coldly declared that at least the man had value as food. Witnessing this disgusting scene through the surveillance monitor, Hana couldn't help but shudder and wonder. Why could he act so brutally towards his own kind? She didn't think that in this world. No matter how much humans evolved to survive, they couldn't possibly eat their own kind raw like that. Gyumsu calmly explained, that's his bizarre way of showing respect. He sees his opponent as valuable prey instead of killing them needlessly. While admitting it was the nonsensical reasoning of a madman, Gyumsu asserted that this very insanity was what made the old man a perfect piece, was for his altar. Because when extremists stand together, they create a perfect combination. Amidst the dark space of the undercroft, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the end of the tunnel. Friday flashed a sinister, satisfied smile. He thought to himself, keeping that person alive was truly an excellent decision. Save us. I don't want to die. I want to live. Those were the desperate cries for help echoing through the underground tunnel. 3 nights. With bloodshot eyes and a face stained with blood, the old man, Osiris Oni, loomed like a true monster, spreading terror upon the weak who trembled at his feet. He spared no one he saw, even though they begged and had no strength left to fight. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, looking at the pale crowd. Ch! There's no end to killing these insects. Amidst that horrific scene, a fat man was running frantically in a state of absolute panic. He panted, trying to escape this nightmare, but deep down he couldn't stop cursing himself. Running away again, you idiot! Are you just going to abandon the people who followed you? He bitterly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything because in reality he had absolutely no talent for fighting. I'm useless, he told himself in despair. It all started a long, long time ago when he happened to watch a martial arts match on TV. The image of fighters using their bare hands to determine who was superior truly captivated him. That short but dramatic battle ignited a dream in the young boy's heart. The boy back then watched the screen intently and exclaimed with admiration, "That man's punch is so strong." But ironically, he had absolutely no athletic talent. He was always the one left behind on the running track. Despite his efforts training at the martial arts gym, he soon realized a harsh truth, that professional athletes are born with 90% natural talent, while he was just the one who always took the hits during sparring sessions. He was passionate about martial arts, but he was always just a punching bag for others to practice on and improve their skills with a mere 10% of effort. The harsh reality dealt a painful blow. No matter how hard someone without talent tries, they can never beat someone with even a little bit of natural gift. Fortunately, the fat guy back then was very honest with himself. Sitting dejectedly in the middle of the gym, he bitterly admitted his own weakness as he watched true talents shine in the ring during a friendly match at the high school boxing club. The referee's voice rang out authoritatively. "All right, both fighters step into the ring." The atmosphere at Squid Gym heated up by the minute as the two opponents got into position to settle the score. Begin. The fight exploded with decisive blows. Seeing his student land a precise punch, the fat man couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Nice left hook." Although he himself had no natural talent, he still held a passionate love for combat sports. He knew all the techniques, but he was poor at applying them. That's why he decided to become a teacher and pass on his skills. A sense of pride welled up in him every time he saw a student successfully execute the techniques he had painstakingly taught. He beamed constantly, shouting instructions from just outside the ropes. "Don't let him breathe! Keep up the pressure!" But things don't always go as planned. Watching his student fail, he agonized, questioning himself, realizing the real problem was his own coaching method. Why? He thought to himself. If I were a professional, experienced coach, maybe the outcome would have been different, and my student wouldn't have had to suffer this kind of bitterness. Then the two of them trudged into the locker room. He bowed his head in guilt. "I'm sorry, I should have prepared you better. Theory without practice is truly difficult." Having no real combat experience to pass on was indeed a failure. Pathetic. In response to his apology was bitterness from the student. "To be honest, I hate combat sports because the feeling of failure is just awful." The boy muttered, revealing that he only joined the boxing team because he heard athletes got to skip class. He didn't even know what boxing was. To him, it was just hellish training, annoying, nagging, and endless regret. The fat man could only stand there silently and reply in his mind, "I understand." Maybe getting hit so much messed with my head a little, but for some reason I felt so relieved. In the locker room that year, the student Kim Sang-woo broke into a radiant smile. Even with bandages on his face, he said, "Thanks to you, coach, I realized boxing is actually really fun." Seeing that smile, Park Gwang-deok suddenly felt envious, or more accurately, ashamed. He had lied about understanding, but in reality, he didn't understand anything at all. While his student was determined to win next time, Gwang-deok realized he was the one who had always been desperate, looking for a way to run. He always used the word reality to decide on failure for himself, even before he began. A pathetic coward. He was the insecure, timid type who didn't dare face himself. Back to the brutal reality in the underground tunnel. The pitiful man was on his knees begging the old man, Osiris Oni, in desperation. He cried, "Please spare my life, sir. I don't want to die." He even tried to find common ground to appeal to his pity. Even our hairstyles are a bit similar. But then a sudden punch sent the old man flying. In the cold water, Park Gwang-deok was no longer standing by in fear. He staggered to his feet in the rain, assuming a resolute boxing stance. Witnessing this scene, the one who was on the verge of death gasped in shock. The god of plenty. The people he often looked down on, yet who always revered him as the god of plenty, were now, even as they were dying, still worried about him. Gwang-deok was no longer a coward. He stood tall, his eyes blazing with determination. He let out a deafening roar, pouring all his will into his declaration. "I, Park Gwang-deok, will not run away anymore." A red glint flashed in his eyes despite the blood and rain streaming down his face. Even though he was beaten so badly he was grievously injured and spitting up blood, the corner of Gwang-deok's mouth didn't waver, witnessing a resilience that far surpassed his weak physique. The old man, Osiris Oni, slumped down and burst into hearty laughter. "You are the weakest person I have ever seen, haha. But you are magnificent. At least you didn't run. To show my respect, I will speak to you in Korean." Gwang-deok, suppressing his pain, pleaded urgently, "Then please spare them." The old man growled, "Why does a human try to save insects?" The fat man could only answer with all sincerity, "I don't understand. But you made someone as worthless as me feel valuable, at least for an hour." Now Gwang-deok was no longer afraid. He was determined to protect those weak people. Only then would his life feel meaningful. But the old man coldly dismissed it. "You are wrong. It's only meaningful if valuable people remember you. All those insects will remember is losing their dignity. In that case, do you want to grant my wish? Kill me. I don't want to die of old age." Gwang-deok stared in silent shock at the madman before him. "That's why seeing these useless insects makes me even more irritated. If you're born a human, you should do something meaningful. Right." Suddenly, a hulking shadow appeared right behind him. The old man Osiris Oni spun around in shock. "Huh!" Doha had woken up at some point. His eyes glowed red like a demon's. The old man exclaimed excitedly, "Doha, you're awake." "I've been waiting." The two faced each other, a challenge in the air. Osiris Oni was overjoyed, believing he had found the one who could end his life. "You could be the one to kill." Before he could finish his sentence, Doha struck with lightning speed, brutally grabbing the old man's face. Then he ripped the old man's body apart with his bare hands. Gwang-deok stared in shock at his teammate, who had just returned from the dead. "That guy, he's alive, but something feels different about him." Doha found himself wandering in a mystical space where a giant glowing golden tree stood amidst a sea of white clouds. A sense of regret welled up inside him. "I wish I could have gone with my brother." But then his eyes froze in astonishment. "Huh? My family? Under that tree?" The figures of his sister and the children appeared looking unusually peaceful. Doha burst into tears of happiness. He smiled, choking up, "So, you're all still alive." He ran frantically towards them, shouting, "Sis kids, I'm home. I missed you all so much." But contrary to his expectations, his sister recoiled warily and asked, "Who are you?" Doha was stunned. He tried to explain in a panic. "It's me back, Doha. I'm your family." His face contorted with anxiety, but he was met only with coldness. "What do you mean, family? Why are you doing this?" "You're really scaring us." Doha's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. He questioned them in despair. Why are you all treating me like this? Has everyone forgotten about me? His sister's heart-wrenching scream, "Get away, you monster!" echoed in his mind. Every time he fell unconscious, he was plunged into a nightmare. Doha fell freely, sinking deep into the cold water, his eyes filled with sorrow. Exhausted, Doha jolted awake in the middle of a torrential downpour, sitting in the sewer's current. He clutched his head, trying to banish the recent nightmare. Suddenly, he looked down at the water and froze in disbelief. The reflection of a terrifying monster stared back from the murky water, sending a shiver down his spine. Doha slumped down, covering his gradually transforming face with his hands. He wondered in agony, have I really become a monster? Then who am I? Could it be that the fear of losing his family, the need to see them again, spurred him to survive? And did that incredible life force turn him into this monster once again? The fear for his family's safety consumed his mind. If his sister and the kids saw him now, would they be terrified? Doha bitterly realized the cruel truth. No. As a monster, I could end up hurting my family. He clenched his fists tightly. His blazing red eyes, full of despair, peered through his fingers. Does this mean I'll never get to see my family again, for the rest of my life? Doha roared in his mind. I won't let that happen. Amidst the cold water, he clutched his distorting face in agony. Just then, the old man, Osiris Oni, made a bizarre proposal. In that case, would you like to grant my wish? The old man stared directly into Doha's blazing red eyes and uttered a mad plea. Kill me. I don't want to simply die of old age. One man who wants to die meets another who wants to live to see his family again, two complete opposites. Doha trudged through the water, muttering to himself, that's right. That bastard is the one who turned me into this. The old man continued to ramble on about death. He believed Friday would be the one to end his life, and asked if Doha thought so too. Suddenly, the old man froze, sensing a terrifying killing intent from behind. Doha, you're awake. I've been waiting. Perhaps you're the one who can kill... Before the old man could finish his sentence, Doha struck in a flash. He brutally grabbed the old man's face, completely cutting off his words. A maniacal laugh echoed through the dark space. Despite his grave wounds, the old man, Osiris Oni, still glared at Doha with madness in his eyes and screamed, "Old soldiers never die!" Doha's eyes flashed with a mysterious red light as he stared back at his opponent with an ice-cold expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Doha channeled all his strength into his legs and unleashed a thunderous kick aimed straight at the old man. The powerful impact made the rock wall tremble violently, shattering into pieces under the terrifying pressure. Doha lunged forward at lightning speed and brutally grabbed both of Oni's legs and hoisted him into the air. The old man's face contorted in agony as he was slammed hard onto the cold ground. Doha held his body as if it were a mere toy. The hunter's rage had been completely unleashed. Doha frantically swung the old man's body and smashed it with deadly force against the sheer cliff face. Completely driven by his killer instincts, he vented all his resentment on the man before him. The continuous sounds of the impacts echoed throughout the cavern as Doha repeatedly slammed the old man's body onto the ground. The force from the blows created clouds of dust that swallowed them both in the darkness. After the brutal torture ended, Doha stood silently in the pouring rain beside the raging waves. Witnessing the brutal confrontation, the fat man Guangdeok was stunned, asking himself, "Am I really watching a human fight?" Witnessing Doha's power surpass all limits, he trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. This feeling, he hadn't experienced it since the era of the legend Beck Hak. Amidst the rubble, Doha stood tall, his muscular body and blazing red eyes radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Down below in the water, the old man, Osiris Oni, although severely injured, still wore a grotesque smile. His body was constantly emitting strange waves of energy. As he tried to recover, it was clear that he, like Doha, also possessed an extraordinary ability to regenerate. The old man floated in the murky water, calmly philosophizing, "If it hurts, it means I'm still alive." Right. He admitted this pain was even more horrific than the time he was hit by a Shinkansen bullet train. Suddenly he realized he was soaked and held up something in his hand. It was Doha's family photo. The old man asked with curiosity, "Is this your wife?" Seeing his most precious memento in the hands of his enemy, Doha was shocked that his family photo had been snatched during the fight. Seeing Doha's violent reaction, Osiris Oni chuckled with delight. "I guess I was right. Of course I should give this to you." But instead of handing it back, the old man slowly and sinisterly began to crumple the photo. Now let's just tidy this up nicely, shall we? Doha stood frozen as he watched the old man crumple the family photo into a small ball in his palm, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. He then casually took the crumpled photo, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it whole. The old man looked at Doha and said with a haunting voice, "Let me inside, Doha." Osiris Oni laughed grotesquely and declared a horrifying truth. "Now your family and I are one body." He looked at Doha with his blazing red eyes, his tone mocking. "This feeling, it's like I'm getting to meet my own grandchild. Don't worry, once it's in my stomach, it'll take at least 3 hours to be completely digested." He could endure the humiliation, but his family was his limit. Unable to hold back any longer, Doha got right in his opponent's face, gritted his teeth, and declared a venomous oath. "I will cut open your stomach and take it out right now." Meanwhile, as the life-and-death battle in the underground bunker was reaching its conclusion, Joseon Han was closely monitoring from a state-of-the-art military base. He watched every development through the surveillance system. He coldly reported, "The target is at the Jiamsiu branch of the Hero Church." A large-scale operation was officially activated. With a firm command, "You will bring the Mamong and Backdoor, in other words, the Neo-Humans, back here." The modernly equipped Spear Special Task Force, ECA, began to deploy into the combat zone. Even though Friday was predicted to be in the operational area, their superiors still gave the order, in case of an emergency, you are authorized to use the Staff of God. For the sake of revenge for the heroes who have fallen because of this monster, so many soldiers and innocent people have lost their lives at his hands. The elite warriors silently advanced into the darkness, ready to sweep away any obstacle to retrieve the target. That's all for this video. Please hit the like button so Gao can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.